What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies back with you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can check us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. As always, we are brought to you by our friends at Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, December 15th, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, and it is a Victory Monday. It's been over 2 months.
It's true. They actually did win that game. I mean, I'm happy to win, but it looked like we were going to throw it away. Believe me, I'm happy to win. I know the tankers are pissed, but God, what a frustrating game. But it is good. It is good to finally be on the right side of it. And man, did you see how, if you watch any of the locker room scenes, those guys, they were so happy.
Of course, they haven't won a game in 2 months. Do you know how depressing it is to lose week in and week out? It's funny you started off the show with the word happy. I actually put that up as our Junkies poll of the day. Sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merchandise, tees, hats, hoodies, and more. It's Christmas season. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. It's are you happy that they won? Or the other option is no, worst draft pick. What is your initial instinct? It's only been up for a couple of minutes. Literally just put it up right before the show.
I always want to win. Good organizations find good players. There's always good players in every round. Sure, you might miss out on some superstars, but there are other superstars you get later. I want to win those games. There's only 17 of them. Maybe in the last week, I could lay down in a meaningless season, but I can't lay down in week 14 or whatever. I just can't do it.
And you don't want your players to get used to losing.
I agree. I agree 100%.
You got to build some positive habits.
Now, there's not necessarily carryover from year to year, but I just think winning culture matters. And, yeah, it's better to win than to lose. Makes everybody feel better about everything. Doesn't mean that there's still not going to be a massive overhaul of the roster. Of course there's going to be.
And you don't want to lose to a division team like the Giants. You beat them earlier this year. You beat them again, 29-21. I think it's a good thing to win a game.
Of course it is. I'd like to win. Honestly, if you ask me right now, I would like to have 7. I'd like to have 7 wins.
Sure.
To salvage. The difference between being just humiliating and horrific and like a 3 or 4 win team, and hey, a 7-win team is not great. That's bad, but it's way better than a 3 or 4 win team, in my opinion. So I would like to run the table. Do I think we're going to? No. Could we lose the next 3? Yes. But I like winning. I like to try to win. Obviously, it was very important to DQ to get a W. He talked about how difficult it's been the last 8 weeks or so, and you would see it in his face. I saw some resignation in the last 3 or 4 weeks, and I kind of had wondered where his head was at, but you could tell it was weighing on him big time.
No, they're competitors. They want to win. I think it's a good thing. Right now, about 30% are saying, no, worst draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
But especially in the NFL, this isn't the NBA. You can get good players throughout a draft.
Of course. I've always said that. And there are the organizations that are perennially on top. You could talk about a team like the Ravens. They've never really bottomed out. The Steelers are always competitive. They never bottom out. Organizations like that, they're proven winners. You don't have to bottom out to get back on top. So I like to win. I thought it was good that they won. I was extremely frustrated watching them continue to fumble the ball, not protect the ball. Marcus Mariota every week is good for one of the most boneheaded plays you could ever imagine for a guy of his experience.
I don't think you can criticize him too much. First of all, they didn't pass much. He only completes 10 passes, but he throws for 211 yards. You had some explosive plays.
He's got to protect the football. That's his number one job, especially in that instance there. All you got to do is fall down, and we're going to win the game. We're going to seal the game. You just got to have situational awareness. And a lot of times he doesn't have that. So he does a lot of great things, or good things. He has a lot of good things for, most of the game. But then there are situational times where it just has like rookie blunders. That's what's maddening.
We're going to be talking about it throughout the show here on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. They've had a simple formula when they've won games this year, whether it's with Jaden Daniels under center or Marcus Mariota. It's they run the football. And yesterday was the resurgence of Bill. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt goes for almost 100 yards, 18 carries, 96 yards, 1 touchdown. You know, he last did that in week 5 against the Chargers, where he ran for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns, and everybody was going crazy. Then in his next 4 starts, back when he was a starter, after that big game where he goes for 111 against the Chargers, he has just 157 yards and 0 touchdowns the next 4 games. That's when they started shuffling things around, started leaning on Rodriguez more, McNichols some, but Bill has a big game.
He still has to protect the football.
And that is the way they win the football games. They are not a passing team first. They're a running team first. It kind of defies logic because you think Cliff Kingsbury, air raid, they're going to be throwing the football over the place, but he likes to run the football.
Well, he didn't have that many choices. I mean, you got Terry's your best receiver, and not much else.
Well, here's a statistic in Tashawn Reed's article in the Washington Post that jumped out at me. In games in which Washington has called design runs on at least 40% of its plays, they've averaged 24.2 points, which I know is not great compared to last year. But in games in which they've failed to meet that mark, they average just 14.6 points.
Well, a lot of that, too, is you're behind. Remember.
Sometimes.
We're behind.
Sometimes, but they've had success when they've run the football successfully.
Sure, I'm not against running. I like running. You split it, but I like to air it out, too, and we just need more threats there, frankly. Noah Brown, I mean, God bless him. I don't want to,
he's injury prone.
You can't bring him back. You just can't bring him back. It's great to see Jalen Laney return a punt for a touchdown. It's his second one this year.
First guy to do that since our colleague, Brian Mitchell.
Right. Do 2 in 1 year, so that's great. We just need to get him more involved in the passing game. He's clearly an explosive player. But, yeah, they need to upgrade there. I mean, Debo made some plays. He looked a little bit more explosive yesterday maybe than he has in the last few weeks. So that was good. I mean, overall, they beat a bad team, but they easily could have lost it. They almost gave it away, but the win feels good. I can tell you that. As a fan, I'm excited just to not just talk awful about them all week.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. How are you feeling after this win? There are a lot of fans who are conflicted and think they should just lose out. Who wants to lose 12 games in a row? I'll tell you who doesn't. Dan Quinn.
For sure.
Dan Quinn doesn't want to lose 12 games in a row, and that's assuming you lose the next 3 because you're facing tougher opponents. You can beat the Cowboys, and you know what? You can beat the Eagles. We'll see what happens here these last 3 games. But this was a game against the Giants, and last week we kind of kicked around. If you're one of the teams in the division, all right, Eagles are going to win the division. They're in the playoffs seemingly year after year. They got this great roster. But if you're one of the other teams, who would you rather be in terms of, like, the future? Who has more hope? I would much rather be a Commanders fan than a Giants fan. I know the Giants have Jackson Dart, and they'll have Scatterboo coming back. But a 2-12 team with that defense, they have names on that defense. They can't stop the run. They're a mess. I'd much rather be the Commanders.
Well, assuming that we have Jaden back healthy and playing and you know.
And you've got to see what Terry means to this team the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, he's so huge.
I mean, you saw it in the Denver game. And then in this game, the guy just makes big-time plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a shame they don't get him more involved, frankly. I mean, you know, they were successful running the ball, ran it 37 times, including Marcus's 10 runs. But Terry's, you'd like to see him get more than 4 targets. But, he did enough. He did enough, and the touchdown and the way to finish that play was really, really nice to see. Terry's reminding everybody of why they gave him that deal, and it's just unfortunate that he had those injuries. Who knows what could have happened this season. Not to say it would have been markedly different, but you might have a couple more W's if he was available.
No question. I mean, he's had limited time, and in that limited time, he's got 26 catches for 409 yards. He's averaging 16 yards a catch.
Yep. He's showing he's still
I
explosive.
think Debo's been solid, but Debo's, yards per catch is really low. Terry is the explosive player you needed.
Oh, 100%. Debo's been a key cog, but, they use him with all those little bubble screens and everything. It's hard to average 12, 13, 14, 15 yards a catch when they throw you a 1 yard slant or whatever, the bubble screen. So, they each have their roles. We just need more.
So you can vote on our poll of the day at Junks Radio. I'm happy they won. I mean, it just gets tired, too, doing Misery Monday after Misery Monday.
Well, I mean, it's hard to motivate yourself to even watch the game. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If that Colts game was on at the same time, I would have had both games on, and I would have had the audio up on the Colts game.
To watch Phillip Rivers.
100%.
Yeah, it's we'll talk about that later in the show. I mean, it was a great accomplishment for him to be on the field, and he had a touchdown pass, his first one in 5 years. It's funny because I saw a clip just online of his first completion, and it was a flutter ball out to Jonathan Taylor. It didn't look good.
He never had a big arm.
It didn't look good, but it got there. And you look at the final line. He was a dink and dunker. Like when I was watching, it was a dink and dunker.
I watched the entire game. He competed his ass off.
Yeah.
To do what
and
he
look, they could have
did,
won the game.
He let him go on a drive to go ahead touchdown with 37 seconds to go.
I mean, mostly because of the Colts defense, but Seattle needed a 58-yard field goal to win it.
Yeah,
I think it was a 58-yarder.
57, 56, whatever. But he competed, he managed the game, and he gave them a chance to win. No doubt about it.
All right, we'll be talking about it throughout the show as we go around the NFL. Plus, John Kine from ESPN will join us at 7 to talk Commanders. We'll do our colleague check-in with Danny Rouhier from the Grant and Danny Show at 8. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. The Commanders snapped their 8-game losing streak
Come on, Valdez.
with a win over the Giants, 29-21. Are you happy they won? How are you feeling with Marcus Mariota leading you to a victory and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, running for 96 yards and a touchdown? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies on a Victory Monday. Welcome back on a Victory Monday. Yes, it's a Victory Monday
Come on,
presented by
Valdez.
Chiniga Miles, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. They're a great sponsor, and they pay for either Misery Monday or Victory Monday, but I'm sure the sponsor's happy too because it's been Misery Monday after Misery Monday after Misery Monday, and it feels miserable outside.
Oh, my
It's
God.
cold, and it's affected me. So Friday, I started coming down with this head cold where I feel it in my sinuses. Basically, all the symptoms that NyQuil says I got: nighttime sniffling, stuffy head, fever, so you can rest. I don't really have the fever, but sneezing, sniffling. So last night, going to bed, and I was like, maybe I should take some NyQuil. I really haven't taken anything.
That'll help you sleep.
But I have NyQuil, and my wife is like blow drying her hair, and I didn't have usually with NyQuil they have like a little measuring cup. I didn't have that, so I just
Guzzled it.
I just put NyQuil into the bottle cap, and I did 5 bottle caps.
Ooh, that seems like a lot.
She said that it was way too much.
That seems like
She's
a lot.
like, you're only supposed to take a teaspoon. I was like, I don't know. So I might be a little bit.
No, at your age, you probably use at least 2 teaspoons, right?
I don't know.
But 5 bottle caps.
It was a lot. So I might still be a little bit loopy. Like
Did
when
you
I
sleep
woke up,
great? I bet you slept
I
great.
slept fine.
Oh, man.
Well, no, I
I'm
didn't
so
really
jealous.
sleep. That's actually incorrect. I didn't sleep great because I actually slept with a tissue up one nostril because my nose is kind of running.
Mm.
And so
That's
it
not
wasn't
good.
great sleep. And it must not have been great because she bounced out of our bedroom last night.
Because you're annoying.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
I
But
know
yeah,
this.
it's just miserable, cold. You don't want to be outside. It's funny because Kelsey's coming home for Christmas, and she's entertained going to the Commanders game. And I've looked into some tickets. I'm not getting tickets outside. There's just no way. Like, I'll entertain it if I'm inside a nice, comfortable suite.
Well,
I'm not sitting out there for 3 hours,
What's-
and I don't know what the weather's going to be like at the next game.
Well, what's bizarre is, my buddy Adam, he's our T-Time guy. He's always like on it, even now, right? Like, and he's like, Wednesday, it's supposed to be 45. So I'm like, all right, I'm in. 45 for me, good enough. But here's the thing. 45 feels like 80 compared to what it's been like yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday was 18 that felt like 0. That's what they were saying on the weather channels. 18 feels like 0, and I agree with them. I took my trash out. I was in a full sprint taking my trash out with jacket, the whole 9, frozen after a minute. I don't know how you play football in this. I saw the guys out there, they're doing the bit where they're taking their shirt off, just trying to get used to the cold. I don't know how those guys do that in the pregame warm-ups, walking around. I don't know how you go to a game and sit there for 3 hours when it's cold like this, but you just don't know. I mean, what's it going to be like? Next game's Saturday. Is it a home game? The Saturday game is a home game? Yeah. I just don't know.
Evening game.
So for sure it'll be cold.
Yes.
It's just a matter of how cold it's going to be. If it was like yesterday, I wouldn't last 2 minutes outside.
You mean you'd have to wear that big puffy jacket? You'd have to have a beanie on. You'd have to have some thick gloves if you're sitting outside.
I just don't like being cold.
Well, there weren't a lot of people at that game yesterday between the Commanders and Giants. My buddy Keith, Big Keith, who calls into the show every once in a while, he sent me a text, and he said he wouldn't have gone to the game. Now, he's a diehard.
Yeah.
He went to all the playoff games with his family last year. He travels. But he has family, I guess, and was visiting family and bought the tickets before the season. But he wouldn't have gone to that miserable game in that weather and that terrible dump of a stadium.
Right.
Had it not been for he was already going to be there for the weekend.
Right.
I'm trying to see what the paid attendance was because it looked like a pretty sparse crowd.
I never paid attention to it. I'll be honest with you. I had a very hard time getting worked up for it. I don't watch the pregame shows. I really don't. I'm annoyed by all of them. So I'm usually locked in. I turn it on right just a minute or two before the game. And this one, I even was like, do I even want to watch this? So I put it on. I actually put it on at like 1:04, and I thought I missed a couple plays. But I guess they technically don't kick off until maybe, I don't know, 1:10 or so. I don't know.
It kind of depends on the national anthem and all that thing,
Like
but it's usually a
1:05.
couple minutes after.
I actually thought I might have missed a couple plays. I was feeling a little guilty, but they were just about to kick off, and I was thoroughly unmoved by it. But I will say, once they got a good lead, I wanted them to close it out. And I was getting so pissed with the fumbles and everything that I was shockingly emotionally invested in the game by the fourth quarter.
I think so. And look, we're opening up the phone lines now, 1-800-636-1067. How did you feel watching the Commanders get a win? I tell you, it kind of gave me glimpses of what we thought they could be, because this is without Jaden Daniels, right?
Yeah.
They put up 29 points. I know that there was a special teams touchdown. I understand that. So it wasn't all offense.
But that counts.
It does count. But that's what they were averaging last year, right? 29 points per game.
Yep.
They were beating up on some inferior opponents. The Giants, it's hard to believe they're inferior opponents when you have an 8-game losing streak, but the Giants are an inferior opponent. They've beaten them twice this year. They did what they were supposed to do. They ran the football effectively. And I think when you see the explosiveness from Terry McLaurin, you get a Ben Sinnott sighting. You think, well, you put Jaden back there. He's got his weapons. This offense can be what it was last year.
Well, they're still going to need to add some, for
Of
sure.
course.
Listen, with Jaden, all things are possible, and we'll talk about Jaden, I'm sure, throughout the show, and later we'll dedicate some real time. How does the win impact the decision? How does Mahomes and Micah Parsons going down with ACLs this late, how does all that maybe potentially affect your decision with just 3 games left now? But, yeah, they're super far off. But by the same token, if Jaden plays the way he played in his first season, a lot of that's mitigated. They're not as far off.
I think offensively, you're not very far off. I think offensively, we expected this team to be really, really good this year. It never really clicked, probably for a variety of reasons. Jaden was a little bit off. Terry not being there in the preseason, I think it was huge.
Massive.
I was listening to Take Command as I was driving in, which is Grant usually with Logan Paulson, but on game days, he often does it with Cedric Golston, former Commanders defensive star. And Kedrick pointed out Jaden's a guy who really loves reps.
Yeah.
Whether it's virtual reps, real reps, he likes reps. And he likes his reps with his guys.
Yeah.
And if you're not having your reps with your guys because they're hurt, I mean, Noah Brown was hurt I saw it. He was hurt the day I went to one of the mini camps or training camps.
Yeah.
And then Terry's not there. Like, you're working with different guys.
Yep. No doubt.
So
were
they didn't
out of
catch a
sync.
rhythm there.
It was odd. It was an odd, out of sync, out of rhythm, banged up, everything could go wrong type of year. You just want to wipe it away. Now, part of it is because they are older, and there's going to be an overhaul of this roster, and there's going to be some new blood they have to bring in. But it just never got a chance to get going. They certainly underachieved, in my opinion, because of the injuries. But this reminds you that, hey, they're still capable of winning, even with their backup quarterback at times.
And with Bill having this game, and he hadn't had one like this in a while. It was week 5 when he ran for 111 yards. After that, he had 4 more starts where he basically averaged 40 yards a game, 0 touchdowns, right? For Bill to have this game, it does kind of make me rethink it. I told you before that when I'm looking at next year, I'm thinking draft wide receiver in terms of the offense and sign a veteran running back. Maybe you don't have to. So that's what this next 3 weeks, you got to see if he can now repeat this and have another good game and build on this.
I've told you.
Because I think the offensive line is set.
Yeah.
We like their offensive line. Scary that Tunsil went down, but he came back in the game. I think that you can do fine with the offensive line. You got the quarterback. You got your number 1 receiver in Terry.
No, you need another receiver. You need another tight end for sure. I mean,
unless Sinnott shows you something
here.
here.
But he's not going to step up like he needs to. Like, he might step up
Probably
and catch
not.
30 balls. He's not going to catch 60. Right? You need a 60-catch
I've heard
tight
him
end.
described as a yak guy, and he was breaking tackles, right?
Listen, I'm not saying it's that he'll never be an impactful player. I think it's too early to write him off. But I don't think he's going to go from 5 catches to 50. I just don't think it's going to happen in 1 year.
Unlikely.
I think you need another one. But I'm telling you, and I've said it all along, even though none of those guys are stars, they like that running back room. They like them. And it's a classic running back by committee room. I don't think it's near the top of their needs.
It's definitely not at the top of the needs. But my point is, watching that game, seeing this result, I understand it's against a 2-12 team. I understand the context.
They have some players.
But I think you got to be excited because you saw the potential of this Washington offense. 1-800-636-1067. Tell me if I'm wrong or if you agree with me.
All right.
I think that you should be happy because you saw those flashes. Now, the big area of concern and the reason why this team really has sucked beyond the injuries is the defense is atrocious. And Jackson Dart is a fun player to watch. The Giants shouldn't rack up almost 400 yards against you. They went for 384 yards. That's super concerning. And the whole Dan Quinn taking over as defensive coordinator, maybe it's helped a little bit.
Well, I will say this. In their defense, we had 4 fumbles. I think we lost 3 of them, right? Because Bill fumbled and we kept it. That puts the defense in a bind, right?
Okay, but the Giants'
that puts the defense in a
offense
bind.
getting almost 400 yards.
Well, but those would be possessions that we extend, but we're just getting the defense back out on the field again, back out on the field again, back out on the field again. If they played a little bit more complimentary, held onto the ball, I think the defense would show. I think the defense has been on the whole better since DQ's been there. Last week was a big step backwards, but I thought this week a little bit better.
I think it's been better based on who they're playing.
Could be. All right, let's make out some of these calls. 800-636-1067. Play the music, Valdez. I'm happy they won. I know you tankers out there, you want the highest draft pick possible. I think that's for losers. Just draft well. Draft better. Have a better personnel department. Maybe you're going to miss out on a stud or two, but there are other studs. You can find studs in every round. Let's go to Earl in Burtonsville. Earl, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, fellas? How we doing this fine Monday morning?
Good. How are you, pal?
Doing great. I'm very, very happy. I'm ecstatic we won. As
Right?
You guys know I'm a season ticket holder. Got a big investment in this team in fantasy. I was 5 years old. This losing the last 2 months is made me absolutely sick.
Right.
I am thrilled to death we won. I'm not about that draft nonsense. That's for losers.
That's for the offseason, by the way. That's the kind of thing, honestly, that you think about. I'll give you week 17 or 18, whatever it is. I'll give you the last week. If you want to lay down in the last week, fine. But until then, I don't want to hear it.
Exactly. Because I got to be at this Saturday when we play Philly. All them idiots. I'm praying Jaden Daniels plays and what have you. I'm just thrilled though. I'm excited. Yeah. I'm happy as I don't know what.
Right.
I look forward to seeing you guys on Friday. I've listened to you guys for many years. I've never met you. You fine gentlemen. Can't wait to see you for your holiday show on Friday. God bless
great.
you. Hail to the Scares.
All right, thank you, pal.
A good reminder to promote that we're going to be at Hyde Social for our annual holiday show. That is this Friday in Clarendon at Hyde Social, broadcasting live. Doors open at 6 a.m., so everybody's invited to join us. You can start your holiday early with us, the Junks.
All right, let's go to Jermaine in Bowie. Jermaine, what's up, buddy? How you feeling?
Hey, what's up, John?
Hey, man.
I mean, I don't know. I don't feel great about the win. It's the Giants.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got to keep in mind it's the Giants. I mean,
You feel good about the win?
I don't.
You
I don't.
just feel nothing.
A win is a win, right? I feel nothing. A win is a win, but it is a Giants. And I think I don't know. I know you guys may disagree, but I think we should play for a draft pick. A number 3 draft pick is much more weight than a number 12 or 13 draft pick. And I know we want to win out, but
dude, if you look at the history of the draft, there are superstars taken everywhere, all over, especially in the first round, early in the first round, middle of the first round, late in the first round.
Yeah, but if you get a top 5 pick, you can trade down to get more draft picks and beef up.
They're going to do that anyway, probably. Regardless of where they end up, they're probably going to move down at some point. If not that first pick, they're going to move down. They're going to acquire more picks. No question about it.
Right, but my thing is, if we went out with 7 and 10, what's the difference with 7 and 10?
You know what? I feel like there's a big difference. Listen, maybe I'm wrong, and they proved it the year before when they went from 3 wins to 12, right? And JP always likes to point out that every year a team does, seemingly make some ridiculous turnaround. I just think it's a hell of a lot easier to go from 7 wins to 10 or 11 than it is to go from 4 to 10 or 11. I just think it's a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah, but we did it last year. I mean, the year before.
Don't you think that was rather fluky?
I think it was a lot. A lot of things happened right, and then I think this year a lot of things went wrong.
Exactly.
We couldn't afford to have any injuries. We didn't have enough backup players to have this many injuries that we had. So I just think this was a bad year. I want to get past it, and I want to move on to next year.
Right. All right. Thank you, Jermaine. Appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
All right.
1-800-636-1067. Right now, about 31% of the people who are voting at Junks Radio say they were not happy by the win
let's stay with the
because of the
positive.
worst draft pick.
69% are happy then. Let's go with the positive.
69% saying they were happy with the win.
70% are happy. I'll take that in this fickle town.
Look, in the NFL, I just looked at the last couple of drafts. You can say you'd rather have the third pick than, let's say, the 10th pick. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You would rather have the third pick than the 10th pick. But in the NFL, there are plenty of stars who are selected much later than the third pick.
That's my point.
I just looked. Jameer Gibbs was the 12th pick of the draft. I could go year by year, and you're going to find plenty of guys drafted after
You can
10
find undrafted
who are
free
stars.
agents that go to the Hall of Fame. You could find, I mean, where was Tom Brady, 6th-round pick, the legendary 6th-round pick? I mean,
Well,
come on.
just stick with this team. Arguably their best player on offense besides Jaden Daniels is Terry McLaurin. He wasn't a first-round pick.
No. Was he a 3rd-round pick?
Yeah.
3rd-round pick. So I totally agree. Think about the Patriots when they were in their heyday and they kept winning. The Ravens, you can say what you want. I know there's a rivalry between us and the Ravens. Ravens are a model organization. They never really bottom out. Just draft well. Stop being a wuss. Stop being a baby.
And I think there's a
loser.
value to winning football for these players. If they were to lose 12 games in a row, and what we had said is, and they could still win one of these next 3 games, but what we had said is when you looked at the last 4 games, given the 8-game losing streak, the Giants was the game that you have to win. It's hard to say you have a must-win game, but that of the 4 games was the must-win because they also were, a team struggling. They're 2-12. Beat them. Division opponent.
I know that the last game may be meaningless, so kind of take that part out of the equation, just assuming they're all somewhat equal. I think they're going to win. It's nothing great, but I think they're going to win one of the next 3. I don't know how.
I think so, too. Look, Dallas lost last night.
I think they can win one of the next 3, so that would be 2-2 down the stretch. Not great, but it's a banged-up team, and we'll get to the quarterback situation. They're probably just going to stick with Mariota at this point. That's kind of the vibe we've had, and then you see all these other guys go down with injuries. We'll get into that throughout the show. I think they're going to get one more.
Again, Dallas lost last night. J.J. McCarthy carved him up. J.J. had one of his better games. He did throw a pick, but really nice touchdown. His first touchdown was a beautiful ball. Threw it from about the 30-yard line right on the money. Dallas is beatable. And, look, you actually stole a game against the Eagles last year. I know Jalen Hurts was concussed in that game, but we'll see what happens. They haven't been super right. I know they had a great game yesterday, but they could get a win. I think yesterday was a positive step for the Washington Commanders. Should mention, coming up later this hour, listen for your chance right around 6:53 for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Oseyo Korean Barbecue. That'll come up at 6:53 here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token tonight. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. We'll get back into the Commanders coming up at 7 o'clock. John Keim, ESPN.com Commanders reporter, will join us. Also, we will check in with Funny Danny Rouillet, coming up at 8 o'clock for our colleague check-in. We'll find out if he's happy about the Commanders winning the game. He's not often happy when talking about the Commanders. And we all haven't been that happy. But they get a win to improve to, it's kind of unfathomable, 4-10 on the year. All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page.
I will
brought to
say
you by.
this. I know you're going to move on. If they finish, I guess it would be 7-10 at this point, I'd feel way better than if they finished 4-13. I honestly would.
Yeah.
I just feel like we're a little bit closer. 4-13 feels miles away from being competitive.
They lost 8 in a row. And I think their defense stinks. They've got a lot to do with that defense, but their defense stunk last year when they won 12 games. I don't think they're as far off as you think. And the way the NFL works is they're going to get a softer schedule next year, and it could be very favorable for them, so long as Jayden Daniels stays healthy, which is the biggest reason this team has been in this situation, is because their starting quarterback has played in less than half the games.
But also their starting receiver.
Yes, but the biggest factor is the starting quarterback. We talked about it last week. Grant had that great visual, I thought, where the guy's only finished 3 games healthy this year.
Yeah.
Think about that. 3 games, that's it. That's the amount of games he's finished healthy, start to finish. 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. But let's do a little Junkie Sports page. Brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Company spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Virginia. You can find Eagle Eye Rye, Maple Old Fashioned, and Independence Bourbon now available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. And we'll start with things that went down on Saturday. Number one, I think it's a great story. Fernando Mendoza wins the Heisman.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of those years, though, where there wasn't like a runaway train Heisman. He doesn't have like the statistics that, Jayden had when he won the Heisman or some of these others. But you've got the Indiana Hoosiers as the number 1 team, and it's really been a great story. A guy who started at Cal, was a 3-star, and has worked his way up to be the best quarterback in college football.
I mean, I've seen, again, it's all a crapshoot, but I've seen some mock drafts where he goes 1.
Oh, yeah.
1. So you're talking about a turnaround and a great kid, loved by his teammates, humble, everything you want in a leader, as far as I'm concerned. To the other kid, right, who
talking about Pavia?
Pavia gave the voters the finger and told them to F off. And
he's got a little Johnny Manziel in him.
I mean, forget that guy. Who's drafting that guy high? Nobody, in my opinion.
Yeah, so Mendoza, a lot of people said after his speech that he could be a politician, kind of says everything right.
I feel like it comes from the heart, though. I don't get a Eddie Haskell vibe with him.
Spoken Spanish a little bit because he's kind of honoring his Cuban-American heritage.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everything to like about that guy.
So the guy nailed it with his speech. He wins the Heisman Trophy, and it could be a magical season if Indiana wins it all, and why not? I mean, they beat Ohio State in the Big Ten Championship. So congratulations to Fernando Mendoza, wins the Heisman. EB, the Terps played on Saturday nights against Michigan. Decent first half.
Were they
They're
up at halftime?
50-46 in the first half, but 56-33 in the second half. They fall to Michigan 101-83. Michigan's number 2 team in the country.
Did you see somebody had retweeted before the game a promo that one of the networks did for the game? But Valdez, this would have infuriated you because it even infuriated me, and I'm pretty detached from the Terps right now. It was like, Michigan will take on Maryland. Maryland will try to find a way to not lose by 30. I mean, that's how they promoted it.
Oh, that was a shot.
I mean, something to that effect.
What an a-hole.
Something to that effect. I mean, really awful. I can't remember what it must. Was it what network was the game on? Was it a Big Ten game?
No, it was on Fox.
It was on Fox, so it must have been one of the Fox announcers somewhere.
Like a FS1 maybe?
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I just saw it like on Twitter. I just saw the reel, And I was like, wow. And so I was glad to see that they put up a fight. And I saw. I mean, it looked like they had a moral victory. I saw a coach in the locker room, and seemed like he was rather pleased with himself.
Well, good first half.
Right?
You fall apart in the second half. Michigan, Jason was talking about them before they played Villanova last week, that they're one of the most explosive offenses in the league. I mean, in college basketball to average nearly 100 points is pretty outrageous. So they lose to the
What were you
number 2
gonna say,
team in
Ben?
the country.
Huge ref show.
Oh yeah.
Massive.
Because they got over involved, you mean?
Yeah, they ejected Solomon
I
Washington
saw
for
that
basically no
underneath the
reason.
basket.
That
Yeah,
was
it
big.
was-
Payne went down with an injury. Turkson got a technical as well, and yeah, that changed the entire game. And I'm not saying they would have won the game, but the
It was a
refs
ref
controlled the second half.
Now, are you calling the games for the Terps on the radio or on their campus thing or something, or
No, that was just when I was a student.
just when you were a student?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
The Caps had a dud on Saturday. They lose to the Jets 5-1.
I watched some of that. That was uninspiring. What can you do? I think when I turned it on, they were down 3-0 already.
You know
in the
what's
second period.
crazy is that, when we talked to Carberry, I believe it was Wednesday when we talked to him last week, they had ascended to first place in the division. And just like a couple little setbacks, they had a shootout loss where you do get a point, and then they lost this. I think in 3 out of their last 4 games, they haven't had W's, right? They've had a couple of shootout games, and then they lost this so that they've already dropped to 3rd place in the division. And they've won 7 out of their last 10, all right? And the losses, besides this one, were, shootout losses, but you still drop to 40 points, which has you in 3rd place in the Metro. So kind of a dud from the Caps. It'll be interesting to see how they look. My guy, Ryan Leonard had been playing well. He's going to be out for a while, so they're dealing with some injuries.
What happened to him?
With hockey, it's always weird.
That was the upper body thing. They
I
said it
can't
was a
remember
shoulder or
exactly
something?
with Ryan Leonard, but
Yeah.
so the Caps suffered a loss. All right, let's get to yesterday's NFL.
I thought they said, didn't they say last time? Didn't Cake say his arm was in a sling or something? I think that might have been it. Could be wrong.
Let's get to yesterday's
Well,
NFL.
hold on. You're not going to mention the Wiz? Wiz got a dub.
Well, sure, we can mention that.
Come on. They got a dub. If you get a dub, they got to get a mention.
AB.
Huh?
I almost made a joke to you last week. I didn't get a chance to do it on
Yeah,
air.
yeah.
But you were saying, I don't even know if I'm going to watch this Commanders game. Like, we're just losers. It's
Yeah,
not going to be
yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
I was like, if you want to see a big winner, watch the Wizards game
You
Sunday.
called it?
Well, I didn't
You
end up.
didn't call it publicly, but in your brain?
But it would have been a joke. I didn't think we would have won.
Right.
Now
Well,
they
we didn't
played a
play
team
any
that
guys.
is 6-20.
I know, but we didn't even play a bunch of our guys, right? I'm looking at the box.
Yeah, got good contributions from Bagley. He's been good this year, and
Uh-huh.
he's filled in nicely with Sarr being out and gave up 89 points in a game. Did you ever imagine they'd give up
No.
under 100 in a game?
No, shocking. And it's on the heels of I retweeted yesterday. Somebody, I should give them credit. I can't remember who it was, but they pointed out that in the last 3 years, at the 23 game mark, they've been 3-20, 3-20, 3-20.
That's incredible.
It's incredible. Just the same. The same.
All right, so we'll get into the NFL a little bit later. Coming up next, John Kine from ESPN will join us. But as we mentioned, 6:53, your chance to win a $50 gift card to Oseo Korean Barbecue. Caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. Oseo Korean Barbecue. That first sizzle says it all. Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Bring the crew, bring your appetite, and mention the fan when you order for a complimentary starter. Oseo, come on in. That's OSEYO. Caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. You'll get the gift card. John Kine from ESPN next as we get back into the Commanders on a Victory Monday.
Turn on the news. There's a new headline every day. Inflation climbing, interest rates shifting, new tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, that's spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TRAJANwealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement, client. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Finally, the big dub for the Washington Commanders, defeating the New York Giants 29-21, ending the losing streak at 8. Head coach Dan Quinn relished the moment.
This has been hard, and going through this process together, take a few extra minutes today. There's nothing like the feeling of a winning locker room. We're in this division tournament. As we're kind of battling through our space, there's plenty of stuff for us to correct and pick at, but I thought we've been hearing enough inside the building, outside the building. I want to start off maybe by saying what's right about instead of what's wrong.
Commanders against the Eagles Saturday, Sunday night. Vikings beat the Cowboys 34-26. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes leave with apparent ACL injuries. Denver beat Green Bay 34-26. Rams over the Lions 41-34. Both have secured playoff spots. Phillip Rivers touchdown pass and lost to the Seahawks. Wizards defeat the Pacers 108-89. Marvin Bagley 23. Virginia Tech over Maryland Eastern Shore 82-53. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber? Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle. It is a Victory Monday, first time in a couple of months. Presented by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Joining us right now is our pal, John Keim. Hey, John.
What up, fellas?
There's no way before the season you could have foreseen an 8-game losing streak, but that's what we had to endure. How did it feel to see the team get a win? I know that Dan Quinn was quite elated.
Yeah, I think there was, I don't know if it was relief, but certainly they could exhale a little bit, right?
They looked happy, John. What I saw, they looked happy.
Sure. Oh, for sure, and you have to be happy. And I think even if you're out of it, right? It's 4-10. Like, okay, we know what the fans think and all that. But for them, like, the way they've approached this has been the same throughout. In other words, like the work they do, et cetera. So to finally be rewarded, it's a very good feeling. Mm-hmm. And you could definitely see, like, even on the face of Mariota after the game, there was just there was a burden lifted too, because like in last week was such an ugly game that to follow that up with, while it wasn't always pretty, like they could have put that game away a lot, right? The fumbles were silly, et cetera. But to follow it up with a win on the road in bad conditions, very, very cold, et cetera, where I've seen other teams are just like, yeah, you go up there, you talk a big game, and then you get hit in the mouth and say, yeah, okay, it's just another game, right? So I think like all those factors led to that. Like they still believe in what they think they can do, not this year, but what they're trying to get to eventually. So I think all that adds up, and it's why they felt a lot, obviously very good. So it was, it was obviously very good.
As a diehard fan, I'm happy anytime they win. Yeah. I'm thrilled. It was hard for me to get worked up for the game at this point, to be honest with you, John.
For sure.
I tell you, once it got going and they built the early lead, I definitely didn't want to piss that one away. And I was pretty emotionally invested for a 3-win team at that point. But I can't emphasize enough for those of us that wonder, is this DQ shtick really real? There's some cheesy elements to it for me. But when I saw, again, I'm an outsider. I only see what the cameras allow and what's available to them. But when I saw the guys, and that you could see real joy in that locker room for a 4-win team, that told me for sure he hasn't lost this team. And that's what they've all maintained. But sometimes I question. But for sure, there was real enthusiasm in there, and I was happy for the guys.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And this is why I've kind of maintained, like, I know for the draft, for the crowd that pays attention more to the draft and wants the draft pick more than anything, you don't want a season where it ends that poorly, because they still do buy into what he says and what he is. Like, if you lose 12 in a row and it gets ugly, like, you're going to lose that too, you know? And so yes, that element absolutely exists. And I think if you're trying to maintain, you know, or build certain standards, habits, et cetera, then you need to have games like yesterday where you can win. And, you know, it's funny because, like, yes, it wasn't, you know, I know they finally win and you get some people are going to be upset because it didn't look good enough because the Giants stink. The Giants have been a lot more competitive than this team this year. So that's one thing. But the other thing is, and sometimes, like, you know, they still had that adversity or whatever. You could have said, if a team that quits would be like, oh, all right, here it goes again, just fold up. And that's not what happened. You know, they could have done that a couple times, right? And so, yeah, no, there's still a strong belief in that. Now, whether or not where it goes from here as far as like 2026 and beyond, I don't know. But, yes, they still buy into that. And I think that's why, again, it's important for them to get rewarded with that, and for them to see, like, yes, you know, you stick in the course a little bit here helps. And again, we're still talking about 4-10 team. I know, you know, we all know what this season is, and but to you know, especially to bounce back after last week, and others have said too, like, they've been on teams that have quit before. And I think I told you guys one time, like, I had one guy tell me, like, he's been on teams where you start smelling alcohol on breath of guys who come into the locker room or whatever, you know, like, it gets really out of hand, and that's not what's happening here. So for whatever that's worth, there's still that.
Hey, John didn't smell any alcohol. That's a good thing. There's one thing that their wins have in common, and, you know, this might be common for most teams, but when they have won games this year, twice against the Giants, against the Raiders, against the Chargers, they've been able to run the football successfully. And I think if you start looking ahead, it had been a while to feel positive about Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill had a big game yesterday. You got to see the resurgence, and maybe that was because, you know, Chris Rodriguez didn't play. He got his opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to have to, you know, continue working on ball security. But what you see with him is there's just, like, he's almost like a little pinball sometimes going through that middle. Like, he bounces off and keeps going forward. And there's a vision, like, even on the touchdown run. Now, there's a big hole that he cuts through, but that's not a design run. He's running to the left, and he sees that and cuts. Like, there's a instinct and vision that he has that's really tough. And he also is a very tough runner between the tackles, more so than what they realized. When they drafted him, I think they thought it'd be more of a you know, maybe more of a, not clearly not finesse. It's not a finesse league, but like more of a third down type guy, not a between the tackles type runner. And that's the biggest thing I think they've learned this year with him, is that he can do that. And he is tough. So yeah, like that. I think it was what helps you run the ball is, like, when the defense doesn't give up a lot of points early. So that definitely helped, and getting that first drive helped to maintain that, because there were runs early like this run didn't work, that run didn't work, but they stuck with it because they could. And, you know, I mean, Kingsbury even said during the week, like, that's what they do best right now, and they could finally stick with it. Like, last week you couldn't, but this week you could. And yeah, he's been a good story this year. It's just that because of the way the season has gone, you weren't going to see the opportunities for him. And like you said, Rodriguez, yesterday would have been a really good game for Rodriguez too. Like, I felt pretty good that one of those guys was going to have a good game, but it was good to see what Krosky-Merritt did, because it is a reminder, like, you know, he can help you.
You know, John, with so many needs on this team, I've kind of been maintaining to some of my colleagues and guys that call in that they do like that running back room. And while we don't have a Saquon or a Gibbs, those guys can all contribute, and they're sort of the epitome of a running back by committee. And in terms of needs, I don't think it's anywhere near the top.
Oh, it's not near. Well, I think because there's a long list of needs, right?
Yeah.
Especially, and I would say at premium positions, because you need to get another defense. You need to get a young defensive end. You need to get a cornerback. You know, another cornerback. So like another playmaker at receiver. Premium spots. in playmaking spots.
All things
Not
being
that-
equal, where do you go? Let's assume they're all sort of equally rated. Where do you go with the first pick? Let's just cut to the chase.
Well, then I think I'm right now I'm looking, especially the way the draft sets up, either D end or receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So because I think there's quality there, and especially where they're going to be picking.
And I assume they're going to trade down and get more picks, et cetera.
Well, we don't. Well, they're going to try to, but let's say I would just say assume they stick with their pick because we don't know. It's everybody's going to want to trade down, but is there a team that's willing to move up? And so I think that's something that look in the offseason how many times that happens. But let's say they stick with their pick. It's a very good class for what they want at D end and receiver. And then they can use a safety. Like Caleb Downs could be sitting there where they pick late. If you draft 8, he might still be sitting there. So if not, it could be there's a couple of really good receivers. One of those guys will be there. They need that too. And then it depends on what do they do in free agency? Because if they get somebody in free agency, well, then you scratch it off the list, and now you can focus on something else. But they need those positions. I think on the defensive line, you need a good young lineman, period.
Joined by John Keim from ESPN.com on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. So there's been a lot of curiosity based on where he was drafted in Ben Sinnott. And you only got one catch, and you got some yards after the catch. You're somebody who's there every day, who talks to people in the know. What is his skill set? Like, what type of tight end can he be?
So it's funny because, I know they're going to ask me about Ben, so I watched all of his routes that he ran yesterday. He only ran 8 routes.
Mm-hmm.
So a couple things. He and Ertz are very, very different. Like, Ertz gets open more through just detailed route running, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the selling fakes, knowing how to, like that, he has that little cut to the middle, like he sells the outside route, the flat route, and gets to the middle because he knows how to sell it. That's not Ben. He's not going to sell it quite as well. So what you'll hear from them is as much, and he even knows it, like a lot of times, like whether he's a catch and run guy, that's more what he does, right? So play action passes, bootlegs, things like that. But they tried that a couple times yesterday, like in heavier tight end packages is when he would be more out on routes. So two tight end packages with 3 offensive tackles, 3 tight end packages getting out on bootlegs. Like that's the kind of stuff where he was being targeted. And there were a couple times yesterday where, Mariota's throwing the ball before there was one where he's kind of open over the middle, but Mariota's already thrown the ball to Debo. Another time where he might be open, but he's getting the ball to Debo down the field. So going more to playmakers down the field than to him. But that is like, he's considered a catch and run guy. He's done a nice job as a blocker, and he had a couple of good blocks yesterday as well. And that's where I think he's really contributed mostly, obviously. But that's what you always hear.
But John, we know Bates is a blocker. Kind of what I'm getting to is Ertz isn't going to be here next year.
Right.
All right.
I think you need to
Can Ben Sinnott fill that spot, or are they going to have to get a pass catching tight end?
I think you need to go out and get another one that's a primary role for them.
Gotcha.
And I still think Sinnott can help you, right? Like he can be a guy that can help you in certain ways, but is he going to be that? Is he going to evolve to a 50 catch guy?
He's not going to go from 5 to 50 in 1 year.
I think that would be, you have to take a leap of faith at this point, but can he help you? Yes. And I think the hard part is obviously he was drafted in the second round, so that makes it tougher to say that, but he can help you. It's just, will he evolve to that guy? I think that would be, at this point, asking a lot. And then it's like, I think then it's, what are you doing at receiver? Because then if you're a little bit more explosive there, do you need that as much? Like they don't have as many guys. So Ertz was a very good security blanket for them, and maybe that's what they need there. But, I don't know. I think you would probably want to go get another one there to help versus just expecting that he'll take that kind of a leap. But could he take a leap from a 5 catch to a 20 to 25 catch guy? Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
For sure. And and really, I know a lot of people are going to who knows, because we haven't seen it, but they are with them and they know, I think, what they have. And I know guys are, they still seem to be optimistic about what he can do, but what's the level that he can get to? And I think it'd be hard to jump from this to something way above.
Let's talk about the defense a little more, though, like sort of as a whole. Last week, a dud, obviously, just one of those, just throw it out. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, just a total disaster. I'd say on the whole, though, I feel like they have played better under DQ, including yesterday. I thought they were put in some tough spots with all those fumbles, which probably made it look a little worse. But I feel like Mikey's played better. I feel like Luvu's played better. Mikey got beat, but he also made a play. You know, I mean, Vaughn plays like a third of the time, and he's leading the team in sacks. You know, he's doing a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Some guys seem to be stepping up a little bit.
A little bit, and Vaughn is funny because like of all the players on that D, like he's probably done exactly what you thought or hoped he could do.
Yeah,
I mean, he's got 7 sacks. Like when they sign him, like if he gets in that, he's in that like 6 to 8 sack range. Like that's solid for him, given the role they had anticipated for him, right? And he had a couple more pressures. Like he still can rush the passer,
right?
He's not, So I mean, he's done a nice job. Don't
you think Mikey's played better on the whole, even though he got beat on the one? I feel like he's played better the last few weeks.
No, I think so too. I think the one thing that you really like about him is that he knows how to make plays, and you don't have a lot of guys in back there who make plays. And I remember years ago talking to when Steve Jackson was defensive backs coach here, and he'd talk about like some guys will come back to the sidelines and like, oh, coach, I saw this. Next time I see it, I'm going to break on it like this. I'm going to make this play. And then they see it again and they don't make the play. Mikey sees it and makes the play. Like he read the route yesterday. Like he had a very good detailed description about what he saw in that play and why he could break on it and why he could stop backpedaling and start breaking on it. Like he knew that it was going to be, he knew where the receiver was going because of that. So like that's what he offers you for sure. Now, they played a lot more man yesterday, and you could because the Giants don't exactly have very good receivers right now, but that was the most man coverage they played all year. And that comes off a stretch where they played heavy zone.
Interesting.
In part because of matchups too, right? Like that was a big thing. So you can do a little bit more when you're doing, when you're able to be a little bit more diverse. I think last week that really cost them because, I would say this, I don't think Minnesota felt that was the toughest defense they've ever faced.
Yeah.
And I kind of know that, right? Like that, so in part of it was they basically rotated to 2 different coverages. It felt like, right? It wasn't, they weren't able to be very diverse because of, for a variety of reasons. Yesterday I felt like they could be. But yeah, Mikey's a competitor. I mean, I know there's been a lot of inconsistencies this year, but he's a competitor and he's tough and he's smart. And you keep trying to find where guys like that sit best because he can't help you when you get him there. So, I still would say like get another, if you can get another bigger corner, like they like him playing more off coverage, with a zone using his eyes. It's, which is what happened on the interception. That's where he's best versus coming up and like press man on an outside receiver. That's not where they felt like he is like at his strength, right? But he has strengths and he still offers you a lot. And, the other last part on him too, and everybody wants linear progression and that's what you get. But some, young guys still go through a lot of stuff in this league before you kind of put it all together, right? And, is that what he's going through? And, we'll find out more next year to see like maybe there were some things he learned this year because he's a smart player. So I think, some things he's gone through, I'm sure he'll be able to process differently in the future.
And 4 interceptions on the year, believe it or not, is 6th in the NFL. It's not too shabby. It's hard to get interceptions in the league. And like you said, he's a playmaker. John, always a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks, guys.
That's John Keim from ESPN.com. All right, do you want to get into your Jaden question next? Because I do think it's interesting. I hadn't really thought about it before.
Well, I'll tell you. Listen, I have been as steadfast as anybody. The kid needs to play. He needs the reps.
Agreed.
But when you see like Mahomes and those guys go down, and listen, everybody it can always get hurt. But at this stage of the season, like Pat Mahomes would be lucky to get back in October. like middle October, maybe. You know, because they're not going to rush him back. They're gonna let it heal.
So it's
Man.
giving you pause.
And I'll say, for being a steadfast, hard, this guy needs the reps. Watching Micah and watching Pat Mahomes go down with injuries this late in the season, it does make me wonder.
It's making you hesitate. All right. I want to hear from callers because I hadn't really thought about that before you mentioned. 1-800-636-1067. The Commanders win without Jaden Daniels. We were surprised last week that they shut him down. And there are some people that wanted him shut down the rest of the way no matter what because they've been eliminated from the playoffs. But the Junkies actually wanted him to play because we think he needs experience. Did what you see yesterday around the NFL with Patrick Mahomes tearing his ACL and then Micah Parsons going down with what everybody believes is a torn ACL, did that give you pause and make you rethink it? Or do you want to see Jaden on the field? I will tell you right now, I want to see Jaden on the field. 1-800-636-1067.
All right, guys, EB here. Are you thinking about selling your home? Well, choosing the right agent is everything, right? You're not just hiring somebody to list the house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line. It's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year. I know the best move I ever did was selling a house, buying the next one. That's why you got to go with proven sellers like Realtor rock stars Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. While the average agent just throws your home online and they just sit there, hope and pray. No, the Empower Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. Digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, all of that to create a buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by the Empower Home Team don't just sit, they sell fast. And not just fast, they sell for top dollar. And here's the best part. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell for whatever reason, Debbie and Sarah will just buy it themselves at a price you agree upon. That's their guarantee. So you have nothing to lose, people. So what are you waiting for? Call Debbie, Sarah, Reynolds, and Power Team now. Find out more about this guarantee and others. Here's the number. Memorize it. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Reminder, you can join us at Hyde Social in Clarendon this Friday. It's our annual holiday show. We'll be drinking, having a good time throughout the show. Broadcasting live from Hyde Social in Arlington. Doors open at 6 a.m. for everyone to join in on the fun. Start your holiday early with us, the Junks. And you know what? It'll be a football Friday, and we'll still be in Victory Monday mode, which is presented by Chiniga Mios, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. Commanders get the win 29-21.
Come on, buddy.
And that is without Jaden Daniels under center. And now we wonder, will he be under center again this season?
You got to preface it by saying, I think all of us kind of sensed. I think all of us for sure wanted him to continue to play. I can't remember where Cakes was on that. I think he was too. I think we all wanted to play, but we were getting the sense that they were laying the foundation to shut him down.
No doubt. When Scott Abraham
it.
asked him that question and kind of flipped the script, Dan Quinn stumbled and bumbled an impressor, and it sounded like to me that somebody higher up, whether it's Adam Peters, whether it's Josh Harris, whether it's the basketball guy they got from Golden State, Bob Myers, somebody it felt like was telling him he's not going to play this week, which was odd because that was coming off a game in which Dan Quinn said he could have returned in that game, that he was fine, that he could have returned in that game, but they chose to not play him because they were off.
Right. And I think it's important. It's a distinction that I don't think I'm going to maintain this. He didn't get re-injured. He was, he's dealing with a bad elbow or whatever, and he fell on it, and it hurt, but nothing structurally different. And, in a real situation, he maybe runs off the field for a play or two or a series. They check him, and it goes back in.
Right.
But
they said no structural damage.
Right. It wasn't a new injury. He didn't re-injure anything. It hurt. And that's, it's pro football. Things hurt. But by the same token, watching Mahomes go down, and guys go down every week in this league. But when a player of that caliber goes down, a player of Micah Parsons goes down, and they go down this late, I mean, I've been through this with my kid. We've all had injuries, and our friend, and we know how it works in professional sports. I'm counting on my fingers, and I'm going, well, Mahomes, they're not going to rush him back, so they're not going to let him do. Like, my son came back in 8 months. They're not going to let a professional athlete do that. They're just not going to, right? Not of it. So it's going to be 9-10 months. You're looking at mid-October at best, probably November. Probably November at the earliest. They'll brace.
I think it depends on.
They're not going to let him come back in a lightning speed all in for week one deal. They're just
probably not at this point.
They're not going to do that with something that's that, because the longer you wait, it's proven. There are studies, you can look it up, the less likely you are to re-injure it, right? Because it just gives you more time to heal. So you're up until a certain point, right?
But you have to build stability. You don't want compensation, which leads to more injuries.
Well, you also just have to let it heal.
So it's giving you pause because you wanted him to play. Again, preface it by saying the last time we saw Jaden, he plays a half. He plays the first series, the second half. He lands on the elbow after throwing the interception. So he throws the interception. He gets hurt. He goes to the blue tent. According to Dan Quinn, he could have come back in the game.
Right.
They chose not to play him. That's why we found it curious that all of a sudden on Wednesday of last week, they said, oh, Jaden's not going to play. And Coach Quinn sounded very different at the podium than he did beforehand.
Now, I could give them the benefit of the doubt.
And they played and let me just point out, they played the percentage game, right? Which was curious because he said, well, when he came back for that game, there was 29% or whatever the percentage was left in the season.
5 games
right?
left.
So then we just started doing our math. Well, if you're not playing him in this game, which he didn't play, and that leaves 3 games left, all of a sudden that percentage is a lot smaller, and they might just ride it out and say, well, we're shutting them down.
And I'm telling you, I think those injuries to those superstars, I think it's impactful.
It shouldn't affect you, though. Your decision about your player should not be influenced by the outside, right? Injuries happen all the time, but you should not be influenced by that. Meaning, if you had your mission statement, and your mission statement was, we want to get Jaden as many reps as possible while he's healthy, that shouldn't be influenced because pass rusher tears his ACL and, a great quarterback tears their ACL in the same day. But it might be. I'm just saying it shouldn't be. And I think
as a human, it affects you.
And I think kind of like yesterday gave me a little more optimism about the Commanders based on them having some success and seeing, well, yeah, this is what they can do. I think Jayden would benefit from that. I would play him. 1-800-636-1067. If you disagree with me, you can say, nope, shut him down. I don't want to risk Jayden's health because of what I saw from Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons yesterday.
I certainly do not care about his dumb elbow. The left elbow, I couldn't care less about it. To me, I don't care. I don't think it's a meaningful part of his body, so I don't care. But I am worried about maybe the other parts, but I certainly am not holding him out because I need that dumb elbow to heal.
But you were pro playing him beforehand.
I probably still am, but I tell you, I sat there yesterday and went, man, if we lost Jayden on a fluke play, it's just because it's one of those where everything's gone wrong.
But that could happen in week 1 next year.
But but at least he wouldn't be out the whole next following season.
And this,
it's just so late that there's no coming back from it now.
This is probably not going to affect my opinion of Jayden down the road. I'd like to see him finish 3 straight games.
I would too.
Get in 3 games, finish all 3 games, because everybody is questioning whether he's injury prone. Some people don't like to use that word.
I know.
But the reality is the guy has missed a bunch of games. And you might say, well, they're all kind of freaky injuries. They're all not related to each other. One's a hamstring, one's an elbow, one's a knee.
You know what?
But it starts piling up.
That might be the definition of injury prone.
They're just guys who are injury prone. I'm going to jump to the NBA. Anthony Davis is always injured. He always misses games. They're just guys like that. And you can put last year in Jayden's column of, hey, he played every game. He started every game. There were
also
2 games
college.
he didn't finish.
I also maintain college.
And you can throw college in
55 games.
But this year, and his frame, give you pause.
Yeah.
That's my word of or phrase of the day, give you pause.
All right, let's pay off these calls. Let's go to, let me see here. Let's go to Brandon in Charleston, 800-636-1067. Did this weekend winning and seeing other superstars go down with catastrophic injuries, does that make you reevaluate things? Let's go to Brandon. Brandon, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, team?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, EB, all last year I heard you throwing out Hall of Fame,
yes.
Hall of Fame type caliber. I just don't think that it is worth the risk, given that the season's done, and if we really think that he is that caliber of a player.
You might be right. I'm just selfish also and want to see him prove he can play 3 straight games.
Nobody agrees with the both of you more than me when it comes to a player getting better by actual in-game reps. But I just don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on this one. I think that is the smart thing to do is let him fully heal. Because when I watched that play when he went down last week, and you go back and watch it, and I'm listening to y'all Hard Knocks last night, and I'm watching that play, as those guys go down, they're using their offhand to brace their fall most of the time.
Yeah.
And heaven forbid he goes down to brace a fall and does real damage to the elbow or another body part like you guys are saying. I just don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, but they said no structural damage. And things are going to be sore. There's a difference,
It hurts when he lands on it.
I'm sure you've had injuries. Everybody's had injuries from time to time, and sometimes things heal, but they'll still hurt when they get hit.
Right.
When I go back and I look at what happened to RG years back, and we brought him back too early, he wasn't fully recovered, but that was because we were in the fight that year.
Mm-hmm.
And then, look, we never got the same RG back ever again.
I know, but this is an elbow. Literally, this elbow is meaningless.
Thanks, pal. I mean, that is a distinction that, in some circumstances, you endure more because you're in the mix, and they're eliminated. But I do think there's value, especially for a young quarterback who hasn't been his best this year, to play 3 games. It's valuable experience.
Yeah, I agree. I just got a little nervous.
If he was in year 5 or year 10, okay, shut him down because we know what he can do. And I think we do know what Jaden can do, but it'd be nice to see him catch a rhythm
You know
at the end
how
of the
it's
year.
been nice to see Terry remind us?
Right.
Kind of want to see that with Jaden again. All right, let's go to Sean in Frederick. Sean, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks.
Hey, what's up? Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, man. If he's able to play, I think he should play. He needs the experience, and he's getting paid. So, yep.
You have no qualms about it. The only thing is, it just feels like a snake bitten year. Like,
100%.
You know,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It sucks for sure. It's been rough.
Yeah. All right, thank you,
But
Sean. I appreciate
need
it.
Continuity. They need continuity.
Yeah. Thank you, buddy.
Don't you think Jaden wants to play too?
Yes. But I think he wanted to play this week. I think he's wanted to play every time they've sat him. Honestly, and look, you got to protect players. I get it. They're all competitive. But some guys are a little less maybe excited to play on an injury than others. I think if it was up to Jaden, he wouldn't have missed one game this year. If it was up to him, he would have gone out there with tape on his hamstring and would have said, I can get through it. Same thing with the elbow when they, because they popped it back in, whatever, put some pads on it. I think he would have played every game if it was up to him.
Yeah, I don't know about with the knee. I don't remember exactly.
I think the knee's the one that he finished.
Yeah.
Is that the game he finished?
Yeah, but sometimes, when you have a knee injury, they kept him out.
He wouldn't have been 100%.
Because the knee, you might be worried that that'll lead to a bigger knee.
He would have been limping around.
Right, you might believe that that'll lead to a bigger knee injury.
Yeah.
So you might be precautious there. But I do think, by and large, he wants to play. And I think, too, probably psychologically, he sees Caleb, who's probably going to be in the playoffs. His team's really good. Bo Nix, I mean, that team is just rolling. He had a 4-touchdown game. Drake May might win the MVP. He might want to remind people, hey, I'm Jaden Daniels. I'm the guy who was unbelievable last year.
He's an athlete. He just wants to play. He just wants to play. He's an athlete. His boys are practicing. They're out there competing. You only have 17 of these a year, right? They're flying by. You have limited opportunity. And even if he has a 10, 12-year career, it goes by fast. So I think he just wants to play.
1-800-636-1067. Do you want to see Jaden play these final 3 games? Or do you think, based on what you saw yesterday around the league, Micah Parsons going down, Patrick Mahomes going down, tearing his ACL. By the way, dirty play, it seemed like. Late hit, right? Do you want to just shelve him? You don't want to risk it. And you don't play Jaden Daniels down the stretch. We'll take more of your calls next at 1-800-636-1067. Welcome back on a Victory Monday on the Fan, presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. EB, you get to hear this music all week when we hit the skins.
I love it.
Hit the skins, by the way, cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. The dining experience is as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in. We've been talking about this 29-21 win over the Giants. You sweep the Giants, EB. You know what? Commanders' division record's pretty good. If you're looking at positive, the division record is good. You got 3 more division games coming up. Commanders get that win. But now we're starting to look ahead at the next 3 games and wondering, are we going to see Jaden back on the field? 2 weeks ago, he plays the first half, comes out in the second half, gets hurt after the interception. Didn't get injured, no structural damage, but they kept him out of that game. Then they kept him out of this game, and we're wondering if you would want to see him back on the field in these final 3 games, or maybe you got scared seeing Patrick Mahomes go down.
I don't know. It gave me a little pause, and I've been as diehard as anyone. And it's only just in the sense that, man, everything just seems to be going wrong. It's not because I'm worried about his dumb elbow. I don't care about that elbow. But it does make me think, man, there are only 3 games left at this point. But I would, if you put a gun to my head, I'd rather see him play. I did get a little skittish. Just no way.
I don't like this. I don't like you being all cautious and
I'm not a cautious person.
being a wuss. I don't like you being a wuss.
I don't think of myself as a wuss except for cold. I don't like being cold. But
I know EB. He's actually a wuss in a lot of things.
Well, I'm definitely a wuss.
Doesn't like heights.
Yeah, I mean,
heights are.
I don't
hard.
like snakes. I don't. There's a lot of things I don't like. I have a lot of anxiety. But playing Jaden has always been my default. I just think he has to play as a football player, and if he's going to be our franchise quarterback, he needs to play. He can't just only play in like 6 games a year, and then when you get eliminated, then you just sit him. You can't do that. He has to play.
It's a bad precedent.
And I think the other guys would probably resent it a little bit, even though they know it's not his decision. He needs the reps to be better. But it's so late in the season that if he did suffer a catastrophic injury, it would virtually wipe out next season, and then that really puts us behind the 8 ball. So that's the only reason why I'm getting a little bit scared, seeing what happened to those guys and counting my fingers and toes and going, wow, they're really kind of screwed.
I think Dan Quinn
are screwed.
I think Jaden wants to play. I think Dan Quinn would like to play him, but I threw out that theory last week. These basketball guys, Bob Myers, Josh Harris, they've done plenty of shutdowns.
Yeah, they're big shutdown guys.
Josh he signed off on trust the process. They got Joel Embiid, who plays about half the games, is constantly injured. So I could see the basketball influence probably playing a little scared and saying, let's play it safe. This is a perspective. Somebody tweets us. This is Frank Nitty. He tweets us all the time. Says, I don't need to see Jaden anymore. He passed the eye test last year. That's fair, but don't you want to see him gain more experience?
I do. I also just, as a fan, I want to be entertained by him. I got 17 of these. I look forward to them. There's not going to be any playoffs. I want my money's worth as a fan. All right, let's go to, let me see here. Let's go to Steve in Arlington. Steve, what's up, buddy? You know, with the Junks.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you? Happy holidays. Merry
Good.
Christmas. All that good stuff.
Happy holidays. Yep. Hey, I have a lot of experience looking at human behavior and data science and working for a 3-letter agency. So a couple points. One is I think over the long term, you want to look at the regression to the mean, right? I understand what your other tweeter guy said, right, where he said, hey, I've already seen him do it, but you only saw him do it once. So I think in the long term, we're looking at something between what he did last year and what he did this year, right? I mean, I think that's going to be.
Well, you're assuming that you're saying last year was the high point, which is Valdez's.
But what are you talking about? Are you talking about his play on the field, or are you talking about his durability?
He's talking about his production, I think.
Well, so I'm saying both of them, right? But here's the other thing.
Because would college be a data point?
I don't think so. Not at it would be a data point, but I don't think the quality of the data would be as good as what you're seeing now when he's playing against the best of the best, right?
Although the SEC is pretty darn good, but fair enough. Okay.
I know, but there's been a billion SEC players that suck.
Data science will work for you, though.
But stay
if
healthy.
you think this is an abnormal season, right, then if he goes back to play, he shouldn't have many injuries, right? The regression to the mean, if you think this is abnormal and, oh, my gosh, it's never going to happen, then the next 3 months, from a data science perspective,
right, should be get back to normal. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, he should be back to normal. The other thing I think you got to throw in here is unintended consequences for if he doesn't play. I mean, the whole system is built around the integrity of the system, right? Everybody goes out and tries to play and tries to win as much as they can. What are the effects on his teammates? What are the effects on other teams and the integrity of the NFL in general? And the other thing I think about, I mean, I can see him trying to lock in. If there's any issues going on here, I can see him trying to lock in with a contract, right? I don't understand NFL contracts as much as you
He's
guys.
got a few years to go. I don't
but
think he has to worry too much about that yet.
Next year, after next year would be the year they talk extension.
Here's a question for you. So you seem like you're a data-driven guy, right? You say that yourself. Are you then because I'm not at all. I'm not a data-driven guy. I'm more of an emotional guy. I want to win these games. I don't care about the draft. I think you got to just be a great personnel guy, right? Just outwork them.
Right.
You can get great players anywhere. You don't just lose. That's for losers. What do you think as a data-driven guy?
I agree with you. I think now you can look at the regression to the mean for the whole team. You can look at, people wanting to come to the team, right? Are they motivated because they go, hey, no, there was a blip, right? He worked really hard. We got this guy. He is a tier one. I think professional athletes, and I think you guys have been around this enough, know that the average is always somewhere in between. And what I think a lot of people have that question now. Not that he's not capable of having another season last year. He is. And really, when it comes to data science, he could even have a better.
Yes.
But just one data point is just not enough. And he's just got to.
Well, usually you get better. I think, look, star quarterbacks, thanks for your call.
Yeah, thank
appreciate
you, Steve.
the
I
perspective.
appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
Let's look at Josh Allen. If you looked at Josh Allen's rookie season, you go, man, his completion percentage is low. Not that good. Then second year got better. Then he's gotten better. Most times, if you're a good quarterback in the league, you get better over time. The progress is not always linear, but over time you should get better, which is why I think he needs a little more experience because that's going to help him into next year, which should be better if he's able to stay healthy.
And again, all that being said, unlike Valdez, who may still think be a little bit questioning sort of his talent level, I don't. I think he is a star talent level. I do question his durability, though. And that's more of what I want to see than necessarily need to see him throw 3 touchdowns or something. I know he can do that. Yeah. I need to see him stay healthy. That's more of what I need.
I think he's shown that he can read defenses, make the throws. The biggest question is going to be durability and availability. And the only way he can disprove the doubters is to play and play consistently. Each of us on the Junkies was kind of questioned, well, if you had to predict right now, how many games is he going to play next year? None of us said 17. He's going to have to dispel that by being a guy who's there week in and week out. And sitting him out another 3 games, by the way, that ain't going to help. Now, they might not care what people think, but if you sit him out for 3 more games, and at the end of this season, he has only completed 3 out of 17 games, everybody's going to question how much he's going to play next year.
Let's go to Todd. Todd, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, guys. So I was out of town all weekend, and I didn't watch any football. And last week, I thought Jaden should play, or yesterday he should have played. And I watched the game last night on DVR, and I didn't hear about these injuries until just today. And my opinion doesn't change. He should still play.
Okay,
that makes no difference of why he should or should not play.
Okay.
If you agreed he should have played yesterday, you should agree he should play next week. Those injuries make no difference whatsoever statistically. It just doesn't.
Appreciate it.
I think that's fair.
And for the tankers who just think you got to get the best draft pick, is Brock Bowers a good tight end? Damn good tight end. He's drafted 13th. Jared Verse from the Rams, stud, drafted 19th. In the NFL, sure, if you're going for a quarterback, sometimes having the number one pick matters, or the number 2 pick, or versus the number 20. But there are guys who are stars drafted all over the NFL draft. This isn't the NBA.
100%.
The NBA, it matters. Like usually after you get past 10, bums.
Yeah.
But in the NFL, you can find stars throughout a draft. 1-800-636-1067. When we come back, we'll do our colleague check-in. We'll hear from Danny Rouillet, Funny Danny, co-host of the Grant and Danny Show on 106.7 The Fan.
All right, guys, EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token tonight. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Make sure you use my promo code. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. That's what we're talking about for the Washington Commanders defeating the New York Giants 29-21. Marcus Mariota, 51-yard touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin. Head coach Dan Quinn, this hasn't been easy.
After the game, I told them what was on my heart was this is as challenged as we've been in a long time, and long as I can remember. But if you were about to do something really hard, these are the type of guys I'd want to pick to do it with. It sucks that we're going through that. The last 2 months have been extremely challenging.
Sunday night, Vikings beat the Cowboys 34-26. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes go down with ACL injuries. Denver over Green Bay 34-26. Rams beat the Lions 41-34. Both are into the postseason. Phillip Rivers, a touchdown pass in his first game in 5 years, but the Seahawks win 18-16 over the Colts. Wizards go on the road, beat the Pacers 108-89. Virginia Tech defeated Maryland Eastern Shore 82-53. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. It's JP and EB hanging out. Hey, Von Miller's going to join us at 9:20. He got a sack. He is the leading sack guy on the Washington Commanders. He will join us at 9:20. Usually comes on Tuesdays because of scheduling. He'll come on today. But right now, time for our colleague check-in. And let's hit up our guy, Danny Rouillet, Funny Danny from the Grant and Danny Show. What's going on, Danny?
What's up, boys? Congratulations to everybody involved. What a magnificent win yesterday. What time do you guys get off? What is the parade down Constitution Avenue?
Yeah. Oh, I sent some sarcasm.
Yeah.
It's a large sarcasm. It's a giant sarcasm. I can't believe anybody's happy. I can't believe it.
Okay, so so let's ask you this. We basically asked our listeners two questions, and you've already kind of answered the first one, but make it official. Binary choice. Are you happy that they snapped their 8-game losing streak and beat the New York Giants? Okay,
No, not happy at all.
Okay, so then
I'll answer the question. I'll say this. If they had done it by targeting Jalen Lane 7 times and getting Ben Sinnott the football more than one gimmick play at the end of the game, if they'd had Preston Smith not outsnap Johnny Newton, their second-round draft pick from last year, had they done it with sustainable things, players that might actually be here beyond this year, instead of having, Von Miller, who I love, but Preston Smith and also Rans that they picked up off the free agent scrap heap, these old veterans that put them in this spot in the first place, to literally beat the worst football team in the league, despite being outgained, fumbling 4 different times, 11 penalties, most of them procedural, where they still can't remember snap counts. If we're going through this exercise in futility, and now we're going to talk about heart and guts and pat ourselves on the back after beating literally the worst team this league has to offer, we're supposed to be excited about that? It's one of those I can't see it the way
I don't think you have to be excited, but my perspective is totally different than yours, obviously. I just like to win. There's 17 games. I'd much rather, frankly, Danny, I know this will infuriate you, I'd rather be 7-10 than 3-14.
I get that, Eric, and it makes sense. It's more fun. You tune in once a week, and it's your appointment television. It's
right.
More fun
I want
to watch
my money's worth. I'm emotionally invested in the team. I want to win. And I think, Danny, I'll let you finish. I think you can draft, good teams don't just bottom out. I mean, that's not how you have to do it. You can also draft well. And presumably we have professionals in charge, right? You talk about that all the time. Yeah. We'll just have to draft well.
Sure, but it's easier to draft when you have a better pick. It's how you get Jaden Daniels.
It's going to be a little easier, but we got our guy. So we don't have to be at the very, very top. We got our guy.
No, totally. When you don't need a quarterback, it's a different animal. But you do need draft capital. They have among the fewest in the NFL. I think it's 3rd or 4th fewest picks after the year where they had the fewest picks in the NFL. And this is a team that is old, that is slow, that needs a major overhaul, and talent acquisition is the order of the day. I understand how we got here, by the way. So year one, they had a choice to make. The choice was they took over this loser program. That's what it was. Make no mistake. It was a loser program, a loser owner, loser GM, loser situation. Everything about it was stupid, broken. They said we could, get our teeth kicked in for a year, go young and do what teams normally do during a rebuild and do this thing slow and get the old guys out of there, bring in our new younger players to build our culture nice and slow. Or they said, you know what? We could give these guys a taste of how it's supposed to be. Enter in the Bobby Wagners, the Zach Ertzes of the world, right? You find these guys that have been around, that have won, and they said, let's try to be okay. Well, something happened on the way to okay. They were on this magical carpet ride that we all got to experience, and it was the greatest damn thing in 30-plus years. So if you go to the NFC title game, I, of course, get doubling down. I totally understand that, and it's something I'd probably endorse in the moment, if not with some eyeball towards the future, recognizing that some of the stuff we did last year was unsustainable. But they didn't do that. They kind of went right back to the veteran one-year deal type well. They thought the next go-round of Cleveland Farrells, of Dante Fowlers, would work the exact same because they were feeling themselves a little bit, and every single decision they made, almost to a man, blew up in their face in the worst possible way. I get it. This is the offseason. This is the test. Can you reboot? Can you start really anew the rebuild that you could have started 2 years ago? Can you get younger? Can you not be the oldest team in the NFL by a long shot?
I think they're going to do that. I think that's inevitable. They're going to do that.
I hope so. I hope so, Eric, but because I haven't seen them do it yet, right? But that's kind
They're not bringing Bobby back. God bless them. They're not bringing him back. No chance.
Well, you have a hard time convincing me he plays 100% of the snaps.
I don't get it. I don't get that one. That's the one I don't
think
get.
there's a chance that he comes back. We're joined by Unhappy Danny from the Grant and Danny Show on 106.7 The Fan. Non-cynical Danny joins us. All right, so the other question that we were just kind of kicking around, and EB's perspective has changed a little bit. Mine hasn't.
It's given me pause.
Yes.
It's given me
definitely
a little
the phrase
pause.
of the day is you see Patrick Mahomes tear his ACL. You see Micah Parsons tear his
this
ACL.
Late in the season.
We were seeing Jaden back on the field a couple weeks ago. Dan Quinn said he could have played in the second half. There's been no structural damage, but it seems like they've shut him down. Where do you fall? Are you scared? Do you want to see him on the field, or do you feel like you don't want to risk it?
I want to see reps. I want to see him continue to improve at the quarterback position. But I will acknowledge that seeing Mahomes go down, and let's be honest, the Chiefs' season next year is ruined because he can't come back till November. So that has given me slight pause. I will admit that.
I love that because that is what we call a new data point, and we are able to adjust our entrenched theories. Eric, you are awakening, and I love it. I smell what you're cooking. Here's the deal, okay? You guys all have kids. I have 3 boys, all right? 2 of my boys, my older boys, will play together sometimes, right? They'll go and roughhouse in our playroom. The first time you hear that cry, the first time you hear something smash, you come in and go, hey, guys, let's not do that. Come on, let's play well together. The second time you go in and say, hey, come on, guys, let's play well together. The third time, finally go, you know what? We can't handle it. Shut it down. That's what happens. Shut it down. It should be. We all want the same thing. We want the quarterback to play. We want the quarterback to get reps. We want the quarterback to get back to the thing we saw last year and then some, continue to grow. We can't handle it this year. Why? I don't know the answer exactly. It's not because Laramie Tunsil's bad, or it's not because Cliff Kingsbury's an idiot. I don't know what I don't know. I just know that when he plays, he gets hurt. This is not the time, because the injury that you're talking about, Eric, it could have happened this weekend on that god-awful turf in New York where they get more injuries up there than anybody else. Just ask Malik Neighbors what he thinks about it. And then you're not only not getting those reps for the rest of this year, you're not getting those reps that we're talking about for most of next year, too. Then it becomes another all-in for week 1 type documentary.
If he gets hurt in the last 3 weeks of the catastrophic injury, it will be devastating. That I acknowledge. That would be devastating. I don't care about his dumb elbow. I don't care about it. He cut it off. He doesn't need it. But when I start to see the guys go down with ACLs this late in a meaningless season, now you have my attention. You have my attention.
And that was my point. It was, we have been lucky that it's been these 2 or 3 week situations. The way, when his elbow, like the first, I know you don't care about the elbow, but that initial injury, I'm going, oh my God, his arm is out of the socket. He's not playing for the rest of this year. I thought that was a season one.
It looked gruesome.
It was quote unquote just a dislocated elbow.
Give him a prosthetic. Who cares? He doesn't need it.
Danny, I was listening to you guys last week talk about it, but I want to hear you tell us your perspective on how do you think this week's decision came down in terms of Jaden not playing, and then who do you think is making the call?
This is all
for the
guessing,
final.
but-
It's all conjecture, but who do you think is making the call in the final 3 games?
The rhetoric is so strange. And listen, they've decided they don't want to do the early Band-Aid ripoff, clear vision of what's happening. And if it doesn't happen that way, there'll be a day of grousing. right, from fans, from media, from whomever. They've decided they don't want to do that approach, whether they think it's a competitive thing, whether they just don't want to go down that road, or for whatever reason, this is what they've decided to do. So it's not as much a criticism as it is an acknowledgement that when you handle injuries this way, with vagary and inconsistency and hiding behind some of the cliches, we're going to make every mark. We're going to find our true north, whatever the things are that Quinn always says at the podium. You're going to lead to a lot of questions. The rhetoric didn't jive when it came to Jaden Daniels, and here's what I mean. Sunday, he could have gone back, and this is going back to last week now. He could have gone back in the game. Okay, that's my first data point. Then he shut down Wednesday. Not hey, we're going to hit swelled up a little bit. We're going to see how it feels. We'll reevaluate as the week goes on. Give him a chance. It went from he could have gone back in the game to we're shutting him down as early as you possibly could in a given week. That didn't make any sense. Then he wasn't cleared for contact. And go, wait a minute, he could have gone back in the game when he's not cleared for contact? All the different points all of a sudden point to changing in plan. So it tells you that there was some sort of intervention of some kind, whether that came from Josh Harris, whether it came from Adam Peters, whether it came from some sort of discussion by committee. I don't know exactly, but I will tell you that doesn't jive from Sunday to Wednesday to be on the same page and say the same thing. So it tells me that there was a conversation had about, hey, man, we need to slow our roll here a little bit about just sort of trotting him out there because it's not working the way we want it to work.
Do you like my Bob Myers basketball guys, Josh Harris, shut him down theory?
They have that mentality.
I tell you what, it's not the craziest thing I've ever heard, right? I mean, listen, football is a different animal because Eric said it earlier. You only get 17 of these, and we consider this, this sort of weekly appointment, and these guys come from this Oklahoma drill, bull in the ring, headbutt, machismo culture. And it's not thought of the same way that some of the other sports will go, hey, this doesn't make any sense in a lost season. Maybe we could, shut this guy down or give him some more rest days, et cetera. I think the NBA has gone too far with it in terms of entertainment value, but I understand the pathology, right? If you're a LeBron James, for example, you've got a whole other, 2 or 3 seasons combined of playoff games that are more meaningful than the December tilt against Phoenix, right? So I understand sort of prioritizing other things, prioritizing stuff in the future. Football has never been that way, and I actually think it could use some of that just in terms of the betterment of the players. But, you don't want to go all the way to the extreme, but it's just not something that's done, and it takes maybe an outside perspective, like some basketball guys, to go, hey, are we sure this makes great sense? This guy that literally cannot stay healthy this year just to keep expecting something different when we touch the hot pot? I don't know. It's not a bad theory, though, JP.
Danny, I want to give you the opportunity to be positive. So the team's 4-10. We know that. But what are some units that you think, hey, this is a promising unit moving forward?
Ooh, okay. I actually like this offensive line.
Yeah,
boys.
Agreed.
I do. I like this group. They get. It's one of those things where if a quarterback gets hit or a quarterback gets injured, we all of a sudden sort of reflexively go, the offensive line stinks. You have to build up the offensive line. Well, yeah, in general, you'd like to have a good offensive line. You'd like to have a good everything. But the nuance in there is they've been pretty consistent. I think Tunsil's a star. I know he's left a couple of games with injury. He's been banged up. I know Connolly didn't have the best ball game yesterday, but I think overall they got something there in terms of a nice athletic kind of heir apparent potentially for Tunsil down the road, or at least a good right tackle. Sam Cosme's as good as anybody in the sport. Biotish is very solid. That left guard spot is interesting to me, whether they let Chris Paul walk and kind of go back to the Brandon Coleman plan, which maybe seemed the initial thing. But I like the cohesiveness of that group. I think they're versatile enough to be able to run a couple different types of schemes, systems, et cetera. I like the athleticism there to kind of do some of those, RPOs, the screens, the horizontal raid of Kingsbury, or if it's a new offensive coordinator down the line, maybe there's something there. But to me, that's the best position group that they've got.
Hey, how's my pickleball paddle doing that I gave you?
Oh, it's so silly. It's still good. So I've moved on to like 11 different paddles
you
over
have?
the years. Because I've got that same pickle disease where if I all of a sudden get something I'm interested in, next thing you know, I'm like 19 bits of gear into it. You know what I mean? I've got like trainers and like wrist guards and all sorts of stuff. So I'm actually on a
Yeah, you're either all in or you're not. We're not half-assing anything. Yeah.
That's not how we do it, man.
Right.
Yeah, I'm on Gen 4 of the Yola paddles. In fact, I'm a Yola guy. It's not a huge deal, but it's like, I got some Yola gear. I went over to the headquarters, and then I signed a contract with them. No, it wasn't for any money or anything. It just said, like, I've been here, but that's not how I view it. Like when I post about it, it's like,
dude,
yeah,
you're like a pro. You're like Agassi. He's got like a Yola deal.
Yeah, dude, seriously. Now, all I'm missing is like the money, prestige, fame, and ability. But other than that, we're the same.
Nice. Yeah. If you moved on, I could use the old paddle back.
Oh, I could do that. I'll get that to you, buddy.
if you never use it, I don't have one.
Are you kidding?
Nah, I don't really. I am mostly kidding. I'm mostly.
You don't
kidding.
have a paddle?
I do not.
You're rich. Buy a paddle.
I'm not rich. Far from rich.
You have enough to buy a paddle.
I was joking. I was joking. I don't play. I don't need a paddle.
Number one, you should play. Number two, I'll give you that paddle back. Number three, we can talk about which paddle you should get going forward. And I'll over talk about all the different options. And I'll ask you lots of probing questions, and you'll get irritated. It'll be perfect.
Just wanted to have some fun. I don't need it back. I'm not that type of giver.
Which side, buddy? What do you mean?
He just said, I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying. All right, Danny, thank you. He's taking us down this rabbit hole. It's impossible to get out of it. Thank you, Danny.
Love you, boys.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
Just trying to have a little fun. I know he's big into pickle.
Yeah.
Danny.
Yeah, of course.
Good pickle player.
Yeah, he's good.
All right. It is a Victory Monday, EB. Let's play the music. And you get to play the music all week. Isn't that the great thing? You won't have to hear your terrible saxophone. Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careerswithmios.com. We got Von Miller joining us at 9:20. Coming up next, though, let's go around the NFL with the Junkies with some great stories to get into. Phillip Rivers' return, Shedeur Sanders, Caleb Williams, Mahomes, Micah Parsons, a lot to get into. We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies. All right, here's your no huddle money play. Northwest Federal Credit Union, the official credit union of the Washington Commanders, is putting $200 in your pocket when you open your first ever checking account and meet a few easy qualifications. No trick plays, no fourth downs, just a fast drive to free cash. Get in the game at nwfcu.org/score200 and take command of your money this season. Federally insured by NCUA. Membership eligibility required. Welcome back on a Victory Monday presented by Chinega Miles, 2025 Top Workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Reminder, this Friday is our holiday show. We're going to be out at Hyde Social in Clarendon. You can join us 6 a.m. The doors open. We'll be hanging out, partying, having a good time for our annual holiday show. We'll have the full crew there. Cakes is out all week. Jason, who knows? I think Jason is going to be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then he would be there Friday, but that's unlike Jason because oftentimes when he does this, he does like a bookend thing.
Yeah, but he just can't avoid Friday because we have to work that day.
So maybe he's off Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. You know what? Valdez, who had to set up the vacations, doesn't even know. Jason?
He said he was coming in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and he'll be there Friday.
Oh, so he is doing 4 days this week.
Yes.
Okay.
And then he's banking them.
He likes it because he just took a vacation. He's not going anywhere, so he might as well come in and work, even though he has the days, and he's going to push them into next year.
I think that's what I'm doing. It's fine doing two-man shows. We can do it. We've been doing them for years, but it's better doing three-man shows. It's optimally, we want to have all four of us here. But we have vacations. They don't want us to take vacation weeks together all at the same time. So we do this rotation bit. So I might just push mine. I'm pushing mine until like January or February. That way,
I say people.
I'm home.
People do what they got to do. I'm here.
home.
I'm ready to rock. Whatever.
But point is, all four of us are going to be at Hyde Social.
Yes.
And so we hope you can join us at Hyde Social
I'm
on
kind of sleeping
Friday.
on that, to be honest with you. I'm flying to Florida first thing Saturday morning, and I'm like, my brain's nowhere near that.
I think we're going to have a really good turnout. I've gotten a lot of messages from listeners saying, I can't wait to see you guys. I'm going to come up, say hi.
Listen, I got to say this. I always love that show. It's great. I can't get hammered, okay? I can't. I'm going to enjoy myself. I will not be a party pooper. I promise you that. That's not in my nature. But I can't get hammered, okay? Because I'm almost 56. The last 4 or 5 years, I've gotten sick for 2 weeks after the Christmas show. 2 weeks. Not a hangover, sick. Because it pummels my immune system, all that booze.
You'll be fine.
I'm just so you know. And I'm not going to be a party pooper. I'm going to have fun. But I can't get
the Scotty's vodka fountain's going to be there.
I love that. I love that. And I
Danger
can
zone.
handle a little vodka and throughout, and I know how to do it. But I can't.
You're a professional.
I'm a
You'll be all right.
professional. I know how to do it. But I can't just be like, everything's going down like it used to be.
Eat a lot.
I will.
Fight it off by eating a lot.
I will.
At least leave the door open to get maybe hammer timed.
No,
But don't shut it down just
listen,
yet.
I'm a fun person when I drink.
Yeah, you're
okay?
a fun guy.
I'm a fun guy when I drink. I'm just telling you right now, I'm not going to be like JP, passed out in like a doggy style position for 4 hours afterwards.
That's a winner.
Okay.
$500 winner.
I'm not. That's not me. It's not me back in the day when I went 19 straight hours in Dewey on my feet, bar to bar to bar. Iconic performance. I'm not that guy anymore. I'm a chill, gonna have a great time.
Look, just drink. Just don't do any shots. And
I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna have a great time.
Yeah,
But
you'll be loosey goosey. You'll be fine.
I'm not gonna get to the point where I have to go to bed for 9 straight hours afterwards.
Just remember, EB always seems like he's hammered, and he's had like 2 drinks because the breathalyzer will say like 0.04.
Yeah, because I'm a fun person. Yeah, 100%.
What's the saying? It's like you're not as good as you once were, but you can be good once as you ever were.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right, Toby Keith.
I don't think.
You said you're shutting it down. You're 26.
You even said it's a little bit different.
I don't know what it is.
30 years on you.
Yeah. It is a little trifling. Once you hit 25, 26, it just takes longer. It's not that it hurts more. It's just like it's prolonged an extra couple of days.
Well, the other thing is you got to factor in is I've cut out 97% of my drinking. I went from drinking 2 cocktails a day for 5 years to maybe 1 or 2 drinks every 2 weeks. And so I can't even handle my booze like I used to be able to. I get half a Miller Lite, and you thought I was tipsy before? You should see me now.
Never handled it well.
You should see me now. So, anyway, it's going to be fun. I'm not trying to mitigate the fun. I'm just trying to mitigate the expectations on getting EB, smashed.
I've left this to you, Valdez, and maybe I shouldn't ask this on the air, but I'm going to anyway. What is our musical situation?
I mean, there's no live music there.
Okay. Because I told you we had a couple options.
I know. It can't handle that.
Okay. Got you. Well, it's going to be a festive time. Come out to Hyde Social on Friday. Doors open at 6. All right, let's do a little Junkies Blitz brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here, and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carries indoor and outdoor saunas. Remember, Von Miller will join us coming up in an hour. He had a sack yesterday. We'll talk about the Commanders' win. All right, we'll start with the early games. Bears smashed the Browns 31-3. Caleb Williams has led the Bears to a 10-4 record. His second touchdown pass was insane. Probably not a great decision, rolling to his right around the 30-yard line, back in the end zone to DJ Moore. But I think the bigger story is Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur Sanders struggled. 3 interceptions. He also was sacked 5 times in the game. His QBR, EB, 8.2.
I didn't see any of it. I would chalk it up as a horrible game. I don't think it means he's horrible. I think that he's a young player that is going to have some good games and some bad games, and we'll see where he ultimately resides as a backup or whatever. But I wouldn't take one catastrophic game and write him off.
One of his interceptions, you could argue, should have been a touchdown to Jerry Jeudy and was a good pass. The corner made a really good play. The other interceptions, one was deflected by a linebacker who made a really good play. It was kind of a play action pass. I think he predetermined he's going to throw it to I think it was a slant. And then the other one was probably, tried to fit it in. Maybe thought the defender was going to go in a different spot. So 3 interceptions, 5 sacks for Shedeur Sanders. Bears 10-4. They get the win. Valdez's Ravens fighting for their life to get back into the playoffs, fighting for their divisional life. They just dominated the Bengals 24-zippy. I will give you the floor, Valdez, to rip Joe Burrow.
I picked the Bengals in our parlay because the Ravens are kind of an awful team. But then, while I'm watching the game, I came to the realization.
Really
I came to the realization. There's a reason why Joe Burrow is 2-7 against Lamar and the Ravens.
And is it Joe Burrow, or do you think it's the
Joe
team?
Burrow? He was kind of ass. He's
going through
awful.
something. Remember, like the whole week leading up to it, people are wondering if he's going to be like the next Andrew Luck and just retire. Seems really unhappy with some of the statements. So
I don't get that sense that he's going to retire, but I did hear some of that he's clearly unhappy.
Of course, Ravens will be
very supportive of the organization, by the way.
Ravens will be scoreboard watching tonight because the Steelers play the Dolphins tonight, and the Steelers, of course, have the 1-game lead or half-game lead, technically, on the Baltimore Ravens. Chargers beat the Chiefs, which eliminated the Chiefs from the playoffs. Bigger story there is Mahomes goes down with that torn ACL. Chargers quietly 10-4. They don't feel like they're a threat in the playoffs, but they're 10-4.
I don't know why you don't think that they're a threat in the playoffs. Because the Commanders beat them?
No, the Chargers, they've had offensive line issues. They haven't looked overly impressive in a lot of these wins. I don't know.
I think they're 3-1 against playoff teams.
It might be a personal thing. I don't buy into them as much as I'll bring up the next team. I buy more into the Bills. Maybe it's just more spectacular play from their quarterback in Josh Allen. They were down 21-0 to the Patriots yesterday, came back to win. So to me, Chargers and Bills both 10-4. Patriots, by the way, still 11-3. Drake May had a couple rushing touchdowns, did throw a pick in the game, didn't have a passing touchdown. Maybe hurts his case for MVP. To me, I like the Bills better than the Chargers. That's just me. And then another team which is surprising, that's also 10-4. The Jaguars smashed the Jets 48-29. That's what they're supposed to do. Trevor Lawrence, who hasn't had a great year statistically, had a great game yesterday, 5 touchdown passes. All right, so I'll give you those 3 teams, Valdez. Rank them. Bills, Chargers, Jaguars, all 10-4. Who do you think has a realistic chance of making the Super Bowl?
I kind of like the Chargers.
You do?
Kind of like the Chargers.
Okay. I would like the Bills there, but I'm just riding the MVP just simply because of Josh Allen. I think he's the best.
I would take the Bills there.
Yeah. It's funny. Our previous guest, Danny Rouillet, mentioned the Giants being the worst team in football. I'd make an argument the Raiders are, but they're both 2-12. Eagles beat them 31-0. Jalen Hurts with 3 touchdown passes. So Eagles 9-5. The Broncos get a win over the Packers 34-26. Bo Nix, 4 touchdown passes, throws for 302 yards. Love had a couple of interceptions in the game. Big story there. The Packers not only lose the game, they lose Micah Parsons. Non-contact injury, looks like the torn ACL.
It's horrible.
So Packers, were one of those teams that you thought was maybe a threat to get to the Super Bowl. Without Micah is going to be much harder. Lions lose to the Rams 41-34, and all of a sudden at 8-6, they're not in the playoffs. Now, we'll see what happens with the Packers, who are 9-4-1. But the Lions are going to be fighting for their playoff lives now as the Rams beat them 41-34. Puka Nacua goes over 150 yards for the second straight week. 9 catches, $181. Stafford, another 2 touchdown passes. So I do think, it's week to week, but I do think Stafford takes the lead now in the MVP race over Drake May because of that. The Panthers suffered a tough loss to the Saints, 20-17. Tough loss because the Bucs had lost, so both teams 7-7. We'll see who wins that division. The Niners are kind of a sneaky 10-4. Nobody's really talking about the Niners. They've had all these injuries.
It is crazy.
And you do expect them to beat the Titans. Brock Purdy, 3 touchdown passes. They are 10-4 in the NFC. So NFC, you've got the Niners at 10-4. Seahawks beat the Colts 18-16. We should spend some time on Phillip Rivers here. They're 11-3.
Yeah.
So when you look at that NFC picture, you've got the Rams. People talk about them. You've got the Seahawks. People talk about them. The Niners are kind of slept on. Look, the Seahawks won that game. Bunch of field goals. The Colts defense played well. Their time of possession was really good. It is amazing that Phillip Rivers came back and didn't make a fool of himself. Like in the parlay,
more than that.
in the parlay, I bet that Seattle's defense would score. He had an interception, but that was just late in the game that they're grasping.
This was the last play of the game.
Yeah, they're grasping to get in field goal position to win the game.
He managed to get. Listen, he done nothing extraordinary other than got off his couch, hadn't played in 1,800 days, and he managed a football game at 45 at an obese weight. No mobility. His arm is 50% of it once was, and it was never that great. And he just managed the game, made the right calls for the most part.
Had a touchdown pass.
Had a touchdown pass. So nothing extraordinary, but he gamed his way through that, and he gave them the lead with 30 seconds to go. You couldn't, on any world, ask for more than what he gave you. I thought it was remarkable, and I was rooting for him. It's a shame they couldn't end it with a dub. But I thought he was remarkable.
And in the Sunday night game, the Vikings beat the Cowboys 34-26. J.J. McCarthy, a couple touchdown passes. So just to kind of give you what the playoff picture is right now, the Cowboys losing that game now have a 0.5% chance of making the playoffs. So they're pretty much cooked, right? I mentioned the NFC. You got the Rams, 1 seed, 11-3. Bears, 10-4, division winner. They are the 2 seed. Eagles 9-5, 3 seed. Right now, Tampa has the tiebreaker over Carolina, 7-7. They'd be the 4 seed. Your wild card teams: Seattle 11-3, San Francisco 10-4, and then Green Bay 9-4. And then outside looking in would be the Lions at 8-6. Then in the AFC, you've got Denver, your 1 seed, 12-2. They're just rolling. Bo Nix with the 4 touchdown pass we mentioned. Patriots drop to the 2 seed at 11-3. Then you got Jacksonville and Pittsburgh right now, your current division winners at the 3-4. And then your wild cards include the Chargers at 10-4, the Bills at 10-4, and the Texans, who are coming at 9-5. Outside looking in would be the Colts and the Ravens. Ravens are going to have to win the division. And I guess technically the Miami Dolphins, who are 6-7. But things are heating up here in the playoffs. Of course, the Commanders have been eliminated. When we come back, let's get back into it. What are the positives you take away from that win yesterday? Some people didn't want to see him win, but what are the positives you take away from the Commanders snapping their 8-game losing streak and getting a win against the New York Giants? We're the Junkies, coming right back.
All right, guys, EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. All you got to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call. Text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Mios, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Commanders beat the Giants, complete the season sweep of the New York Giants. Beat them 29-21. And wondering what are the positives you take out from the win. I know some people didn't want them to win. I haven't checked in on our Junkies poll of the day. You can vote at Junks Radio because some people want them to tank and get a better draft pick. The question posed in the poll was, given that they snapped their 8-game losing streak, are you happy? Only 68% right now are happy. Funny Danny joined us earlier. Danny Rouillet from the Grant and Danny Show. He wasn't that happy. But I do think there were some positives. Number one, you get to see Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, back in form. In week 5, this town was kind of on fire because in that Chargers game, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt runs for 111 yards, has a couple of touchdowns. The optimism about his game, thinking you've got the guy, you found the guy, was super high. And then in the next 4 weeks, quite frankly, there were duds. He ran for basically 160 yards and 0 touchdowns over the next 4 weeks. Eventually, Chris Rodriguez becomes kind of the lead back. But yesterday, you got to see Bill in peak form. Another big positive for me.
By the way, that was a good reminder for me to see him in peak form. Although, you cannot forget that he did drop the ball again. He's got to work on that.
He's got 3 fumbles this year, 2 lost.
Yeah.
Another big positive, Mikey Sanders still. A lot of people have criticized his play throughout the year, and maybe he deserves that criticism. Maybe he hasn't played as well as people expected. He's in his 2nd season, and he's got 4 interceptions. That's not anything to sneeze at. And 4 interceptions is 6th in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
The team, do you know how many interceptions the team has?
7? I don't know.
7.
Yeah.
He's got more than half of their interceptions.
Oftentimes, guys that lead the league in interceptions, they're just guys that are targeted a lot.
Or they gamble a lot, and they get toasted when they gamble. But I think looking ahead, if we want to think about next season and think about the units that have played well and units that they need to improve and where they got to go in the draft and free agency, when Trey Amos was on the field, I think we felt good about his play. And Mikey, over the course of his 2 seasons, I think has shown that he can be a very solid contributor. So those are a couple positives. I'll leave others for you to chime in at 1-800-636-167.
Did you mention Jalen Lane?
I didn't, but the other one I just want to mention is I think winning's a positive.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to lose 12 games in a row. I know there were some that wanted to lose 12 games in a row. Winning is a habit, and losing can become a habit. I know it can all change in an off season, but I don't think you want to be in the habit of losing. And it's a downer. It's a downer to do this show when they lose over and over again and having to do stupid Misery Monday every Monday. So I think winning is a positive. Here's Coach Quinn after the game in the locker room with the guys.
Hell yeah, man. Fucking division tournament, all right? Keep on advancing, all right? That's where we at, man. What a cool fucking win, all right? It's been as challenging as we've been in a long fucking time, all right, for the last couple months. There's nobody I'd rather do that with than the guy standing here, man. Tough, resilient, hard, all right? That's what it's all about. Jay Lane, all right? Big play, bro. First time since two touchdowns a year. First time since Brian Mitchell, man. So well done, man.
Stand up! I know I don't talk too much. Shout out to all the guys on the return team. Love y'all boys, man.
Hey, Jay Lane. What's cool, man? We said yesterday, man, this game's dedicated to one another, all right? Brotherhood game. It was, man, the whole way, all right? Everybody handed that win, man. So enjoy it, man. Take a couple extra minutes today. Enjoy it. The feeling of a winning locker room, nothing like it.
See, that, I mean, you can see her. I mean, Quinn's voice was quivering. Like he was choked up with the emotion there. And the guys, I tell you what, I do sometimes think the DQ's a little cheesy, but the guys 100% believe in him.
I want to counter that.
I see that. I see it. I see it.
Well, what I'd say about I agree. there's a cheesiness factor to it, but you see it around the league, right? We highlighted Ben Johnson, and he does his speech, good, better, best, never let it rest. That whole thing, like you could say, well, that's cheesy, right? You see Jim Harbaugh, who does, who's got it better than us? And actually, John Harbaugh does it too, right? Who's got it better than us? Like you could make arguments they're all cheesy. I think it's somewhat commonplace in the NFL. The difference is these guys buy into it. And last year they preached the gospel. Like when you would hear him talk about brotherhood, all the players talked about the brotherhood. They spit exactly what he's
That's what
giving
I'm saying.
you.
So even though I do think he's cheesy, and those other guys are also cheesy, they are buying into him. I do think there was a period of time where the team gave up on Ron, right?
Yes.
Ron has a cheesiness, Eddie Haskell, quality to him that I don't think that DQ has. But there's something about Ron that always saying the right thing and just being so media friendly, etc. I think the players just kind of gave up on him. This group does not.
The players connect with
That's as
Dan.
happy as I've ever seen a 4-10 team. Like,
well, I
don't begrudge them that.
It's a
they
big
should feel
weight
good.
off their shoulder, right?
Yeah.
And they played well against Denver. Played well enough to win that game. They went for 2. It didn't work out. So and then the next week was just an abortion. Right? So just getting the win has to feel good. So those are my 3 positives. Let's go to the phones.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to Chris in Frederick. Chris, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Yeah, guys. Hey, I watched the game yesterday, and I watched the Vikings and
Cowboys.
Yeah. So every tackle was a great tackle on the Cowboys and the Vikings. They never let go. They didn't just bump into people thinking that they're going to knock them out. The Commanders suck when it comes to tackling. I mean, just watch them. It's ridiculous. I don't understand why they can't grab somebody and hold on.
He didn't want to play along with the name your positives, I guess.
Thank you, buddy.
I think there are missed tackles around the league. I'd like to see statistically if Washington has more missed tackles than other teams. I know it's very frustrating for fans when your team misses tackles, but
I'm sure
take a look at Terry McLaurin's touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that 2 missed tackles?
Mm-hmm.
Missed tackles happen throughout the league.
They're going to happen.
I don't think Washington is particularly a leader in the clubhouse when it comes to missed tackles. It's frustrating as a fan.
I'm not willing to die on that one yet.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
I'd like to see the numbers.
I don't know if I'll Google and see if I can find missed tackles.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let's go to Rob in DC. Rob, what's up, buddy?
Man, the positive is we won. Yes, I'm happy we won.
Mm-hmm.
And anybody calls in talking about to lose a game, they're losers.
Mm-hmm.
We need to win football games. That's what we're here for. And then you guys need to ask them. They want to tank for the draft. Ask who they want to draft. We have a quarterback. You lose games, and you worry about drafting high because you need a quarterback.
Right.
Who do you want to draft? You want to lose games to draft what? A punter? Who do you want to draft? Who do you want to draft?
Right.
We need
I
to
think
win
you could get a quality defensive end at 8, 10. You could get a star at 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, wherever you are. Any position, maybe other, but even quarterback, you can get a star later if you scout well and it's the right fit. Yeah. Thank you.
It's crazy. It's just too crazy.
Thank you, Rob. I appreciate it. Appreciate the sentiment.
You walked in late, but what I said, the biggest positives to me, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Bill, Sandra Still, and just getting a win.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Jalen Lane, definitely a positive.
I think the offensive line's been a positive all year. You want me to say on the year or just yesterday?
Yesterday.
And I think the defense has gotten better. Sorry, they have on the whole over the 4 weeks the DQ's been. So I think they're trending in the right direction, even though I expect a massive.
Still only had 1 sack, right?
Yeah, but they did enough. I mean, they held them to what, 21 points?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's with 3 turnovers.
They missed a couple field goals, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. I like field goal attempts for this defense.
I know, but my point is they could have had more points. They left points on the board.
They also, I mean, if the offense protected the ball better, they wouldn't have been in that. They wouldn't have had as many possessions.
I don't know. I'm not that positive.
You're saying that turnovers don't hurt your defense? Of course they do.
I know, but I'm not that high on the Commanders' defensive performance because in the second half,
I'm not saying it's great.
Giants moved the ball,
I'm saying
and
it went
overall,
from like the worst in the league to
went from an F to a D.
Maybe C- to like maybe you can win a game with it.
I mean, the Giants ended up with almost 400 yards, and they average about 340. So they were about 40 to 50 yards above
We
their
gave them
average.
the ball 3 times. Yeah, we were great, but I think they're better.
They gave the
better
ball
than, They're
once.
better than terrible.
Yeah.
They're better than they were before.
1-800-636-1067. What are some of the positives you glean from this Commanders win? It is a Victory Monday here on the Junkies, presented by Chiniga Miles, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com.
All right, guys, EB here. BMW of Fairfax has no interest in charging you interest. Now, during the BMW Road Home Sales event, grab 0% interest on a new BMW X1, X3, X5, or X7 from my girl Miriam and the team over at BMW of Fairfax. 0%, people. Doesn't get any better than that. That's you live for that. That X Series lineup, all the size, power, and comfort you actually want. Yep, Miriam pulled off a deal with all 15 of their stores nationwide, and now they're loaded up with new X Series models. In fact, BMW Fairfax has the largest inventory of new BMWs on the East Coast. And if you qualify, you could stack the BMW military incentives on top. Active duty, National Guard, reserves, veterans, spouses, family members. You might even be eligible and not even realize it. So don't wait, people. Do what I did. Upgrade your drive at BMW Fairfax. Hit up my girl Miriam. She's got no interest in charging you interest. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, it's got to be BMW Fairfax. Check them out at bmwfairfax.com.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Commanders needed that, beating the Giants 29-21. Jalen Lane, a punt return 63 yards for a touchdown. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, 96 yards and a touchdown run. Head coach Dan Quinn on Bills running.
That's like him to go battle for it, even in the midst of losing one, going to fight for it again. Super pleased to see on the touchdown he had a big block. They started zero blitz in some of the the runs, and so all these things are confidence and momentum for him, and that's an important part of his development.
Sunday night, Vikings over the Cowboys 34-26. Earlier in the day, Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes leave with apparent ACL injuries. Denver beat Green Bay 34-26. Rams over the Lions 41-34. Sweet victory for the Wizards, beating the Pacers 108-89. Marvin Bagley III with 23. Men's hoops, Virginia Tech downs Maryland Eastern Shore 82-53. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, and we're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, celebrating a Commanders win. It had been over 2 months since we celebrated on a Victory Monday. That's presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. And we want to hear from some of you, what are the positives you took out from that game? Like, I looked at that game and thought, whatever they finish, let's say they get one win in the final 3 and they finish 5-12. Generally, you think a 5-12 team is far away from the playoffs.
Yes.
That they got to take steps. But I thought that was a reminder that they're not that far away, offensively at least. And look, defensively, they weren't that great last year, and they still won 12 games in the regular season and won 2 playoff games. This season has been a train wreck, mostly because Jaden Daniels has barely been on the field. And then you add Terry McLaurin, and you had Dietrich Wise, and you had Dorrance Armstrong, and you go down the list. Injuries wrecked the season.
There's no question about it. I mean, it was a difficult schedule, but injuries nipped it in the bud. Almost from the beginning.
So to me, yesterday was a little reminder, especially offensively, that if they get all their pieces, and you said this a couple weeks ago when Terry came back and they almost beat the Chargers, that you could see what a difference.
Chargers? No.
I mean,
the Chargers.
The Broncos, sorry, in the same division. When they almost beat the Broncos, you could see what a difference Terry means to the offense.
Oh, yeah. I think it was a great reminder for all of us.
And so I don't think the offense is that far off. Is it perfect? No. They probably do need to address tight end in the offseason. They probably do need to get a number 2 receiver if you don't bring Debo back.
I don't think those are questions. I think those are facts. Those 2 in particular are facts. They need a more proven or some stud that they're expecting to catch 50, 60 balls at the tight end position. They just have to. You can't go in with John Bates and Benson as your guys. Not good enough.
But could you get away with bringing back this receiving core?
No. No, they need another star. I'm fine with bringing Debo back at a fair market value contract. I like what he brings, but they need another star.
I think they need to go young there just to prepare for the future. So
I
said it a while back. I would draft a wide receiver. But look, there were some positives. I said it. Mikey's interception, a reminder of what he can do. Everybody was high on him last year. They kind of lost some faith this year on Sanders still. But 4 interceptions on the season puts him at 6th in the NFL. That's pretty good. Bill reminds you of his ability. It had been since the Chargers game in Week 5 when he went for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns since he really had a big game. And then just getting a win is nice. Let's go back to the phones.
All right. Let's see here. Let's go to Charles in D.C. Charles, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Jeff. How you doing, buddy?
Good.
Hey, man.
My thing is that it's a mindset.
You got to turn down your radio.
And I'm sorry. But it's a mindset in the NFL. And I think that win yesterday against the Giants was terrific to get back on that mindset. Because we're losing everything, you're a loser. So it's definitely a mindset, and I definitely enjoyed the win. Because that's what we need to be doing.
Appreciate the call. And, you know, mindset, too. It seems like what Coach Quinn is trying to preach is they could end up with the best record in the division. And that might mean something to them. You may not care because they could end up, let's say they run the table and go 7-10. They'd be 5-1 in the division, right? So that might be something to look positive towards next season.
All right, let's go to Mike in Fairfax. Mike, what's up? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, guys? You all have mentioned all the positives for the most part, Mike. With the interception, Bill looked phenomenal. I think what I'm excited about, what I really saw, was Dan Quinn, his play calling. He got the job done. Granted, it's the Giants, but I'm excited about.
Don't you think the defense has been better over the four? Even though last week was a disaster.
Absolutely.
On the whole, it's been better with DQ.
Yeah, I'm excited about Dan Quinn and next year regarding him calling the defense. I wish Joe went. Nice guy, but he just obviously wasn't up for the job.
Maybe he could just be an assistant like he is. That's fine. So, whatever. That's fine.
I agree. By the way, I hope to see you guys this Friday, brothers. Take care.
Wow.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you. Are we? Is it going to be crazy? Are we
I think it should be fun.
I think there is a
buzz.
A buzz.
There's a buzz.
You guys don't go out that much, out and about.
I know.
People get sized for the Junks.
Thank you.
They want to.
I think that next year is going to be. I think 26 is going to be a big going out year for the Junks. I do.
30th
right?
anniversary.
With 30th anniversary, we got a lot of stuff in the works potentially. I think it's going to be a big going out year.
By the way, Commanders' defense currently sits at 31st in the NFL, allowing 382 yards per game.
Who? The defense?
Yep.
Can you try StatMuse or one of those sites? Can you say how we've been over the last 4 weeks versus compared to the rest of the league?
Yeah.
I mean, Ben, come on, you're a young guy.
So where are they ranked in the last 4 weeks?
Yeah, where do they rank defensively?
My argument is they have played weaker offenses the last 4 weeks.
That's part of the deal. That's part of the deal. That's part of it. I grant you that. I just think they've played better.
It does seem like they played a little bit better, but you have to have context.
All right, let's go to Shane in Fairfax. I think the context is we got a new coordinator. Shane, what's up?
What's going on, EBJP? How y'all doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Hey, look, I got one question. Look, the one thing I see, we have a punt returner and we have a backup quarterback. That's positive. The rest of this team is still old. We still ask. We only want, let's call it what it is. And I got a question for you. Now, I know you already gave him the gold jacket, EB. Do you think Jaden Daniels is going to carry that gold jacket now going forward?
Here's the thing. Listen, you can listen, Shane. I'll answer your question.
Okay.
I think people misinterpret a little bit what I was saying. I wasn't saying he accomplished enough to put him in the Hall of Fame now. I just said what I was trying to say is that when his career is said and done, I think he's going to be a Hall of Famer. That he has that kind of ability. That's what I was trying to say. Now, does his limited availability this year give me pause? You're damn right it does.
Has to.
I look like an idiot if he's just going to get hurt every year. Not going to the gold jacket, you could light it on fire if this kind of season happens more, another 2-3 times. It's over. But I think talent-wise, I've seen nothing to sway me from the belief that when his career is done, talent-wise, he's Hall of Fame capable.
That's the biggest thing. Cam Newton would have been a Hall of Famer if he had been able to have been durable.
Yeah.
Cam Newton won an MVP, took his team to the Super Bowl, had unbelievable seasons.
He was still fairly durable relative to what we've seen so far.
Yeah, but his career was short.
Yeah.
His career was short, and then, his career changed, too, because of injuries. I mean, he couldn't throw the ball like he used to, and that wasn't necessarily his greatest strength, but that's part of the equation to make the Hall of Fame. Your point is his ability, and kind of like what we saw from Terry McLaurin returning, where that he's a great receiver, but it's nice to be reminded by seeing game-changing plays. That Jaden has that in him.
100%.
He just hasn't had many of those moments this year.
Well, and it's because I think it's because he's had the injuries around him, but he can make anybody great. But more than anything, it's just the consistency, not enough reps, week in and week out. Like you say, he's only finished 3 of 11 games he's played in, whatever it was, 3 of 14, whatever it was. It's shocking.
He's only finished 3 games this year.
Yeah, and so he just hasn't had enough consistent play.
He's had more starts.
To get into a groove.
You know, Valdez, and I don't want to speak for you, but I know that you've said this. You believe he needs to have a signature game like he had against the Bengals last year.
Yeah, I think people need to be reminded of how good he is and his talent.
I would like it too. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really starting to think that maybe last season is the outlier, and this is more of the norm. I mean,
well, if this is the norm, it'll be over in 2 years.
Barry's Verluga wrote an article, and you know, you talk about availability, but even when he's available, it's just something seems off.
The production wasn't as high.
And I understand he's a victim of his own success, and it's kind of expected for him to be, you know, generational and sensational when he's playing, but you know, it's just something's missing.
Something was off, and I think what was off was A, the talent around him, and B, just playing every week.
I know,
just playing every week.
But
playing every week.
But just the you know, I'm just kind of tired of the parade of excuses. Like, not every season is going to be, you know, hunky-dory, 75 and sunny. You know, players are going to have adversity. They're going to be they're going to be missing their star wide receiver. They're going to be missing their star lineman. The defense is going to suck.
More than that, he needs to, my biggest complaint with him, more than the injuries around him and everything else, is not playing consistently.
You know, I want him to shut me up. Prove me wrong.
I think if you just now there's no way you can really do it, but if you just simply kind of doubled his numbers, he's played in 7 games, right? You know, he didn't finish, but 3 of them. He would have been on track for like a 20 touchdown, 7 or 8 pick season, which is not great. So it would have been kind of like C.J. Stroud's perceived sophomore slump, where it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't as great as the rookie season. But it's hard to know. And I do think there were a lot of contributing factors, but you're right. You need to be able to overcome top receivers being out. And look, he's going to have to answer a lot of questions next year. And I think that's why playing him in these 3 games will help. Now, the organization may not care what people think, and they probably shouldn't. Because if you had to bet right now, will Jaden play these last 3 games?
No.
Yeah, I'm a no. Unless he makes enough noise, but it doesn't seem to be his style, where he creates a fight and they give in. I think the brass wants to shut him down. I don't think Quinn wants to.
I agree with you.
I don't think he wants to. But
I don't
either
like agreeing with you, but I agree with you.
Either Peters, Harris, Bob Myers, all of them together, I feel like they're going to play it safe and not play him.
Valdez, just to get to your point, I was thinking about this the other day. That you're starting to think that this is the best season, 24. Let's just put it in the books. He will have a season with more yardage than he had in his rookie year, and he'll have a season with, they may not be the same season. He'll also have a season where he has more touchdowns than he had in his rookie year. And I'm even willing to say he'll have a season where his quarterback rating is higher. His quarterback rating was 100. He could do better than that. So I'm willing to say in all 3 of those categories. Now, it doesn't mean it's all going to happen next year, but in any one year.
What about rushing stats? He may not ever eclipse the rushing.
I'm not willing to bet on that.
Yeah. But I actually think that would be a good thing. You know, I've been a proponent of them tweaking this offense some, going more under center.
If you want the bets, it's up to you if you want those
We're
bets.
already in the book.
I know, but you said you'll see it when you believe it. Well, like, I'm telling you, that's how you're going to know. He's going to throw for more yards one year. Maybe in that same year he'll have more touchdowns, but he's going to have more than 25 touchdowns in a year. You know, he'll have a higher than a quarterback rating of 100 in the traditional quarterback rating. He's got greatness ahead of him. He's just got to play, in my opinion.
It's the biggest thing he's got to play, and I would play him, but I'm kind of leaning on your side. I don't think we're going to see him, because if they played the percentage game when there was 5 games left, what is 3 out of 17?
Yeah,
they're going to go, it's not really worth it. We don't want to risk it. Micah Parsons, Pat Mahomes, whatever.
Yeah,
we're confident in Jaden. We believe he's great. It's just I feel bad for Dan because Dan's going to be the face who's going to have to say it, and he's not going to believe
He's
it.
going to be stumbling and mumbling.
Yeah.
But let me say this. If they do shut him down, he better have the greatest offseason of his life. And I think he's a hard worker. But I'm telling you, he needs all the reps, all the simulated reps, everything.
Conversely, if they play him, he better not get hurt.
He better not.
Because if he gets hurt, do you know our whole offseason is going to be a bunch of I told you so's from all the people who want to just shut him down.
Yep.
If he gets hurt, and then you're gonna get the crowd of they're gonna have to draft a quarterback because they're gonna not believe that he's gonna be able to stay healthy.
If he plays the last 3 games and he blows out his Achilles or his ACL, they might have to draft a quarterback.
Right.
They
oh man.
Because that would blow out next year.
Hey, but we were supposed to be positive this segment. Sorry to all the callers. All the lines were lit with your positives. There were some positives to glean from the win, and one of them is our next guest. Von Miller had a sack. He is the current sack leader for your Washington Commanders. He joins us next on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. What's up, dogs? I've been telling you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage for many, many years. I've trusted Metropolitan Moving and Storage on several moves myself as I went from townhouse to townhouse to a single-family home. They do a fantastic job. Local company that they've been doing this thing for over 30 years. 3 decades of best in industry service. Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Write down this number right now, 301-279-0090. Got great people over there. My guy Justin, you hit him up. He will set you up. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they're fantastic. They can stage your home. They can pack your boxes if you need that. They can even build custom crates if need be. And if you need to, they can send a moving consultant to your home or office to discuss your move to provide a free on-site estimate. So don't delay if you have to move. Metropolitan Moving and Storage, they're the best. 301-279-0090. Tell them JP sent you or visit DCMetropolitanMoving.com. That's DCMetropolitanMoving.com. Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 on a Victory Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. You hear that music? That means our next guest, Von Miller, joins us. Von Miller, with a sack in the game, joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. What's going on, Von?
Howdy, guys. How's it going?
Hey, man. Congratulations, pal. I know. I mean, that's a long time to go without a W. And having watched that locker room, I was kind of shocked, actually, this late in the season, that it was still that important and that exciting for the guys. So that was cool to see.
Yeah, man. It's so hard to win in the NFL. And just to go through it with these guys, man, it's been a journey. But I think that was just the locker room after the game. That was just the release, you know.
Right.
Got a lot of great coaches on this team, great players on this team. The record doesn't indicate what type of guys we got in this organization. And it was good to get a win.
Have you? I'm not asking you. I would never ask you to point fingers at anybody in individual, or even you don't even have to say specific years. But have you been on teams in years past where when things started to go south, that you started to lose guys? You don't have to pinpoint it. I'm just saying, sort of in general.
I mean, we what is this week? What is this?
15 or something? Yeah.
So this is 15 weeks that I've been on Sports Junkies, and I think you guys already know the type of guy that I am. I don't even see stuff like that. Like I'm the type of outlook that I have on, the team, and the type of outlook that I have just in general. I come from an optimistic point of view, and I don't even see stuff like that.
Right.
Talking to Von Miller, Commanders edge rusher who leads the team in sacks. Listen to Von's podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app, or download it wherever you get your podcast. Von's brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We've kind of talked to you about this based on where you grew up and where you played college football. What's it like dealing with the cold? And I know you dealt with it in Buffalo. We're babies here. Like when it's cold like it is right now, it's miserable.
Was it Luvu that was out there with no shirt?
I think Deron Payne had no shirt.
Was out there?
Like, what's it like playing in those conditions?
Man, to be honest, like I love it. The cold just it adds an extra element into the mix. And for me, like I'm trying to get off as fast as possible. I'm anticipating snap count, and I'm initiating contact. Like I'm delivering the blow. Guys don't want to be out there, man. Guys don't like the cold, man. And I feel like it just feeds into the type of ball that I like to play. So I just buy into it. Like I love the cold. It's low. I'll be honest. Like I don't like it when it's slushy out, like on the ground. Like because I want to be able to move and spin and jump around. Like as long as it's not slushy on the ground, like I love it.
Can you elaborate on that? So you try to anticipate the snap count, right? I get it. You're trying to get off the line as quick as you can, get around that edge, whatever. Having never played football, what is it? How much of it is cadence that you're listening to? How much is it that you're just staring at the football? And then how do you balance that between not wanting to jump off sides and hurt your team?
And can you see the play clock?
All of that. So how does that work?
It's all of that. It's a mixture of all of that, and it's kind of like an educated guess sometimes. But I would, if you can imagine, I know you've been in a race before, like ready, set, go.
Right.
Sometimes you don't wait for that go. Sometimes you kind of anticipate that go so you can go with it. That's all it is. I like to keep things simple.
Yeah.
It's just like a race. I'm just trying to get off with the ball, not after the ball.
Right.
Of all the quarterbacks you played against, who had kind of the most confounding cadence that was tough to predict, that maybe drew you off sides the most?
You going into games, like you kind of already know what to expect in these games. I think Aaron Rodgers, he has a Hall of Fame cadence. Going into those games, you knew that he was going to try to draw you off sides, and he still got me a couple times. But
can you give me his cadence? Like, what was his hut like? Give me an Aaron Rodgers.
No, it's just the it's just the raise in his voice, like hut. He does it. So it's like you really don't like.
I don't know how you do it, dude. I jump off every time. I'm sure I'm wrong, but maybe I'm not. I don't remember you jumping off this year. Have they gotten you this year?
No, so just being honest, like the very first game of the season.
Yeah.
I didn't jump off sides. Dorrance jumped off sides, but I was with him. Like, so,
right.
When they called it the first time we played the Giants.
Yeah.
They were like 92 and 24 offside. So it was like I followed him, but yeah.
I got you. So that was the only time. Yeah, because I don't remember that, man. That's pretty freaking incredible. And you got another sack. That's important. So where are you now on the list again? Where are we up to?
So 136 and a half. I need two more. I need 2 more to get to D Ware. I need 5 more to get to Michael Strahan. Michael Strahan is really where I want to be at. That'll be 6th all time.
Right.
And so that way that'll give me a little bit of space because you got like Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt and
those guys are coming.
So that'll give me a little bit of space. So
right.
If I get to 6, then it'll just bump me back to 7th, 8th, 9th, and I'll still be able to stay in the top 10.
Right. And where are you currently now? Like right at this moment, are you like 9th or something?
I'm 12th. I just passed
okay.
Jared Allen.
Okay.
Jared Allen for
right.
12. But it's a lot of guys stacked up. So, 2 sacks, I'll be number 9. 5 sacks, I'll be number 6.
Right.
All right, let's get into some of the particulars in this game. And I know this is not your side of the ball, but early in the season, the fan base was super excited for what they were seeing from Bill, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Against that Chargers game, had a couple touchdowns, goes for over 100 yards. Then he kind of got quiet there for a while, maybe a variety of reasons, but it was great to see Bill perform like he did yesterday. He's got some explosiveness. What have you seen throughout training camp, practices from Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt?
Me being a talent evaluator at heart, I feel like I get to see both sides of it. I get to see the type of guy he is in the locker room, and I get to see how he handles adversity, how he handles success. And I think that is a direct correlation of what he does on the football field. I truly believe you can't live double lives. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. And the type of guy that we have in Bill is amazing. Like he hasn't let adversity change the type of guy he is. He hasn't let getting 100 yards or not getting 100 yards or sharing snap. He hasn't let any of that affect the type of guy that he is. And he's gonna play in this league a long time, and it's good to see him finally get some more success.
You surprised he was a 7th round pick?
Yeah, I'm surprised. That shows you AP. He got an eye for it. That's what I'm trying to get.
What about Jalen's contributions this year in his first season?
Man, it's been great. He's had some adversity too, and he's been able to fight through that too. And to be able, I think that was his 2nd return kick of the season, and he just hits it, man. You can tell if a guy's scared out there or if he's afraid. Man, he's just hitting it, man. And we got some guys on his team, man, and it's dope to see these guys, finally get some success and finally get a dub.
Joined by Von Miller, Commanders edge rusher, who's got 7 sacks on the year. You can listen to his podcast, Free Range, on the Odyssey app, or download it wherever you get your podcasts. He's brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Just kind of on that topic, I'm intrigued because you've been around the league and you're a talent evaluator. Who was the best difference maker, kick returner, punt returner that's been a teammate of yours?
Jeez, put me on the spot like that. Back in Denver, we had a guy named Trenton Holiday. Mm-hmm. We also had a guy named Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie.
Mm-hmm.
I would say those two guys were lightning in the bottle, especially Trenton Holiday. Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie is Dominic Rodgers-Cromartie and Keon Coleman are the 2 athletic players that I've ever played with. Like they can do just about anything on the football field. Trenton Holiday was the fastest player that I played with, and he was lightning in the bottle. His only knock is he was 5'5", you know, in that famous Pat McAfee hit on the sideline where he it's like whenever you see Pat McAfee highlights, that hit will be on there where he decleats a guy on the sideline. That was Trenton Holiday.
Wow, I got to look that up now that you mentioned that. By the way, I know you're such a student of the game and you enjoy the league. I'm sure you didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. I mean, you're cleaning up after your game. But your impressions, I'm sure you saw highlights of what Phillip Rivers was able to do, even though they lost, to come back after 5 years. He led him to a go-ahead field goal with 37 seconds left. Didn't do anything crazy, just managed the game effectively, was a leader out there. And I thought you couldn't have asked for more.
Man, I was highly impressed with Phillip Rivers.
Right.
I wanted to see him win. Not that I have anything against Seahawks or anything like that.
Right.
It's just old man Phil, man. 44 years old. He's a grandfather. I wanted to see him win. He did look kind of big.
He looked huge.
You gotta say that.
Yeah.
He looked like he had a vest on. He did look like he had a vest on.
Right.
But he was definitely efficient. He was sharp. He was dealing. He looked confident out there. He didn't look scared. I don't think the Colts could have, asked for more. They had an opportunity to win that game versus, arguably the best team in the NFC. That was, I think they are highly encouraged by Phillip Rivers' performance.
They probably gave him another.
Do you know how many times did you sack Phillip in your career?
Yeah, that's it. Phillip gave me 17 of them.
Oh, Lord.
17, so he knew exactly.
You know that number? Is that the most? What's the most? Who are the top 3 guys you've sacked the most?
Phillip is number 1.
Miss Division.
I mean, he doesn't move.
Yeah. Don't move. I miss those days when quarterbacks were like that.
Right.
Now you got guys like Jackson Dart that, you sit there for 2 seconds, then take off. But so Phillip Rivers, I think the Phillip Rivers, Tom Brady, Alex Smith.
Those are your big.
Played Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah, played Tom Brady a lot. With the Broncos, going against the Patriots, and I played Alex Smith a lot in the AFC West.
Did Tom talk trash to you ever, or was there mutual respect? What was he like as a competitor?
No, man, Tom, he tried to soften you up, man. He tried to smile and he try to soften you up. That's kind of what I do too. I try to be nice to guys out there. But yeah, he'll pull you to the side. Hey, man, you're doing good, man. Dang.
But Phillip Rivers is not like that, right? Rivers talks trash.
Phillip,
but he doesn't curse.
Yeah, Phillip. No, he don't curse, but yeah, he got a little bit of energy behind him. But I mean, we beat the Chargers so much, he never really talked trash to us.
Oh, that's hilarious.
But I'm wondering though, with Brady being on your list, he had a knack for kind of avoiding the big hits. Did you ever get him with a big hit? Because sometimes he would see a guy and just go down.
Yeah, he did see ghosts sometimes. It was one play where I rushed and I ran around. And he kind of lost track. He lost track of me, and he just started ducking. And I started on the left side I started on the left side rushing, and I curled back around, and I ended up on the right side, and he was just ducking, and I was able to get a sack that way. So,
that's hilarious.
Tom Brady is notorious for seeing ghosts.
Yeah, I bring that up because for the most part, he tore his ACL, missed a year. He was a durable guy. He was there week in and week out. And, the fans are wondering about Jayden. From your perspective, does he need to learn to protect himself a little bit better when he's on the field?
They tried to say this with Josh Allen, too.
Bigger dude.
Josh, he didn't start like that. And, obviously he started in a different position as Jayden. I hate making comparisons. You guys know me. This is our 15th week together. I hate making comparisons.
Right.
But Jayden, all the decisions that he has made in his life have got him to this point. Decisions that he's going to continue to make are going to take him to the next level. We can't buy into that game of trying to change his game or trying to make him slide. Like, you know, all the decisions that he's made on the football field and off the football field has gotten him, you know, to this point where he's at right now. So I think we just need to learn to trust him. And, you know, nothing in life happens by coincidence, and he definitely has a bright future for sure.
Would you, if you were coaching his team and you were in charge of his team, would you play him this week? If he could play, if he was cleared by the doctors?
Yeah. So, you know, me being where I'm at, 15 years in the league, like, you know, I've learned to trust the players, you know, and, you know, sometimes when you have conversations with players, they'll say things indirectly, you know, just by having a conversation with him. Like, you can tell if he wants to play, if he doesn't want to play.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell by the enthusiasm, like, yeah, I'll play. And you're like, nah, he fake. He don't really want to play. you know what I'm saying? Like, I think just, you know, he's a pro. Like, I think, you know, whatever discussions that he has with DQ and AP, you know, it'll be the right ones. You know, they, you know, Marcus Mariota, he's been playing great. So whatever decisions they come with, you know, I'm around with it.
Von, it's always fun talking to you, but it's a lot better after a win. I'm not going to lie. It's much better talking to you after a win. So why don't you get a couple more wins? And the last thing I'm going to leave you, it sounded like in the locker room afterwards that winning division games means something to you guys. Coach Quinn, I think, used the term tournament. Does perhaps having the best division in the best record in the division mean something to you guys?
I think first we can't like get ahead. Like we just lost 8 games.
Right.
We won 1 game. Like, let's just knock them off one at a time. Like, let's take it 1 game at a time. You know, this week we got a really good Eagles team. Let's figure out a way to beat these guys, and then we'll move on to the next.
All right.
They played really well versus the Raiders. I think they were 31-0 versus the Raiders. All right, let's focus on the Eagles. This should be another great win if we're able to do it, and let's just figure it out 1 game at a time.
All right, 1 game at a time.
Right,
but let's get a couple sacks. Let's get 2 in 1 game.
Man, that'll be great. 2 in 1 game. I got close yesterday.
Yep.
But yeah, 2 in 1 game would be great, man.
Hey.
Unfortunately, Jalen moves around a little bit.
That's all right. He can get him. He can get him. I got faith.
All
Thank
right,
you,
Von.
Von.
Good
Thank
stuff.
you, buddy. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys.
All right.
Von Miller up to 7 sacks this season, leading the Commanders in sacks. Coming up next, got a big reveal. Don't go anywhere. Commanders fans, your fandom just got an upgrade. Introducing the AAA Commanders MVP membership, where real fans get real perks and the same trusted AAA membership benefits. The new AAA Commanders membership provides the chance to get game tickets. You can win those, access to VIP events and experiences, 15% off at the Commanders Online Pro Shop, while providing peace of mind for Commanders fans on the road. Already a AAA member? Don't sit on the sideline. Upgrade your membership or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Can I tell you, getting through a show, mouth breathing is not easy. I haven't been able to breathe through my nose basically the entire show.
I think I've been breathing through my mouth for about 2 years.
Oh, really? Yeah. You've been stuffed up for 2 years?
A little bit, a teeny bit. Yeah, a little bit.
No, it's, I mean, I can kind of breathe through my nose. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I'm often just mouth agape, wide open, breathing with my mouth because of congestion.
Hey, you're lucky you're still breathing after the fives, whatever that called, capfuls of Robitussin or NyQuil that you took. Yeah.
I wonder how much the recommended dose is versus 5 capfuls. I feel like NyQuil gives you that little cup, and you fill it to the line, and I think it was close. Maybe it was a little excessive.
Imagine you did 5 of those. It wasn't as much as 5 of those.
Oh, no. There's 5 like tiny little capfuls. Hey, my big reveal is I actually have a copy of my book, EB.
Oh, yeah. Give me
so
my
I got to
copy.
thank here, McDonald and Udy, the printer. They've been fantastic. My guy Bruce over at McDonald and Udy in Forestville. On Friday, I was following up, and they had started the print job of 1,500 copies of the book, right? Mm-hmm. And usually you have to wait for that all to be delivered, and then they would deliver it to my house, and then I could start the shipping process. But I had talked to Bruce, and he knew, with Christmas coming up, he knew that I was anxious to get the books. And I was like, look, if you even have 50 copies, I'll head on over there. So I went over to Forestville after the show. I got 4 boxes, which is 176 books. And then last night I went over to Shorts' place in Ashburn, and we started printing labels. So the books are going to be out. And the good thing is I'm going to have the books at Hyde. So I will have the books at Hyde. I can sign those books. But last night we had the whole assembly line going. We're printing. We're slapping labels on the labels, putting the books inside, personalizing them. So the books are out. You're on page 21, EB. You're first on page 21. You're throughout the book.
Let me see.
Obviously, but it's just a little story about your Sundays.
I'm in throughout the book?
Of course. There's a chapter called Let Jaden Cook.
Where are my royalties? All right, yeah, cool. Very cool.
So happy to have the book, faithrestoredbook.com if you want to get a copy. I cannot guarantee, I'm telling you this, I cannot guarantee Christmas delivery, but I was up until 11 o'clock last night. I actually went to the post office, took a box of books. Me and Shorts kind of divide them. I took all the Maryland books to my post office, and I was scanning them last night and sending them, so people should be getting them the next couple of days.
I just want people to know, I think if anybody's listened to this show for more than 10 minutes, they understand that JP's pretty dedicated, and he's pretty committed to things, and he's very, I'm just going to say anal. Trust me, it's bugging him that he took these orders and that he's been late on delivering them. And I know if anybody is going to do whatever they can to get this out before Christmas, it's you. So
look, the season went to hell.
Listeners know that.
I get it. It's a joke. Faith Restored. Oh, they're 4-10. They had 8-game loss.
No, that
it
win
is
helps.
what it is.
You might sell a few this week.
Hey,
a win helps.
Faith Restored is the sequel.
Yeah.
But look, I'm proud of it. I went to the Quince Orchard Library day after day after day, sending a chapter in a week starting in February. And I was hoping the book was going to be ready at a certain time. It wasn't. But now I actually have some physical copies of the books. I'm proud of the way it turned out. Hopefully people dig it. And I'll have it at Hyde Social on Friday.
This is a lot of reading, dude. There's a lot of print in here.
Hey, you can just skip
a lot of words.
You can skip to your chapter. Let Jaden cook. Go just skip to that chapter. That's inspired by you. Right?
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So there's a lot of pictures in the book too. So you can check that out. A lot of fan stories, whether it's Chris Farley or a guy Big Keith or Tailgate Ted. I don't need to go through it all again. I mean, I got to thank countless people.
Do I get a picture, or I just get only words?
I don't think there's a picture of. Oh, actually, I think you might be in a picture of us taking a shot at the Burgundy and Sold party.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, good.
You might. I think you're in there. I think. Take a look.
Not in
Did
color,
you remember doing the shot? We did it with
the Shotsky thing.
Yeah, the Shotsky.
Yeah, I think we did it with Brian.
With B. Mitch, Cakes was on the mic.
I don't know. Do you have multiple picture sections, or just
in the middle? There's a big picture section, and then there's pictures throughout the book.
I'm looking in the middle. I don't see it.
Just flip through it fast. You'd see a bunch of them.
I'm looking. I'm just trying to see myself in the book.
Hey,
not me.
I know that Mike Marr is like pressuring us to get hammered during the drinking show, the holiday show.
Mm-hmm.
I know it. Sometimes you guys aren't allowed. Ben, have you been told? Are you allowed to drink during the show?
I'm on the board.
Yeah,
I'm not
Ben's gonna be
even
running
be
the
there.
board.
Okay, so you're not going to be there. Mike Marr, will you be there?
No, I'll be locked in.
Are you
Gotta get the
allowed to
countdown
drink
out.
or you can't drink?
No, because he's YouTubing.
Yeah.
He's working.
Yes, I'll be working.
By the way, the YouTube page is growing. We need to let people know. Keep subscribing and liking the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Mike Marr was putting them out furiously this morning. Our initial reactions to Victory Monday, our John Keim interview, and our interview with Funny Danny. And I think he will post the interview with Von Miller if you missed it.
You know, also, I'm going to put out a video on YouTube, Self-Loathing Golfer, just me playing 9 holes. You can see how my brain works and how I just hate myself through 9 holes. In 6
You already
minutes.
posted it or
no,
you're
I
going
haven't posted
to?
it yet. I'm going
Got you.
It's 6 minutes. I did it fast on a simulator.
6 minutes,
But you can
Dougie
see how my
Fresh.
brain works.
All right, we got to get out of here. It's a Victory Monday that continues with our pals, B. Mitch and Finley.
This update driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Finally, the big dub for the Washington Commanders, defeating the New York Giants 29-21, ending the losing streak at 8. Head coach Dan Quinn relished the moment.
This has been hard, and going through this process together, take a few extra minutes today. There's nothing like the feeling of a winning locker room. We're in this division tournament. As we're kind of battling through our space, there's plenty of stuff for us to correct and pick at, but I thought we've been hearing enough inside the building, outside the building. I want to start off maybe by saying what's right about instead of what's wrong.
Commanders against the Eagles Saturday. Sunday night Vikings beat the Cowboys 34-26. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes leave with apparent ACL injuries. Denver beat Green Bay 34-26. Rams over the Lions 41-34. Both have secured playoff spots. Phillip Rivers touchdown pass and loss to the Seahawks. Wizards defeat the Pacers 108-89. Marvin Bagley 23. Virginia Tech over Maryland Eastern Shore 82-53. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. And for the first time in 70 days, 7-0, the Washington Commanders got a dub. For the draft pick crowd, you're nuts. 4 games left in the NFL season is an entirety. I mean, it's probably like 22% of the season. That's just not how the league operates. You want to focus on draft picks. Get to week 18. That makes sense. Like for the draft pick crowd, you know what the Saints are doing? They're playing good football all of a sudden. The Saints are going to end up with like the 11th pick. Like it's just too early, man. There's too many other moving parts. The worst team in football is by a mile, the Raiders. They're going to end up with the 1 seed. Like just chill with that. And yesterday, Brian, was hardly like a perfect football game. 2 fourth-quarter fumbles is pretty
not good.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was 2 bad teams, and one of them was a little bit better.
The first half was great. I liked the first half. That second half, listen, bro. I don't understand why you feel you have to change what was working in the first half. Bill was gutting them.
Put the ball on the ground, I think, is why they probably went to J-Mac. But then J-Mac put the ball on the ground.
Listen, bro, some things gonna happen, but you gotta you can't just adjust. If it was just because of the ball on the ground, I would. If I hadn't seen all year, I would take the ball on the ground. But all year, whoever's running in the first half, do not run it in the third quarter.
Yeah,
that's a problem, man. That got to change.
Yeah, it was. Listen, man, it was hardly a perfect game. The weather was crazy. It was freezing cold. From what I understand, it must be freezing cold all across the country. Because I think in Kansas City, it was like 6 degrees. I talked to my boy last night. So I was driving home and just kind of like know some of my friends that are night owls, just like trying to talk to somebody.
Could have called me. I was driving too.
I learned that this morning. The stretch of the drive that I think is the worst is like the top of Maryland. Because that's just like where it's real dark and quiet. Like once you get to Baltimore home, you're Gucci.
Once you cross that bridge
the
right there?
Tidings Bridge. The Tidings Bridge until you kind of hit the Baltimore Beltway is where it gets real snoozy.
I have marks that mean things I look for. So you riding, and then you come to the Maryland house. Then you look over to the right, you got Ripken, his little baseball thing.
Yep.
Then you come up on what is it? It has I can't think.
The fly zone.
No, it's a golf. It's a golf course. Back up in there, right before you get to Baltimore. Mountain Branch, I think it might be.
I'll take your word for it.
Maybe Mountain Branch Golf Course. So I get in that area where I know that exit, boom, and then you start rolling right at 695. So I'm always looking at those things. And for me, I can tell you this. So we were riding, me, Ryan, Yoakum.
Oh, Yoakum rode with you too?
Santana. It was 4 of us. Santana woke up. He said, "Damn, we back already." You know I don't play on the road, dog. I roll with 18 wheelers, bro. If they riding 90, I'm with them.
Last week we talked about driving is not that bad, and you were like, Jay, you're crazy. I'm gonna catch this flight. And then what happened? Your flight was just delayed.
My flight got delayed. So I'm like, hell, I'll drive. You know, because I'm not gonna sit in the airport for 5-6 hours.
I wonder. I'm curious for a lot of like the other media that were up in the press box were supposed to get on like a 9 o'clock train, and then all of a sudden,
lot of the trains we get.
The train got delayed till like 1 in the morning.
I looked at the trains, and everything was delayed, or it was just wiped off the board. So I'm like, you know,
there was snow and ice. Like I can see for trains, especially.
Okay, snow and ice, but guess what? There's snow and ice on the roads too, right? So the roads were cleaned up. Why can't they clean up the damn track?
I don't. That's a fair call. I don't know.
You know, and that track, I guarantee that train is way heavier than a car.
Yeah.
And that train is coming. It's going to whatever's on the track is not going to be there. So we were in the shuttle going from the rental car place to our cars before that flight that we were supposed to catch was even boarding.
Yeah. And then by the time you deal with, for me, I had a show at 9. Go watch All Ears on YouTube. And then I was in my car, like I was on the turnpike by 9:45. I had to stop for gas.
Yeah, you were behind me. I was rolling.
I had to stop for gas. I was in my house by like 1:30. Like it was easy. And dude, people can say whatever they want. Like those players riding an 8-game losing streak and then seeing the Giants that's a poorly coached outfit. Like that is just, they do not play winning football.
Mm-hmm.
And Washington had to win that game. They did win that game. They sure as hell made it interesting late. The turnovers are just troublesome, but they needed. I talked to a player in the locker room. This was off camera, no microphones, no nothing, just chatting. And I was telling him, I was like, dude, the question I keep getting from people is, does DQ still have this locker room? And I was like, I've been in enough bad locker rooms late in the year and lost seasons where the guys just aren't there. They're not all cohesive, and I can tell that it's different. And the response I got was, he's like, bro, we're 3-10. And when we found out we had a full padded practice on Thursday, that's when you know if you still got the locker room. Full pads, cold as hell. Everybody went out there, and we had the best practice we've had in months. And, like, that is a testament to what the staff – and dude, we can criticize the staff. There's undoubtedly been mistakes and head-scratching decisions. Mm-hmm. But the ability to keep a team together at 3-10 – to get a win on the road in the snow and 15 degrees in the division, it says something about what they're building, and DQ likes to talk about the brotherhood. And
it does.
That stuff matters, dude.
It matters. And I think, listen, man, the thing of it is, I really believe we spend too much time on the thoughts and the opinions of people that have probably never dealt with team-oriented things in their lives. They just want to poop on everything, okay? And I think when you start looking at stuff, you knew it. Like you and I talked about it last week before Cotton. We both have said it the whole time. He hasn't lost the locker room. And Sam was basically, nah, man, he has it. You just watch how people respond to him. You know, when a person is not really dealing with you or into the locker room, believe me, into the coach anymore, You know that. You definitely know it. You don't have to go searching for that.
Totally. And I think the other part of this, and I think you and I are in the same boat on this, there's going to be significant introspection on what went wrong this season. What do we need to do? How do we need to fix it? And I think there are significant fixes ahead. I think they need to make significant moves, right? I think you got to get younger. You got to get faster. I think there will be coaching movement on the staff this year. Generally, NFL assistant coach contracts are 2 years. Sometimes they're 3, but a lot of times they're 2. So this will be a lot of contracts will come up for a lot of assistants.
Mhm.
You already saw a pretty big move in season with Joe Witt getting demoted from defensive coordinator. Like you wonder, I don't think DQ wants to be calling defenses. You wonder if they're going to bring somebody in. You wonder what happens with Cliff. I continue to look at Cincinnati and wonder what will happen with that Bengals job if that opens up. Like there's a million things that will probably last offseason, everybody wanted to stick around because they thought they were ring chasing, right?
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to go anywhere. All the vets wanted to come back, etc. I don't know that it's going to look the same this offseason.
It won't. Listen,
However, what I do think, though, I don't think DQ's getting fired. I never did, even riding the 8-game losing streak. I don't think AP's getting like.
I don't even entertain those things right there.
Right, but my point is, everybody's coming back, and if everybody's coming back on the high level, you need to turn it around and show. All right, fellas, let's try to win 2 of these last 3, and just to allow them not to have the questions seep in for the players that are going to be back for the long-term pieces. Like, damn, we really finished the season losing 11 in a row. Like, this stuff matters in that locker room.
But I think the players that go out there and practice. I listened to Von Miller talk maybe about a week or 2 ago, and he talked about how they had practice. See, players know what work they're putting into it. We as fans and media, if we don't see a win, we don't believe what you say. But they know what they're doing. And sometimes you can go through a week of practice, 2 weeks of practice, and stuff is perfect. And when you get on that game, it just does not come out. And you can't understand what the hell is going on, but you go back out there the next week and you do it again. And you're like, damn, why is this not translating? You know, all of a sudden, a certain play or just something clicks and it begins to go for you. Yesterday, watching him, McNichols, first fumble in his career. That's a hell of a stat right there. You know, I'm like, why you have to do it at this time? Could have waited another 2-3 years or so. But the big play from Lane yesterday, watching the way Marcus played. Hey, Terry, 4 chances, 3 of them for 69. You got to find a way to scheme up some stuff for Terry McLaurin. I don't give a damn what people say about open receiver this week, 3 go through our offense. You find a way to get the ball to him more often than not because that dude makes damn plays. Point blank.
Crazy stat last night. Mariota threw for 211. That's fine. Not great. Not terrible. On 10 completions.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, there were honestly before they hit the 50-yarder to Terry. The pass game looked terrible in the whole second half.
But the Terry pass and the center pass. But right before that pass play, this is the great thing about watching the game with Santana. I guess we both bounce off each other. He was like, look at that cornerback. He asking for help. The cornerback was trying to look at the safety and said, I need help. Because he knew Terry was going there. And that, I don't know what route it was that took the safety eyes off of it. That dude was nowhere close to Terry. He knew he was about to get cooked. And when I see a defensive back acting like that, you know what it tells me? You're supposed to be throwing the ball to him more than 3 times, 4 times a damn game. You know what I'm saying? Because that defensive back, he knew all week, this dude is going to cook me. We got to stop going in the game and taking our own players out of games. When you got exceptional, let them be that.
They didn't throw much in this game.
19 times.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a lot. Yeah. We've seen games with 45 pass attempts. They did try to stick with the run. Bill had 18 for 96. McNichols had 9 for 6.
It was 27.
That's 27 carries to the running
10
backs.
10 of them with Whitcomb had 10 himself.
Right. 27 to the running backs. I thought Mariota was really effective with his legs in this game. But to me, by far, listen, the Terry touchdown was massive because they had nothing going, and then all of a sudden they were able to open the lead up. But the most consequential, when they opened the game wide going into halftime to get it up to 22-7, the most consequential series of plays, and this is, you talk about complimentary football, and you know what really stuck with me is when we were at the Army-Navy Radio Row on Friday, and we had Urban Meyer sit down with us. And say what you want about Urban Meyer, but he's one of the greatest college football coaches of all time. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame. He won 2 at Florida, 1 at Ohio State. Like, dude knows ball.
Yeah.
And he was telling us when he was ever scouting an opponent, the first thing he did was watch special teams, because that tells you if a team is well coached or not. If their specials are tight, they're well coached. If it's kind of a loosey-goosey mess, then there's not a ton of discipline and not a ton of – and where I think this game completely swung, and I talked to a number of players about this after the game just because for me, like, if you know what you watched yesterday, where the game swung wasn't on the deep shot to Terry. It was late in the second quarter when Washington gets backed up deep, right? And the offense kind of sputters. They end up with where am I at here? I'm trying to find it. So they end up 1st and 10. No. This is where they were deep. They end up deep in their own territory, and Tress has to punt.
Yep.
And Tress got off an absolute rocket. And
Tress is a damn weapon.
Absolutely. So, but the punt he got off was so good that it flipped the field. The coverage on that punt, he punted from like his own 10 and was able to, he punted it to the 28. The coverage was so good. Revo was down there. So they have 4th and 16 from their own 17. So Tress is standing on the 10 to punt that, where he catches the snap. Let's go 56-yarder in that wind yesterday. You saw Young Ho Koo. I mean, you saw some of those misses going into that end zone. That wind was fierce yesterday. It's why you and I ended up doing television from the radio booth, right?
Yeah. And I think that was a smart decision by everyone.
The coverage was fantastic. Punts to the 28. Revo makes a tackle for -3. Giants get 1st and 10 from their own 25 with 1:40 left. Everybody's like, oh, man, this is a good opportunity for New York to go the distance here, right? Dart's incomplete on 1st down. Gets sacked by Von Miller on 2nd down. Then all of a sudden, 3rd and 18. Giants take a penalty because they're a bad team. 3rd and 23. It's just a little avoid disaster playbook. Pass to Wan'Dale Robinson. Then it's 3rd and 23 from their own 12. Now they're fighting the wind on a punt. The Giants punt, Jalen Lane, house call.
Yep.
Like that.
He almost housed the first one.
I know, he did. Barely got tripped up.
Oh, yeah.
Clearly, credit to Izzo, because he saw the middle of their punt coverage was just weak as hell, because both of those returns were designed right up the middle.
Easiest way.
Dude, that is complimentary football. That is playing field position. That is your defense showing up and your special team showing out. Like, that's a team win that is completely independent of your offense. That is not all anybody wants to talk about is quarterback play and who are your receivers. They generated points right there from their specials and their defense, and then being able to sneak another field goal in just before halftime. Like, that is how it's supposed to work.
And the offense having some sustained drives and things of that nature also helps your defense out. So they played more of a complimentary game of football yesterday. And listen, I talk about the special teams all the time because I understand when you have guys like Revo and Owens that are and Ballore, those guys are outstanding special teams wise, and they can stop guys from getting a lot of yards. You have a guy like a Jalen that can flip the field. You have Tress. When you can win the special teams battle, it gives your team a better chance of winning the whole football game.
Well, and then so the Giants get the ball back, and they have a little drive going. And then Mikey's able – I mean, it was 2nd and 4 from the Washington 35. In that situation, there was still about 30 seconds left. I think the Giants didn't have any timeouts left, but they were in control, and you probably are at least getting a field goal there. I don't know. The way Koo was kicking.
The way Koo was kicking, you don't know.
You might be at least attempting a field goal there. Mikey's able to grab the interception and then go 55 yards.
Yeah.
So then they have 10 seconds.
That's his 4th.
Yeah, 10 seconds, first and goal from the 24. To your earlier point about generating offense for Terry, they line up 2 receivers wide, a back. Terry has single coverage top left. Like he's on the left side. Terry has single coverage. You only have 10 seconds left from the 24.
Yeah.
The whole stadium knows it's one deep shot and then we're kicking. Like, we all know that. Marcus never looks left. He's locked in on the right the whole time. ends up kind of firing it into double coverage, kind of just throws it out of the end zone. I don't know how you're not in his ear, because you could talk through up till 15 seconds on the play clock. Like, hey, Terry single high up top. I don't know how you don't look. He had a decent pocket. Like, I don't know how that ball doesn't go to 17 there. But
I know I don't go because they believe in this going through the sequence of the offense all the time instead of knowing
there was no sequence. It was just looking there.
Your guy is better than the guy that's checking him.
It was
blank.
in a really strong sub 2 minute to end the second quarter. I still don't really understand how that shook out. But Moody, I thought Moody in this, it was like he was in a video game and it glitched for a second because he had that missed extra point and then the kick out of bounds.
Yeah, I was like, oh man, what the hell's going on here? Because the kicker kicking the ball out of bounds to me is probably the worst thing that could happen on the football field.
But he made all 3 field goals. I want to get into a number of. We talk about young guys, play the young guys, let them develop. I think we actually saw some of that yesterday. I think that's all pretty positive. We're going to open the phone lines up at 11 a.m., let everybody weigh in. I'm curious. Yesterday's an interesting game because I think for a lot of people, they're going to have, kind of what is your headline coming out of that game? You know what I mean? And I'm curious what it is for a lot of people.
Mine is about time.
We'll get to it when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's B. Mitch and Finley here, and if you're looking to buy or sell a home in the DMV, there's only one person we would go with, and his name is John Leahy.
Just like a recent seller who was thrilled to receive an offer which was $20,000 over the asking price for their Silver Spring property. Everything went smoothly. There was no stress, no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had previously been told by another agent that they wouldn't be able to make any profit at all, but they ended up earning exactly what they wanted. Who says there are no guarantees in life? Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on their website, and you can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Let's be real. One of the reasons people are moving is stressful. And one of the things John Leahy and the Fine Living Group can help you with, relieving the stress. John and his team know how to get you top dollar fast. And if you're wondering just what your home could go for, go to his website and click on that home valuation tool. You can find out exactly what your home is worth in seconds. Give him a call today, 301-835-1519. Check out the Fine Living Group or just Google John Leahy. Next step, start packing.
This update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. That's what we're talking about for the Washington Commanders defeating the New York Giants 29-21. Marcus Mariota, 51-yard touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin. Head coach Dan Quinn, this hasn't been easy.
After the game, I had told them what was on my heart was this is a challenge that we've been in a long time and long as I can remember. But if you were about to do something really hard, these are the type of guys I'd want to pick to do it with. It sucks that we're going through that. The last 2 months have been extremely challenging.
Sunday night, Vikings beat the Cowboys 34-26. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes go down with ACL injuries. Denver over Green Bay 34-26. Rams beat the Lions 41-34. Both are into the postseason. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to the folks watching on Monumental Sports Network. Shout out to the folks streaming with us on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Shout out to the folks listening on the app. Shout out to the folks listening, driving around in their car. Maybe you're old-fashioned, you got an actual radio in your kitchen. Wherever you are, we appreciate it. At 10:30, Landfill wrote a simple question. Said, did the Commanders figure things out, or are the Giants terrible? Yes.
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah, the Giants are terrible. I mean, dude, you don't get to.
You know who's worse than the Giants? White Brian. He bets on them all the time, so he got to eat his 8th hot dog. 8 of 23.
So, White Brian and Jeff's not here today, so we're going to figure out later in the week how we're going to divvy this up. But White Brian and Jeff do what's called a glizzy bet for every Commanders-Giants game. Week 1, Washington won by 15, I think.
Yeah. He's supposed to eat 15 glizzies.
So he ate, I think, 13, and they made the
Landfill
other
helped
kid,
him out.
No, I think AMAC helped him.
AMAC did?
Yeah, because he's a Giant fan also.
Yeah.
So yesterday, it looked bad for a minute because Washington at one point was up pretty big. They were up 22-7 at one point. The Giants, especially in that third quarter, played pretty well. That was the best Jackson Dart look. The throw he made to the right side of the end zone to Tyrone Tracy was just a really great throw.
Mm-hmm.
So White Brian at some point this week is going to have to eat 8 hot dogs. That's light work compared to the 13 he put down.
We got the foot long ones this time.
We'll figure out. I think we're all in studio Thursday, so I think Thursday should be Glizzy
Might be a
Day.
good day. Yeah.
I think Thursday will be Glizzy Day for White
So
Brian.
OGD.
I do think. Listen, man, the Giants are not a good football team. The Giants, the Raiders, and the Titans are all 2-12. The Giants and the Raiders have now lost 8 in a row. The Raiders are the worst team in football, to me.
Yeah.
I mean, they got blanked yesterday. They have fired I think they fired their D coordinator and their O coordinator. The Giants have some pieces, but that's a team that is splintering, right? Because they don't know who's going to be the coach. They don't know if the GM's going to be there. That thing's a mess. The Titans are kind of plucky. The Titans like to cover, but they're just not very good. They also have an interim coach. Who knows what's going to happen in Tennessee? In the decision-making process by NFL owners around the league, how's it look to fire Mike Vrabel and hire Brian Callahan right about now down in
Don't
Nashville?
look good.
Now, I'm not going to blow smoke. I don't know that Washington figured a ton out yesterday. I think Washington figured out we're better than the Giants, and let's win this game.
Yeah. Man, you get to those. Listen, man, you get to games where you like, we're better than this team. We need to win it, and they found a way. Like they was asking me for the keys to the game, and I'm always the guy about turnovers and establishing runs and stuff like that. And Santana, his thing was find a way, and they found a way yesterday to get it done. You're in the game, and early on things were just going for you, and then the ball, like you said, started to go on the ground, and you have those turnovers, and then at that point, anything can happen. And you could see the Giants will start moving the ball, And they found the way on defense to begin to hamper them. You know, so and the thing I keep seeing, Dan has a rhythm, I guess he's been doing it so long, you know he understands how to switch up and cause issues for people on offense. And he did a good job of that yesterday. And then the offense was able to move the ball. Because if they had been doing those 3 and outs like they were doing all the time early in the season, they would have some damn problems.
Yeah, the first half, they did a really good job. I mean, time of possession ended up almost dead even, 31-29. Dart was not impressive yesterday as a passer, I didn't think. He had the one big run, like the 30-yarder, 29-yarder, that really kind of got them going. He hit a couple big passes. Darius Slayton didn't help him. Slayton dropped a touchdown
dropped a lot of balls.
I think, New York's defense wasn't great. I think if you just look at possession, Washington in the first half had big plays and longer drives. In the second half, honestly, probably the longest drive they had in the second half was until the Mariota fumble. I mean, that was, at least from a play count, just kind of churning some clock. And then the J-Mac fumble at the end, I don't know about you, but I was like sitting in that Giants Stadium press box, which was absolutely freezing. It couldn't have been more than 10 degrees warmer than it was outside. I don't know what was going on there. Were you sitting higher up? Where'd you end up sitting?
I was on the same level, but I was in the suite.
Oh, so you were warm.
Well, they had the window open.
Why?
I don't understand it. Listen, so the guys walk in, they walk down, and they sat right by the window that was open. I sat back a little bit. Then I realized real quick, I need to go put my coat on. And I put my coat on and put the hoodie, and I was cool. It was fine there. But if I was closer to the window, it would have been hell.
So I'm sitting front row of the press box, which is right against the glass. It was so cold that I had hat on, like snow cap on, and my coat on, sitting there. And I wasn't alone.
And that's with the window closed. They must have little things shooting cold air on y'all. They want to be
my guess is because it's so tall, the hot air rises, and then you're right up against that window. And I mean, it's 15 degrees on the other side of that window. You can only do so much. I'm not going to name names, but at various times, members of the Washington media were so cold that they just went back into the press box, back like where the food is served, and watched on TV. I did not do it, but I thought about it.
You know what? You probably should have. That's why I saw everybody sitting there when I was walking out. They were sitting over there doing all their work, which I don't listen, bro.
That's pretty normal though, just to go spread out.
No, they had it in a different little area, not in the food spot. It was like behind the
little wall.
My thing is, listen,
and Nikki
bro,
were doing
as long as you get the job done, that's all that matters.
And that's what Washington did yesterday. They did not close strong. The back-to-back fumbles on back-to-back drives when you have a 2-touchdown lead. But there was a part of me, B, on that last drive after the J-Mac fumble, and I was just like, do not let this game get tied up. Nobody on the planet needs overtime in this game.
I think you and everybody else was thinking that.
You know that yesterday, Steve Wino told me this. It was great to see Wino. Yesterday was the only game in the NFL. Everybody played. There's no more bye weeks. There were 32 teams playing yesterday. Yesterday was the only game in the NFL with 0 playoff consequences. Like a lot of games didn't matter for one team or the other, but this was the only one that no matter what the outcome was, would affect nothing else across the league.
Yeah.
And that's why nobody needed overtime.
I was just hoping, like we were talking before the game, what do you think it should be? I say both teams should have about 45, 50 carries. Just run the damn ball.
Keep it moving.
It could end in 2 hours and 15 minutes. But the game ended up being entertaining to me. I liked it.
Well, I think if it went the other way, you'd probably feel pretty different, but a win is a win. And I thought the tone in the locker room afterwards was perfectly appropriate. And we'll ask Sam Cosmi. Sam Cosmi's going to join us at noon today. Excited to talk to Sam. The guys were happy to get a win, but it was almost like a greater sense of relief to break the streak.
Dude, you hadn't won in 8 weeks, 9 weeks when you throw a damn a bye in there. when that thing finally happens, I don't care what people have to say. You're like, okay, good. We know we can do this.
70 days.
It's a long damn time.
Marcus, in his comments after the game, was like, "It's really hard to go 2 months without winning a football game."
It is.
And
you, like you always said, the NFL makes it to where it's as hard to go on losing streaks as it is winning
designed for
streaks.
parity.
Yes.
The league is designed for parity. I think, I got to talk to Von Miller for a while after the game, and just kind of his temperament. He's like, we just had to get one. He's like, there have been bad games on this streak, but there's been games where we were right there too. And
Been games they should have won too.
I think if you look at the losing streak and you look at how it all kind of shook out this year, that stretch where they played 4 really explosive offenses in a month and they were pretty beat up, that stretch was bad football. Period. You lose 4 in a row by 3 touchdowns or more for the first time in 25 years. That's bad football. But there was bookended with just some really narrow, difficult losses. You start with the Bears, then you go to that Broncos game. And I think what was most important about getting this win is coming off the terrible Vikings game.
Yeah.
Because the Vikings game, you really can't explain that one away.
We seem to have given the Vikings some level of hope.
Yeah.
Because, damn, man played well. I'm going to just say this here. I was pulling for him last night.
I bet you were. I bet you were.
I was pulling for him.
Phone lines open at 11. Sam Cosby joins us at noon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan on a Victory Monday. It's been a minute since we've had a Victory Monday, B. It has been some time, sir.
Yes, it has.
Dude, Standing was telling me all these crazy things. You know that big robbery at the Louvre in Paris?
Yeah.
The last time Washington won a game was 3 weeks before that.
Damn.
like major international things have come and gone in the time since Washington won a game, but now
they found all the people that robbed it.
Now
we
they
beat 'em.
have
We beat them.
yeah, they've won a game. Giants are god awful. Washington ain't good, but at least they gutted out a win on the road in tough circumstances. Marcus Mariota was good enough in this thing, had a late fumble. Mariota, I thought, had a really honest, telling comment after the game. He's like, yeah, man, I just seem to make one bonehead play a game, and I got to stop doing that. And in my head, I'm like, yeah, dude, you do. But, I had to do a bunch of TV last night, and you kind of have to, come up with what are the main storylines from that game. And top of the list is a win is a win. These boys needed a win, and they got one, right?
100%.
But after that, we've been talking so much about, hey, man, you got to develop these young guys. You got to develop these young guys. And I have to go through snap counts.
I haven't been saying that. Everybody else
I
is
have.
saying that.
I think it's important.
I think
and
you,
I think
you
last
young
night you
guys in
saw
practice.
it. I think last night, for all the talk of Ben Sinnott, he made a huge catch late in this game.
Yep.
I think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, I don't think Bill had gone for 60 yards or more since that Chargers game, which was also their last victory. And C-Rod is inactive with the groin injury. Bill ran the ball really well last night. Sinnott only had the one catch, but it was 36 yards, and you kind of thought that would seal the game.
He ran it well against them. Last time, didn't he? Against the Giants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jalen Lane did not have a catch, but had his second punt return touchdown on the year. That's the first Washington player to return 2 punts for a touchdown since you in 94.
Ooh, that's a long time ago, though.
I imagine you were excited to see that.
I was.
Did you talk to him? Did you see him afterwards?
I talked to him. I talked to him before the game, I think it was, and a little after. Yeah. And I talked with him last week a good bit. But the thing, for the young guys, I understand what people say about you got to learn and give the young guys a chance. The young guys get chances in practice. And if they go out there and they show that they are ready and they know everything, they get chances in the game. If you're not getting chances in the game, per se, that means you haven't been getting it done in practice consistently. So that's why I never really get upset when I don't see it. When I see young guys on the field, I know they're doing every damn thing that the coach requires them to do.
Sammerstill, second-year player, makes a huge play yesterday. Yeah. For all the talk of the 24 class after Jaden, and people have questions, Sammerstill made a huge play yesterday. Brandon Coleman, when Tunsil went down, Brandon Coleman's forced into action at left tackle. Coleman ended up playing probably close to 60% of the snaps at left tackle. Thought he played pretty well. Josh Connerly, for whatever you want to say, he got beat by Abdul Carter pretty good. Mariota also showed a stunning lack of pocket presence on that.
He got to step up, man.
Right.
He just stood there.
But you know what Connerly also did yesterday that's pretty damn unheard of? He recovered 2 fumbles.
He's athletic.
A lot of linemen recover fumbles, right? Because they tend to be there. But to get 2 in one game, I asked Biotish about that afterwards. Tyler, that's a veteran player. I was like, you ever seen a dude recover 2 in one game? He's like, now that you say that, I'm not sure I have. If you played 14 years.
I don't remember seeing it.
I always say, it's an oblong-shaped piece of leather.
Fred Stokes, but he's on defense.
Had 2 in a game? Still.
Yeah.
14 years you played. That happened once, right?
Yeah. That means the guy's alert. That's what it means.
And I think with Connerly specifically, he's super athletic. You look at young players yesterday making a big impact, and I thought you saw it. And I think that has value for a team that is searching for what matters down the stretch here. And, now they've – you want to feel old, B? You know who played 100% of snaps for the Giants yesterday?
Who?
John Runyon Jr.
Yeah, play with his dad.
Yeah.
I think I'm older than his dad, too. You made me feel old by that.
I wasn't trying to. Might be, yo. I thought it was an encouraging day. Like, nobody's pretending that they aren't 4-10 and it's not a lost season and there's a zillion factors. And at some point, what's going to happen with Jaden becomes the next big conversation. But, for a day where they needed a win, they got it. And I wonder, now, the winds were swirling yesterday.
Yes, it was.
I was told pregame they wouldn't try a field goal attempt outside of 35, and they didn't. And I think that was reasonable. Like, when you saw the Young Ho Koo misses,
yeah,
like that one that was short left, I mean, it was
way left, though, Jay.
It was a disaster. I was sitting next to maybe Standig when he lined up for that kick. I think it was Ben. If it was somebody else, I apologize. He was like, he's got no chance at this thing. Sure enough, he had no chance at that thing. But Moody, I know he had the glitch where he missed the extra point and kicked one out of bounds. He went 3 for 3 in those wins.
Yeah.
I believe Moody is 5 for 5 since they signed him.
He's done a great job.
Now,
but can't kick the ball out of bounds.
Sure.
Because that made me want to jump out that window and float on down to him.
Giving him the ball at the 40 is just so significant. For me, kind of my headlines are they got to win for the first time in 70 days. I think those guys truly needed that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you saw a bunch of first and second year players make big plays. What'd they score, 4 touchdowns or 3? Terry, Bill, and Jalen, right? They scored 3 touchdowns and then had 3 field goals.
Yeah.
2 of them were by rookies.
Yeah.
In week 15. That's a positive. And it's not like a fluky, we haven't seen this dude all year and he just caught his first pass for a touchdown. Like, these are guys that at various times, they've had ups and downs. That's generally what a rookie season is about.
Totally.
And they made plays when it mattered. I think if you're excited about yesterday or you're just at least pleased by yesterday, that's a very reasonable stance. Let's open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. MGM National Harbor listener lines are open. Going to check in with the Aquarium boys. Check in on White Brian. His Giants are god-awful. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Jets coach Aaron Glenn has fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson, who went down yesterday with a shoulder injury against Denver, did not suffer a major injury, according to sources to Ian Rappaport. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes leave with apparent ACL injuries. College football, Florida quarterback DJ Langway has entered the NCAA transfer portal. Commanders with a nice win over the Giants 29-21. Head coach Dan Quinn on Jalen Lane and the punt return TD.
We didn't know where it would go. Then the punter changed. Would we have a chance at it? And so to have a chance at a big return, I thought that was a function of the entire punt return group.
Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
It's Christmas.
We trim the trees.
Tell you
How
what,
much
yesterday
fun
in New
it's
Jersey
gonna
felt like
be
Christmas.
together.
Cold as hell. What was it like when you woke up and looked out the window of your hotel? I was like, damn.
I said, man, it's snowing. Because I woke up and you're looking outside. And I'm like, did it snow? And I walked to the window and I'm like, oh, hell. So I figured,
snowed.
because normally I would wake up and I just get back and chill. I said, let me start moving right now. And when I started to move around, by the time I got downstairs, it was like time to get on the bus and get to the
It snowed up there, man.
Yes, it did.
I had to go dig my car out. I did not sign up for digging my car out yesterday, but whatever, man. It's the life we've chosen. Phone lines are open, man. I want to do credit pies. I want to let people react to the game. Curious if you have a headline. And if you're draft pick crazy and mad about the win, I'll let you speak. I don't agree with you, but I'll let you speak. We're going to start. We haven't done this in a while, bro. It's been a while. Jupe is on the line. What up, Jupe? Woo!
JPB, yes, it feels like it's been decades, guys. But y'all know what time it is. Time for that ritual. Let's all hit the Ric Flair.
Woo! Been a minute, man.
Yes,
Been a
sir.
minute.
Hey, listen. I'm going to keep hounding this point on Terry because he keeps showing you why he deserved that contract as he did yesterday. People want to say Terry's not elite. To me, Terry is elite. He might not show up in stats all the time, but just the way he affects the game, the way he commands defense's attention, that's elite. The tough catches, that's elite. His leadership, that's elite. It reminds me of all this craziness going on about Kobe Bryant right now. Like, you gotta, it's not all about stats. You gotta watch the entirety of the game and how they affect it. I mean, look at Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase. They haven't really been doing all that well this year. Why? Because one quarterback was injured, the other quarterback isn't all that good. Terry is elite. Put some respect on my man's name.
I'm with
Terry. That's all I got for you guys.
Appreciate you, Jupe. Thanks, buddy. Always good to hear from you. DMWV, shout out.
What people trying to say? Kobe wasn't a leader?
He mentioned that Kobe thing. I have no idea what that's
All
about.
right, bro, Jupe, make sure we know what you're talking about. If they trying to say Kobe wasn't a leader, they stupid as hell.
I can't imagine that's a thing, but perhaps Landfill, is the internet talking to us about Kobe Bryant? Is that what's going on? Brian and I missed that. And I think you're an idiot if that's if that's what you're doing. Let's go to Dan in Fairfax. Dan, what's up, dude?
B. Mitch and Finlay on 106.7. What up?
What up,
man?
I just want to thank you all for all you do, man. Y'all, whenever we lose, you talk me off the ledge. I'm a loyal listener, and I appreciate you. It was a great win, even though the Giants aren't that good. I heard Von Miller this morning on the Junkies, and he got a sack. He's a surefire Hall of Famer. Except for the fumbles, I thought we played a really good game, but if we lost our remaining games, that would have been 14. We've never had 14 losses in a row, so I was really happy for the win. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, man.
Thanks, bud.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Dan. It's okay. Like, I feel like Robin Williams talking to Matt Damon here. It's okay if you're just happy your football team won a game.
Yeah.
Like that's a reasonable
man,
stance.
The thing of it is this, that little any given Sunday, anybody can beat you at any time in the NFL. And it's not easy. It's just like what's going to say, it's hard to lose that many in a row. It's hard as hell to win in the NFL. And when you finally get one, at least for that week, you can say, damn, our work really paid off. Not to say that when you go out there and you practice and you work hard and you may lose a game, it pays off then too because it gets you better for the next one. But when you win it, it feels way better than when you lose it. I woke up this morning with a smile on my face, man. I've been waking up like, Still couldn't get up to go work out. I work out later on the day.
Yeah, you
But
get one.
this morning, when you drive 4 hours and get home a little late, you get a chance to sleep in.
Let's go to Ray is in Clinton. Ray, what's up, dude?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
Good, man. How you doing?
Hey, man, I don't know what you talk about, man. Talk about Jamar Chase having a down year. That man, the fourth leading yard receiver in the NFL this year. The man got 1153. So I don't know.
Yeah,
what
he
you
had
talk
damn
about.
near 2,000 last year, though.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but you can't say that man ain't.
He
doing
having a
nothing.
down year for his standards.
Yeah, for him, yeah. But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, for any receiver would love to have them yards right now. But you know what? It's a good win, but I'm still not convinced with Kingsbury play calling, man, because, you got B-Rob up there getting 5 yards, almost 6 yards a pop yesterday, man. He's still trying to go away from the run. And you're not calling nothing for your tight ends. I sat there and watched Atlanta the other night. Atlanta main wide receiver is down. I know Kirk Cousins is a veteran. Him and Mariota, they're about in the same boat. But he went to his tight end all the time, man. The man had the most touchdowns and more yards in any game he ever had in his whole career. What I'm saying is that if you got it, use it. I'm not saying that they tight ends are elite, but you got to give them a chance. It's just like they say Ben Sinnott, they don't know what they got in Ben Sinnott. I see why. Because he's not calling nothing for Ben Sinnott. Ben Sinnott had 1 catch yesterday. 1. Tight ends. He went to his tight ends 3 times yesterday. Come on, man. That's a win is a win. But what I'm saying is, man, Kingsbury guys, he got to tighten up, man. Or, I'm like the players, man. Next man up, man. I'm out. Bye.
Goodbye, Ray.
Kirk threw the ball like 50 times, didn't he? Almost 50, 40 something.
Yeah, that was an up-tempo game.
Mariota threw it like 19 times.
19 times.
Kyle Pitts is a number 1 draft pick. If Kyle Pitts needs to do that more than just that game for me to believe that's Kyle Pitts. That's what they told me he was when he came into the league. He's never had a game like that. Okay? Normally his games are he disappears. So, and I don't think we're comparing Ben Sinnott to Kyle Pitts right now. But
I think
I think that the play calling could be different, but I don't think just because we saw somebody else tight end do that, we don't automatically assume that our tight end is going to do that. Especially one that hadn't been playing a lot.
I think you saw a big catch yesterday in a big moment, right?
Yeah.
You got 3 games left. I think Sinnott will get lots of opportunities in those 3 games. Yankoff also went down yesterday. I think it was an ankle. I didn't see him after the game. I don't know if you saw him.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to see Sinnott continue to play well, make plays when his number's called. From a straight, just like on the field standpoint, Sinnott got 60% of the snaps, 35 out of 61. 57% of the snaps. Bates was out there the most, but Bates is pretty established in that role at this point. Like, yesterday's game could be a Rorschach test in a lot of ways. Like, you can look at it and see what you want.
Mm-hmm.
I look at it as just a net positive for a team that was down in the dumps and needed a win. And I also look at it as a net positive for a number of young players that whether their own lack of production or insufficient practices, like whatever has caused some of these young guys to not get on the field, maybe the coaching staff prefers veterans, like whatever it may be, guys got chances yesterday and took advantage in spots.
Yeah.
And I think late in a lost year, that's about as good as you can hope.
Yeah, I just like when you say let's give a young guy a chance, and if you got a veteran guy in front of me and he's playing well, what are you supposed to do? Just say, "Oh, I'm not gonna give you any more chance because I got to get a young guy a chance."
Well, that was always my response with Ertz specifically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I just think instead of like just automatically assuming the young guy needs a chance, well, damn, look at who's in front of him. He was playing well. So now he gets his chance because of injury. A lot of times people get their chance because of injury. Now it's your opportunity, your job as a young guy to show the coach why you deserve more of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the only real, like, the questionable one that just, it's really hard to see what the trajectory was meant to be remains Johnny Newton. Because you drafted him, I think he was like the second pick of the second round 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He deals with injury. Then this offseason, you signed someone to play that position. Like, that one is the one that I really can't see what the plan was. The Senate thing, I think Ertz has played well. They're not, one of the flaws, I think, in the discussion surrounding young guys is they're not scared to play rookies that prove they can play.
Yeah.
Starting with Jaden, Coleman last year, Mikey last year, Mikey, this year, Trey Amos before the injury. Like, they will play young guys. You just have to show you're ready to go to them.
Yeah.
And, we'll kind of see how that goes. The Johnny Newton one certainly remains the most curious to me. And maybe that foot injury and subsequent surgery and all that stuff just played more of a factor than they've let on. I'll keep the phone lines going. Yeah, Aaron is in Suitland. What's up, Aaron?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, B. Mitch, I just want you to kind of comment on Bill. Man, this kid, I mean, when he plays, he jumps out on the TV. He reminds me a lot of Clinton Portis because anytime he gets the ball in his hand, he can take it to the house. I know he's having a problem with fumbling, but when you look at the view of him running and they're showing it from the quarterback view, I often say, how did he see that hole? How did he make that cut? But if he can only block as good in Clinton Portis and maybe stop fumbling the ball, I think that we have something with that kid. But can you comment on him a little bit?
The thing about his vision is outstanding. Like what I saw yesterday when he got the ball, he was about to go outside. He put the foot in the ground, straight up the middle, got into the end zone. That was an unbelievable vision, and be able to put his foot in the ground and get straight up the field. But you name two things. If you are not blocking consistently and you're putting the ball on the ground, those two things outweigh the fact that you can run the ball. I've always said that, and when I watched yesterday and I watching the game previously when he fumbled, Bill gets the handoff and he immediately puts it in his right hand, and he never puts the left hand on it again, and he has it swinging around. He has to learn better, like a Clinton Portis, like the guys, Ernest Bynum, them back in the day, where you run through the line with two hands on the ball. When you get into the open field, now you can swing it with one hand. Soon as he gets the handoff, he immediately goes to one hand, and that could be a part of the problem for the fumbling. But he has outstanding vision. The guy can cut, but he also got to learn to sometimes get what the players block for instead of trying to make every play a home run. And being more consistent will make him a better running back. But he has everything he needs to get there. He just got to improve a couple of areas.
I asked him.
One more thing.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, B. Mitch, one more thing. So in terms of retirement and, when you retired from the NFL, I mean, what was the contributing factor? When did you realize that you just couldn't play anymore at that level? I see a lot of players on our team. Like I looked at Hamilton yesterday. I thought he played pretty well.
He
but
did.
then when I looked him up and he was like, he's 32, we can't use him next year. and at that position.
He played with some hella confidence. I'll tell you what, for me, when I caught a punt and I had to think about making the first two guys miss, I knew it was time to go. Before I would just catch it and go, and they wasn't going to touch me. But when you start having to figure it out when you catch the ball, then you got a problem.
Well, dude, specific to Hamilton. Okay,
thanks for the call, man.
Thanks for the call, Aaron. He says he's not a part of this thing next year. Why? Like
he could be a backup. He's a depth piece. He's a depth piece, and I think he played yesterday with extreme confidence.
Now, Slayton dropped the one touchdown.
Yeah, he dropped it, but you know what though? Cornerbacks don't say people drop. He dropped because I was harassing him.
Well, he did.
Ask Fred how many touchdown passes people dropped on him.
The third down play Hamilton made on that last drive. Now, the fourth down, Dart just kind of missed, and they probably could have called illegal contact. I'm glad they didn't. I don't think the refs wanted to go to OT either. But the weekend Antonio Hamilton had, did you hear about this?
Mm-mm.
So he went to South Carolina State. It's an undrafted guy out of South Carolina State in his 10th year in the pros, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Played on 6 different teams. I almost want to pull up the transcript so I don't mess it up. He had a family member. I can't remember if it's his sister or maybe even his wife. The team let him fly down to South Carolina State on Thursday so he could be at the graduation. Then South Carolina State won their bowl game. I believe it's the Heritage Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
In like triple overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Then he has, I would think, probably the game of his career.
He played, dog.
I mean, just sometimes those kind of stories are awesome. They included this in the notes last night. Antonio Hamilton Sr., so presumably he has a son with the same name, recorded 2 tackles and 2 PBUs. The 2 PBUs in this game are the most he's had in a single game since week 16 of 2023.
Wow.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yo, and I wanted to point this out about Von Miller. Von Miller played in his 200th career game yesterday. And he had a sack yesterday. He now has 7 sacks on the season. Leads Washington.
7 sacks, and he plays sparingly.
He told me that yesterday. Like, I play about 30% of the snap. He is now 12th all-time in NFL history in sacks. And if you look at how bunched up this is, so he has 136.5 sacks.
Hey.
With one more sack, he moves into a tie for 10th with 137.5 with John Randall and Richard Dent. 2 more sacks, he moves into a tie for 9th with DeMarcus Ware. 3 more sacks gets him tied for 8th with Terrell Suggs. Like, I don't know. They have 3 games left. I think it's entirely possible, if not probable, he moves into the top 10 all-time in sacks by the end of the season.
Nice.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Nobody's catching Bruce Smith. Nobody's catching Reggie White. At least no time soon. But, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, those guys are coming.
They got some guys that's going to try to hunt all of them down.
It's so stacked up. So Von's at 136.5 with 3 games to play this season. Like, Strahan's only 5 ahead, and Strahan is 6th in NFL history at 141.5.
You're talking about sacks.
Sacks.
Myles Garrett has 21. He messes around with 29, 30, 28. Does he get any play for the damn MVP?
You think he's going to get to 28 or 29?
He has 21 right now. He got 3 games left. He can disrupt the hell out of people. What if he ends up with 3 or 4 or 5 more? What's the record? The record is 23, right?
I think it's 22.5.
22 and what if he gets
He's going to
25?
break the record.
That's what I'm saying. So it's like they have to figure out a way to stop just saying the MVP and just give it to quarterbacks. They got to say give you a quarterback award and give everybody else another award.
I don't disagree with that, but Cleveland is let me finish. I don't think it should just be an exclusive MVP award. I thought what was asinine is when the Colts got off to that incredible start, people talked about Daniel Jones instead of Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor was what was making it work there.
Like last year when Cincinnati was awful, everybody kept saying Joe Burrow should have had a chance. He was on a team that didn't win much and didn't make playoffs. So why is it the quarterback could get that type of love with the other? Myles Garrett's job is to go get the quarterback.
The 3-11 though.
His job is to go get the quarterback.
I think what makes it more impressive, a lot of times elite pass rushers get the advantage of being on good teams where the opposing offense has to pass. And so they're able to kind of tee off more because they know the quarterback's dropping back. The Cleveland defense is not facing a lot of must-pass offenses.
There we go.
Garrett's unbelievable. To me, I think Matt Stafford's kind of sealing up this MVP thing. I wouldn't count out Josh Allen yet either. For the comeback yesterday.
I think that's all Matt Stafford, though.
I think it should be. The Rams are playing at an excellent level. Phone lines are packed. We're coming to you when we return. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. The Steelers now have added running back Jaylen Warren to their injury report for tonight's game against the Dolphins. Because of an illness, he's listed as questionable. You can hear the live play-by-play Miami at Pittsburgh 7 p.m. here on The Fan. The Jets have fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson has avoided major injury. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes went down with knee injuries. Commanders take care of the Giants 29-21. Now get ready for the Eagles. That's a Saturday matchup. Head coach Dan Quinn will speak at 3:30. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Lakeville, who sings this song?
Alice Cooper.
Shout out to Alice. Landy, what'd you see yesterday? Encouraged?
I mean, they beat a terrible team, so I don't know that I'm really encouraged, but I do like it when they win, so I'm happy.
I think that's fair.
I like that, Landfill.
Like, what you saw, especially late in that game, was two bad teams that had gotten out of the habit of winning and weren't sure how to win it late. And I think, go back 3 weeks, I guess now, to the Denver game, and that was an equal scenario of, on that night, for that night, two good teams played, and one of them was accustomed to winning and made the play late to get the win, because Denver's riding really high. And some of football's a momentum game, man. And kind of you make plays week after week and you start to expect them. And Washington had been on the other side of that.
On that final drive when the Giants were going down there, I guess trying to get a touchdown, 2-point to tie it, and Jackson Dart was just throwing the ball downfield, trying to get those 10 yards. I mean, those were just pathetic throws. That guy, luckily for Giants fans, they're going to have a high pick because, boy, do they need a quarterback.
You're all the way out on Dart, huh?
All the way out. The only thing the guy ever had was that he's seemingly trying to get himself concussed every game. That's the only thing he has going for him.
Did he go into the tent and get checked for a concussion last night?
No.
What did he go get checked for?
I think that's just routine for him.
Because those two kind of collided up top.
I didn't think he was that reckless running yesterday.
That one when he went against Goldman.
Eddie Goldman's a big fella.
First of all, if you are not a fullback and you running head up with him, you crazy as hell.
Dart as a passer yesterday was very unimpressive. He had a couple really nice passes. If Darius Slayton catches that one, might look a little different. Landville, can I ask a favor? Did something just happen with the lights in the aquarium? Because I now have a light just directly into my eyeballs.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
Thank you. It's the one right above White Bryant. that looks like the sun.
Somebody just told me we got.
There we go.
We got to talk to the governor because he said both the Commanders and the Ravens are going to lose.
Maybe we need the governor to pick against them both more often. All right, let's go to the phones. Our boy Charlie's in College Park. Hello, Charles.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
How you doing, man?
I can't see, but I can hear you.
Okay, great. Can I do a early brief you real quick? And I'll tell you my pie in a minute, okay?
Go ahead.
I'm so tired of people calling in bad-mouthing this team. Somebody on the Junkies last week, Friday, said, first the final score, 24-2. I don't know if you guys heard that. They picked the Giants 24-2. Hope they choke on that. And people were calling about the running back fumbling. What's the running back's name? Had a big game yesterday. I'm sorry, I can't remember. Bill. Fumbling. He did that early in the season. People haven't heard of people knocking the ball out. Defense, the guy knocks the ball out. He's just not laying the ball on the ground. So sick of hearing about that. The other team can play too, okay? Now, pie. I give 50% to the offense, 50% to the defense. Cliff, you woke up. You have 3 good running backs. Defense, you played out of your head. If they ever get a pass rush, they're going to dominate. Thanks, guys.
All right, man.
Thanks, bud. You know what? It's tough because it's been so long, and like nobody wants to hear about injuries, and I understand it. But before Dorrance Armstrong went down, and they were playing, he was generating a ton of pressures. Like they were getting, you know what I mean? Like when you lose 2 DNs like that at one position in Armstrong and Wise, that did make a really big impact. I do think for the draft crowd, if it was today, they would pick 8th. I'm not going to be mad. Everybody's going to scream about trading. We'll see. You need somebody that wants to trade up. But a superior athlete, edge rusher, not going to be mad. Not at
all.
Let's go to our guy, Rusty, in Delaware. What's up, Rusty?
Hey, fellas, what's going on today?
What's up,
Happy
Rusty?
Victory Monday.
Oh, yeah.
You too, buddy.
So, I fall into the draft thing too, guys. I mean, I you guys know how much I care about the team, and I want to know, hey, where are we going to pick? Who are we going to pick? What are we going to look at? But there's nothing like winning a football game. If you've ever competed in anything, no matter what your record is, to come away with a win makes things just so much easier. And I want to point out 3 dates to you guys. Obviously, today is the 15th, and as a season ticket holder, you guys may not be aware of the 2 dates I want to talk about. Today's the 15th. The Commanders took their money from me this morning to start my payments for next year's season tickets. Friday, the 12th, was the last day to opt out. Obviously, I let that ride because win, lose, or draw, I'm in Section 110 loud and proud. However, it was a lot easier to see that transaction on my ledger this morning, knowing that we beat the Giants yesterday. And one more thing, just to kind of touch on, I was telling Heavy Metal this. This morning on Wake Up Barstool, they redrafted last year's draft. Jaden went 4th. And in that conversation, both
man, you can't
behind
redraft.
Nick.
You can't redraft.
Oh, I get it. But here's my question. They had John Gruden and Greg Olson doing the redraft. And both of them agreed, this is a question for the future maybe, but both of them agreed that Jaden is the guy. However, he needs to be in a different offense, something that's under center, something that keeps him from being a standing target in shotgun. And I just didn't know what you guys thought about that.
I don't listen. I think you can move him around, do different things, but I think the ultimate thing is going to come down to, just him learning to not take some unnecessary hits. And I will go out by saying this: 2 of his accidents and 2 of his injuries this year were completely fluke. So I mean, Pat Mahomes got hurt yesterday. We say he never get hurt. Listen, it's hard to stay 100% healthy in this league. It's hard to win. Hell, the golden child right now was up by 21 points, and they lost that damn football game yesterday. So let's realize it ain't easy in this game to just go out there and do stuff.
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I'm not particularly interested in the redraft conversation because you want to know a secret? You don't get to redraft. Jaden last year showed true excellence, and where he showed true excellence was winning in the pocket. I think that's who he is as a player.
Mm-hmm.
I think this year is just incredibly hard to judge on a number of things based largely on injuries, and some of those are Jaden's injuries, but just injuries all over the team, all over the field. I think one thought I had, and I want to get Tashawn Reed on the program this week because he had a really good story with Laramie Tunsil over the weekend. And I know Tunsil got hurt yesterday, but I don't think Washington makes that trade without the intention of signing Tunsil long term. I think he's going to be here for a while. I think in my mind, a Tunsil extension is like 3 years, around $100 million with 2 years guaranteed, and probably around $60-ish million. But in hindsight, and I'm not sure who's to blame. It's silly to get caught up in the blame pie, whatever you want to say there. But, like, the Terry situation had a big impact, too. Nobody got to practice together. Then Terry gets hurt early. The offense is so clearly different with McLaurin on the field than not. And I think we've seen that throughout. I think they got to get better at receiver. I don't know what you do with Debo if he hits free agency. Probably getting younger is a priority. I think you've got to add more weapons. But I'm not here for the redraft stuff. I think that draft looks like it's going to have a lot of good players, a lot of good quarterbacks. I mean, if you saw that throw Caleb made, the DJ Moore touchdown yesterday was banana land. And the draft conversation, people want it to be like this zero-sum thing where it's like, oh, there's either a winner or a loser. When people talk about that 83 draft, it's
all
legendary.
of them are good. And all these guys could be good. But the problem is today, people don't feel comfortable unless they just say, oh, well, I told you this, I told you that. They all can be great. You know, they can all end up good. And I think we can be sitting here 10 years later and not have a damn problem. And let's be real. Just like everything is going well right now in New England, that could switch up too. But that doesn't mean he's a bad quarterback. You know what I mean?
Right.
Things can change, and you cannot have a overall very good team year, but still, players good. And I believe Jaden is damn good. And I think we're going to have a lot to be cheering about. But for those who want to just dismiss after 1 year, then you know what? You can't just forget about last year.
Right.
You can't automatically assume next year going to be like it is this year. Because we saw how Pat was rolling. Okay? And I would say, don't count him out. He'll be back.
All right. I'm going to sneak one more in here. Rick is in North Carolina. What's up, Ricky?
Hey, what's up, JPB Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, it was good. It was good to get a win yesterday. It was encouraging to see the young people who are our future make plays. Jalen Lane, Krosky Merritt. You know, Vincent only had the one catch, but it was a good catch. So, and Sanders still. So I think things are looking good for the future. And I think we got out of what Von Miller, what we actually wanted him for. He got 7 sacks. That's probably what the most we was looking for him out of this season.
That's more than he had last year, right?
Most he's had since 22.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Since the big injury,
and,
frankly.
And jumping a little ahead to the draft, if it came down to Arvell Reese or Jeremiah Love, who would you want, JP? That's a hard one, ain't it? I still think I like our running back room, but I still think Jay needs a.
I think
Jeremiah Love. I would hate to pass him because at 8, I mean, who's the best defensive player? It's supposed to be Bain, and then you get Reese. But I think
RG3. When we talked to Robert on Friday at Radio Row, he might have kind of sold me on Dave Bailey, the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, and I just think that's such a position of need. Love is obviously super explosive. They don't. Arvell Reese isn't getting out of the top 5, and I don't think they're going to draft top 5. So
Bailey may be a need, but is he they always say the best player available.
Rick, listen, man, I appreciate the call, and we are going to get 2 months of draft talk. We're not doing it today. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, bro.
Can I have one more question?
We got to go, dude. Landfill's going to kill me. Landfill hung up on him. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's Brian and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You're absolutely crazy because it was so damn cold you brought the heat up. Adjust it in seconds, plus you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt a great difference last night and instantly.
The good part is if you did forget to turn your heat back up coming back from vacation, the Ruud system goes so quick, your house is going to warm up fast.
There you go.
Plus, it's going to be whisper, quiet, no more noisy interruptions. Ruud's got the variable speed compressor, which ensures precise temperature and humidity control, giving you efficiency even in extreme conditions. B, you can also save a bunch of money. That's what everybody cares about. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right. All right, so Lanville and B
You're
like to call me a
good
Grinch, even though I'm not. I love
Mr.
Christmas.
JB.
Lanville, I heard a Christmas song I kind of liked. It was
This one here?
Nah, this was all right. I like this one.
It's your theme song.
Ed Sheeran and Elton John singing about Christmas. Have you heard it?
Nope.
I think you just made it up.
It's a real thing.
I'm gonna find it for you.
You think it's one of those things that like AI hallucinated?
I think it's a real thing, dog. I heard it on the radio. Dude, this time of year, if I'm in the car with my wife and kids, we have to listen to Christmas music. And it's not always my favorite, but I you know what song sucks? And I had never heard this. And I know by me saying this, Lanville's going to play it. Have you heard this? It's like a kid's song, but I think I heard like Carrie Underwood singing it. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas.
A hippopotamus.
That's a song. It's a real thing. It's god-awful. God-awful.
Because I don't want no damn hippopotamus for Christmas.
Sure. I mean, yo,
I found your song.
I had a disagreement with a friend of mine. Do you still get do you ask for Christmas presents?
I don't ask for anything.
We're grown men. My boy, one of my best one of my best friends in the world, my boy Peace Stu, is like, hey, what are you asking for Christmas? I was like, nothing. I'm an adult. Like, I get my children like,
but you can still. I mean,
it's Christmas.
People, it's Christmas, and all right. Let me ask you a question.
I told Lauren I needed new undershirts.
Does Lauren ask you for a Christmas gift? But you better damn well buy one, though, right?
Sure.
Okay, so what's the difference, man? So I'm just like them. I don't ask, but I better damn well get something. Because they'd be buying everybody a gift with my children. I don't get nothing.
I will open some gifts, undoubtedly. But, like, I don't know. I don't have, like, a list.
No,
like,
I don't have
I'm
a
not
list.
sending
Because
it to the
everything
North
I
Pole.
really want, I probably bought already. That's what my family basically told me. My sister always said, how the hell am I going to buy something for you when you got every damn thing?
I got to ask you a question. This just popped up on my Instagram. I'm a mark for Allen Iverson content.
Mm-hmm.
So when you were in Philly, was the TGI Fridays on City Avenue a hot spot? Apparently AI, it was right down the street from their practice facility, and AI had like a back door into the Fridays, and people started calling it Club Fridays, and it was like a spot.
It's a place that people would go.
Understood. All right, let's go. Who's been on hold the longest? My man Big G in Sterling. What's up, G?
Hello, gentlemen. How y'all doing this morning?
We good, brother. What's happening?
Better than if it was 9 in a row, dog.
I know, right? All I'm gonna say is Jeff Hype song got us that win.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go.
Credit to
there
Jeff.
we go. There we go. We wish he was here to accept that
We
credit.
gotta give Jeff some praise sometime, man.
Well,
It's a lot easier when he's not here.
Right. So he don't get it. But all I want to say is that development is very important with our team, and I'm glad that they are doing it. And like all these people calling in talking about find this person, find that person, they need to be fired. But all I'm saying is like let these guys develop our team. These guys only been here for 2 years. Let them do their job that they getting paid to do. So right now our team is we doing great. We looking good. We developing, and that's what we supposed to be doing. We took a crap shot this year and we lost. Oh well, let's go back. Let's start up next year, but let's finish out this year first. Everybody keeps talking about what we doing next year. We ain't doing nothing next year. Next year ain't got here yet. Let's finish this year out. Thank y'all very much for taking my call.
Appreciate the call, Big G. Some positivity on a Mystery
hell
Monday.
yeah.
I have a question for you, Brian.
I'm with you. What's happening?
Per sources, I have some information.
Per sources.
What was your favorite part of the whole day yesterday?
My favorite part of the whole day? I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
I think I know what it is, per sources.
Who?
Did you have a FaceTime with your grandson where he showed you he was learning his letters?
Oh, yeah. Who told you that?
I got sources.
Who told you that?
Was this in the pregame press box or something?
Was that in pregame? I don't know if it was pregame or after the pregame.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. He's showing me his letters, and then in my little book, remember the book where they had me in a uniform?
Yeah.
Kind of like breathing. So that's what he does. So when they get to that page, he just go, he's funny as hell.
My source that told me about your FaceTime also just sent me a Christmas song for Landfill to play, AC/DC Mistress for Christmas. So I've never heard that one.
That's CJ.
No.
Not CJ?
It's another C, though. That you probably don't, I mean, you would know, but he goes by his last name.
Another C. I'm trying to think of the people that were around yesterday when I showed that. Who the hell is it?
I can't out my sources, man. That's the journalistic.
Brian
creed.
Colbert?
No. Another CK.
Another CK?
Not the cluster.
What you call him? Your boy. Yeah, Curran. We were inside the little room there. That's right.
I also wanted to. There was something else I wanted to point out. You were just talking about a Revo tweet.
Yeah.
I tweeted out driving home last night, so I had to stop for gas. And the gas situation in New Jersey is always perplexing to me. So I tweeted out, the gas pumping situation in Jersey will never not be weird to me. Revo responded, JP, stop acting like you're mad about not having to pump gas in this weather. And I was like, Jeremy, you're correct.
In Jersey?
Yeah.
No, they don't let you pump.
I know. I didn't mind it yesterday. I stayed in the car.
Yeah, see, you complained about everything. Yesterday it worked out.
All
in your
I
favor.
said was that it was weird. It is weird.
It ain't weird. They've been doing it forever.
I'm an adult. Let me pump my own gas.
How many times have you drove your ass through Jersey?
I tipped my guy last night.
How many
it was
times
cold
have you
as
driven
hell.
through Jersey?
A lot.
And how many times they done it? So it ain't weird no more. It's just what they do.
So it's weird to me.
That
B.
state that's how they do it.
Here's how we do it. Sam Cosmi, Commander's Guard, will join us next.
This update brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. Jets coach Aaron Glenn has fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson with the shoulder is okay. Tough knee injuries for Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes, though. And the Steelers have added running back Jaylen Warren to the injury report. He's questionable with illness. Dolphins and Steelers live play-by-play tonight at 7, right here on The Fan. In college football, Florida quarterback DJ Lagway is entering the NCAA transfer portal. Commanders beat the Giants 29-21. Marcus Mariota, 51-yard touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future. When the mission matters most, DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard. Shout out to the folks hanging with us on the YouTube stream at the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Shout out to all the people on Monumental Sports Network checking us out on television. Everybody driving around in their car, listening, or using the iHeart or the Odyssey app, wherever you are. We appreciate it. And we appreciate Sam Cosmi, our next guest, for joining us. We got to start with the most important question, sir. How's wifey? How's baby watch?
I'm happy, she held in for this weekend. So I told her to stop everything she's doing to get him out. And then I said, as soon as, 4 p.m. hits, you can start doing whatever you need to do again to get him out. But yeah, not yet, but I'm hoping this week, fingers crossed.
There you go. Get some spicy food.
Yeah,
I'll go take her for a walk in the mall and let her buy everything she wants.
I'm sure that would help.
You might need another contract extension for that, dude.
Exactly.
How does it feel waking up after finally getting the win, man, after the weeks?
Yeah, I mean, it's it's a lot better than waking up after a loss, especially the losses we've had recently and all that type of stuff. But, just coming out open, coming into the building and just you have a little better, bounce in your step and, smiles on people's faces. I always say, when you get a win, everything's, amazing. Vibes are high. And when you lose, the sky's falling. So that's kind of how it feels. But yeah, I mean, it was amazing to get a win.
We're having our weekly Paisanos Players Chat with Sam Cosmi, fed by our friends at Paisanos. Today and every Tuesday are Community Tuesdays at Paisanos. Nurses, teachers, active duty military vets, and first responders get 25% off your order with the promo code COMMUNITY. It's Paisanos' way of giving back to the individuals who give so much to others. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. Dude, so you told me something yesterday that I should have put together. For you, that's the first time you've been on the field for a win this year because, you were fighting injury coming back early in the year. Did that make it feel a little different knowing kind of everything you overcame and then finally getting that dub?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was one of the biggest things that I was, especially towards the end of the game, I was really, really fighting, especially in the run game, to keep the ball moving and keep it in our hands. And because I just wanted to get a win. I wanted to get a win. It was right there. I just didn't want anything to derail us and do that. But yeah, I was really, really. I mean, I've just been wanting to win so bad. And it was right there, and obviously things happened, but I was thankful for our defense to make the stop that they made, and to put us back on the field to go on victory. But yeah, I mean, it felt amazing just to finally get a win after so long. Like I said yesterday, I haven't gotten to win since me personally since Detroit.
in January. So
wow. Yeah, I'm happy for you, man, and not just to get a win, but to run the ball like you guys did yesterday. It's no secret that offensive linemen always want to go downhill and set the tone in the run game. What'd you think of Bill's performance yesterday?
I think he did a great job. His vision, his cuts, being able. I love how Bill runs, and I love how Chris runs. I think they do complementary football in the run game, on how Bill is able to find those little holes that he can go through, and Chris hits it downfield. I love that type of stuff. But to see him grow and do that is great.
And what about not a rookie, but another young guy, Brandon Coleman? He's had an up and down year. He was a healthy scratch for a few weeks. That was pretty jarring, I think, for a lot of folks. And yesterday, Tunsil goes down early with the shoulder, comes back in, goes back out with the oblique, and Coleman thrust into action again at left tackle. What did he show you?
His resiliency. His ability. He's very athletic. Brandon is probably the most athletic offensive lineman we have on the team. Just to see him go in there and, when your number's called and be able to, perform and do all that at a high level, it speaks of his character. Early on it was tough because, he had that shoulder injury and then, Chris came in and that's what I'm saying. It's hard to, keep your job in the league. We just have a really talented O-line. Chris came in and balled out, and it's kind of hard to distinguish. Hey, putting him back in and doing all that, but I don't think that's hard to say with him. He's just so talented too. We do have a talented O-line, and but for him to come in and fill that role, especially at left tackle, is huge.
Sam, you mentioned how Bill runs and how C-Rod runs. Does it change the way you block, or you just block the same and then they find it?
Yeah, exactly what you just said. Yeah, block the same. There's not much. Get your hands on hat on hat, and they'll hit the hole. And half the time they call a run play. I don't know who's running the ball. So I just know I got to make my job and get to my guy and create a hole for whoever's running that rock.
Getting that win yesterday in the cold, in the snow, like all of it, did it feel perhaps, listen, this season's not what you guys wanted, obviously, but did it feel a little more important division game, especially the way the fourth quarter kind of went to hold on?
Yeah, it's very important these games to obviously, win divisional games and do all that. And, for the most part, for whatever you guys in the world thinks, for two teams that are eliminated from the playoffs, I thought that was a hell of a game on both sides. I think both teams really played their heart out. That's what I noticed. I think that there was not, on both sides, commend the Giants for that, but there was no slowing down or anything like that. It was a battle to the end.
It sure was. We have Sam Cosmi here on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. You can give Sam a follow on Twitter and Instagram at Sam Cosmi. Not a lot of posts, but I did notice you reposted the picture the Commanders threw up of Jalen Lane after the punt return touchdown. How happy were you for Lane to take that house call?
Oh man, it's so nice seeing one of those go down, going down the field and scoring. He's been very explosive this season, and another young guy that great character, great guy. Team loves him, and to see that, especially him being a captain too, was huge.
Did he talk much after he did it?
After the touchdown?
Yeah, because Jalen doesn't say a lot. He's quiet, man.
Much. Yeah, he didn't say much, but I think he was just celebrating with his guys, and it's nice, seeing 6 on the board as offensive lineman, and right before the the second half. So it was a nice momentum thing for us for sure.
Dude, so I know you don't pay much attention, but occasionally things do cross your radar. I'm curious. So that's Lane's second punt return touchdown this year. Do you know the last time that happened in Washington?
I think Coach Quinn said something about it. It's been a while. I forgot who he mentioned with tying the record or something like that for Washington. But yeah, it's been a while.
Well, you're talking with him, and it ain't me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, I was all the way in the back. I heard the name. I didn't get it.
Yeah.
But no, that's awesome. How do you feel about that?
Oh, cool. I love Jade, man. So I talked to him a good bit, and listen, he
put two and two together. That's funny.
He told me last week. He said, "Man, I feel good. I feel comfortable, like I'm about to get one." And Santana and I thought that first one he had yesterday was going to be one. And when he caught the second one, as soon as they kicked the ball, Santana said, "I see some action right here," and I say, "Oh, that's low, man. He's going to run that one." And when he hit it, I was like, "He's gone. He's gone." So it's great seeing him play. And I talked to a lot of people from Virginia Tech. They were talking about how good he was, and just to see him go out there and just go through his work, man, it's good. It's a good thing to see.
That's crazy. I can't DQ mentioned it, but I didn't hear from I was all the way in the back. But that's funny. I'll make sure to tell him to try to break it.
Yeah, hey, go for it, man. Definitely.
Records are made to be broken, man.
Oh yeah.
I'd like to ask you a personal question, if I may. I acquired some information yesterday in the locker room. You know me, I got big ears. I'm always listening.
Too much.
What's up with the pillows, dude? I heard you guys talking about the pillows yesterday. What's going on with the pillows?
Yeah, Nick Allegretti's been doing this since last year, and I started doing it this year. So yeah, there's nothing like sleeping with your own pillow that you love from your house, right? And my thing is like, hey, I want to be away games, even home games. I want to be as comfortable as possible when I'm sleeping. Because for me, the night before the game, sleep is so important. And there's nothing like a pillow that doesn't, I guess, is as comfortable, or, you just can't beat it. So yeah, me and Nick have been taking our own pillows to every game pretty much. And we're on the same bus, so we always protect our pillows, making sure they're there by the time we come back. It's a funny little thing we do, but for me, again, I want to be as comfortable as possible night before the game.
I think it makes smart. Sense. Like, do you have to buy? You're a large human. Do you have to buy like an extra large pillow?
No, I just have a king size pillow. It's if you want the details, I like it soft, fluffy and soft, to where like I'm a back sleeper, so my head just like caves in, and I like the bamboo covers, so it keeps it cooler. And I crank down that hotel room to like 65.
Oof.
I mean, that's pretty cold going into the next day, which was pretty damn cold. Nippy. Do you get cold on the field in those games?
There was one time coming out of halftime where when I got on the field, I got cold. But normally I stay pretty warm for the most part. But, yeah, I mean, it was cold. But I think, like I said, I do all the cold plunges and all that type of stuff. So I feel like my body's starting to get acclimated to that. And plus, I feel like my Eastern European, heritage and gene line, I'm kind of just built for that.
Yeah, I think maybe you are, dude. We're talking with our friend Sam Cosmi here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Sam's chat brought to us by our friends at Paisanos. Today and every Tuesday are Community Tuesdays at Paisanos. Nurses, teachers, active duty military, and vets, and first responders. You all get 25% off your order with promo code COMMUNITY. It's Paisanos' way of giving back to the individuals who give so much to others. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at Paisanos. Of course, all the Community Tuesdays, check them out tomorrow. 25% off your promo code with Community. Dude, it is Christmas right around the corner. 10 days away. You have a little daughter. You have a wife expecting a baby boy any day now.
That's his gift.
How do you handle Christmas for your wife and little one right now?
Yeah, I mean, so the wife who we've kind of agreed that, you know, the main gift this year is going to be our son. So we're not really getting each other anything, you know. I think that's kind of just our main gift right there for each other. And the little one's spoiled. So I've been slowly but surely putting like this like jungle gym play set together in our basement, and I'm gonna get her like a foam pit down there so she can just go crazy and, you know, just have fun and do all that. So we're trying to make a playroom in the basement right now for her. And she you know, just go crazy. I in a ball pit, whatever. We're just trying to make it fun. So for the little one, we're putting. I'm slowly but surely putting that together.
How slowly but surely?
It's gonna be done by Christmas.
It'll be done by Christmas. Exactly. Yeah.
Now, I've been married. I should probably know this number. 12 years, I believe. How long you been married, B?
Do what?
You've been married 33 years. Sam, you're a veteran on the football field, but I'm a veteran of the when my wife says she doesn't want anything for Christmas, might not mean she actually doesn't want anything for Christmas.
Yeah. You know, I completely hear you and understand that. The thing is, I give her free range. I'd be like, listen, babe, like, you know, it's one of those years, you're pregnant, whatever, you know, whatever you want to get, just buy it for yourself.
There you go.
You know?
Yeah.
So I have given her that free range. You know, for me, she's happy with that. So
there you go.
Thumbs up.
There you go. How are you going to handle Christmas? Because you got a game that day, obviously. Will you guys, like, I don't even know. I mean, I know the team always travels together the night before a game, you know, stays at the hotel. But, like, I don't know if you want to try to go to church on Christmas Eve. How will you handle this Christmas being a game day?
Yeah, you know, I haven't really discussed that much. Just kind of taking it day by day. I think for the most part, I mean, we'll figure out something, especially with the little one, when to open presents and what's a good time to do that. And if that's Christmas Eve before, you know, I go to the hotel or what. But I think for the most part, it's just really kind of focusing on the game and not messing with my routine, even though I know it's Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's kind of the big focus for me. But yeah, I think most part I would love to go to church too. It'd be hard to squeeze that in.
Yeah. You have a pretty big obligation.
Yes.
Now,
yes.
Your daughter is little. I mean, she's like 2-ish. Is that right? Maybe 3?
Yeah. She just turned 2 December 5th.
Okay.
Oh, they know what they want.
Well, I just wonder. So y'all are going to be off. Like, I just wonder if you could pretend the 23rd is Christmas Eve and open presents on the 24th in the morning. Just act like Santa came. I mean, she doesn't have an iPhone. She doesn't know what day it is. You know what I'm saying?
No. I mean, we could do that, or we could just pretend the 26th is Christmas.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Or wake up and do that. I'm sure my wife's going to want something specific or whatever, so I'll leave that to her. You know, I'm not the planner. She is. So,
right. Same here.
And I'm just a yes man.
Same here.
So yeah.
Do you have a favorite like Christmas song, Christmas carol, whatever you want to call it?
Right now, it's Clara loves Jingle Bells right now, so I've been singing Jingle Bells pretty much every time I put her down to sleep.
That's great.
So, yeah.
What time did you guys get in last night? Like,
they got in quick.
Like 8-ish?
Yeah, 8 o'clock. Yeah, it was not bad.
That's
great.
great.
It was not bad.
I was just hitting the road.
Now, did you stay up and watch Sunday Night Football, or do you just crash?
I was watching the Texas volleyball versus Wisconsin final 8 game last night. You know, the wifey wanted to watch it, and it was a good game for the most part. Texas lost, unfortunately, but yeah, we put that on. I think that I gotta get used to that because I could see that down the line being a big thing for me with my daughter, and obviously the background my wife has. So
Yeah, that's cool. Was there a Texas Wisconsin volleyball match wager with Mr. Biotish?
no, none of that. I don't think Ty really cares about the volleyball, and he's football through and through. If you talk to Ty enough, you can see that man lives, breathes, sleeps football.
Yeah, he's a locked in fellow.
Yes,
like
he is.
he couldn't be. He's very nice, very polite, but like he's got an intensity to him at most times. Am I reading that right?
You're 100% right. I mean, he can be a lot sometimes, but I love it because he's always fired up. He just loves this game so much, and it's so cool to see. And he's always trying to inspire guys and uplift guys. But yeah, he's it's like his hair's on fire half the time. It's crazy.
Well, dude, I remember. So when the Jaden Soup commercial came out, I tried to like have a little fun with Biotish for like TV and ask him about it, and he was like, "We shot that before training camp," and I was like, "Dude, I'm just trying to like I'm not questioning this at all, man. Like I think it's great you had a commercial," and I was like, "All right, we're gonna leave this alone."
He's like, I mean, it's not taking away from me watching the tapes or anything like that. Or it's not taking me from focusing on football. Yeah, he's funny like that. We gave him a bunch of crap though, because he just sat there and looked pretty, didn't say a word, just smiled and got a paycheck. So good for him, But we gave him crap for it.
Yeah, Allegretti was pretty relentless. It was funny, dude.
Yeah.
Sam, thank you for the time
All right,
as
Sammy.
always, dude.
All right, fellas.
Take care, brother.
Happy holidays. Yeah.
Hey,
See you
I
Saturday.
hope I miss you a day in the locker room this week. Good luck.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, buddy.
Fingers crossed. All right, guys.
Take care.
Take care.
Commanders right guard Sam Cosmi. Give him a follow at Sam Cosmi. Our weekly chats with Sam are brought to us by our friends at Paisanos. For all the first responders, all the military vets, all the police officers, everybody out there, tomorrow is Community Tuesdays at Paisanos. 25% off with the code COMMUNITY. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. FanDuel. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update brought to you by Millwood. The Associated Press Top 25 is out with Arizona, Michigan, Duke, Iowa State, and UConn in men's basketball Top 5. Number 24 is Virginia taking on the Maryland Terrapins, who battled Michigan last week. It'll be the Terps against the Cavaliers Saturday in Charlottesville at 6 p.m. Florida quarterback DJ Lagway is entering the NCAA transfer portal. The Jets have fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Packers wide receiver Christian Watson has avoided major injury. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes apparent severe knee injuries. The Dolphins have lost 13 straight games, including playoffs. With a kickoff temp below 40, it's supposed to be 14 degrees tonight in Pittsburgh as the Dolphins and Steelers play at 7 on the Fan. Wizards down the Pacers 108-89. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
In the frosty air. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. If you missed any of our conversation with Sam Cosme, get on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts or on YouTube. Sam's good player and a lot of fun to talk to, man.
Yeah.
he's just a fun guy. We got people on hold that have been on hold.
Yeah, this is my guy, though, man.
Yeah?
I talk to him all the time. He smiles all the time.
Biotis is he's a dude that doesn't love he's a super intelligent person and football player and can give you a ton of great insight. Sometimes when the camera comes on, it's not as open, and that's okay. There's lots of players like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But he's absolutely like a hard driving leader of that team. You want to hit these phones? I mean, my man Eric's been on hold over an hour.
What's up, Eric?
Eric, what's up, dude?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Yeah, been on hold for a little while, but it's worth it to listen to your show.
Okay.
I just want to say, first of all, that Sunday's game was a welcome respite from Saturday's activities. I mean, after the Terps and the Caps, it was really great to see one of the local teams perform so much better. So I was really thrilled about that. And I guess the thing that stuck out to me the most was that the team didn't quit. I mean, you know, this is a team that's not had a great season, and it's like it's easy to go into these games, or maybe not easy, but to see them not have the same heart and spirit. And, you know, I think that they played really hard, particularly the defense, who has not had a great year, you know, with that turnover late in the game, that they did not give up. They did not lay down. They fought to get that win back. So I was really happy about that. And, of course, you know, seeing Jalen get the punt return and Terry get a touchdown and Bill get a touchdown. It was just it was good. I was just really happy for the team, and I was happy that they haven't given up, that they're still playing hard.
All right.
I think that, Eric, is a very reasonable stance, and I think it speaks to what they've built from the coaching staff and the players that are of the right mindset. You know what I mean? And there's value in that.
Yes, and you know that they're still out there. It still means something to them. They're playing for pride. You know that they don't want to be the worst team in the division, and they wanted to hand that rightfully to the Giants. So I was thrilled to see that they were able to do that. And then before I check out, gents, as always, be Mitch for president. Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
Thanks, dude.
That would be interesting.
That'd be something. You got my vote, B. Steve is in Bowie. Steve, what's up, man?
Hey, fellas, good morning. B. Mitch and Finley. Listen, I want you guys' opinion about Bill, Mary Crossley. What do you guys think about him being used more on the outside of screens instead of just running him up? I think it would be a great asset if we used him more, you know, put him on, like they're taking advantage of Wagner, put them on linebackers and run a wheel route, to the outside. I think it'd be more effective, and it will put defenses, on alert because they have to do more than just watch him run the ball up the middle. What do you guys think about that?
Well, I think you got to realize, you say what they're doing to Bobby, but those other teams may not have Bobby out there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think his strength is the finding the cracks and stuff in the middle and things like that. So you got to keep using what he's strong at, and let him learn how to do that first before you start having him do everything else.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes.
I also think
thanks, guys.
McNichols is really good catching passes out of the backfield.
Yes.
So I don't need to get away from that. Thanks for the call, Steve. Let's go to Ed in Rockville. Easy E, what's up, dude?
You just gave me a new nickname. I guess now I'm gonna start calling in and say Easy E from Rockville.
You got my support.
Look, I just want to say something first, because there's some disgusting fans out there, and I think you know where I'm going with this from yesterday. If you are literally okay and completely fine with Patrick Mahomes and Micah Parsons tearing their ACL, and you're using it as a positive aspect in your life right now, I just want you to know God don't like ugly, and what goes around comes around. Because although those players torment our team and plenty of other teams in sports, it is not okay to see the comments I've seen on Facebook and Twitter and all over about those guys tearing their ACL. Because if it happens to you, then you would see the pain. Trust me. I just dislike people like that, man. It's just disgusting, and it's not. We don't need that in people's lives. Now, to the game. I think this is the first time the Commanders, football team, Redskins, whatever you want to call them now, have beat the Giants 2 years in a row, times two. They're 4-0.
First time it's happened since 98 to 2000.
Yep.
And mind you, I was born in 91. So that's a long time, okay? I like the way the team played yesterday. Yeah, they had a few of those fourth quarter turnovers. They weren't as good in the fourth and the second half. But look, I love it. I love it, man. And the last thing I wanted to say, B. Mitch, I agree with you so much on when you mentioned earlier about the Patriots. Look, they're having a great season. But who's to say that what happened to Washington, and I'm not hoping this on, I hope they have a great season again. Because I love seeing all the quarterbacks drafted in that year and so forth and all drafts succeed. But, like, who's to say the Patriots don't have a down year next year? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, they played on last place schedules 2 years in a row. When Drake got drafted, the team was already bad. So they played on the last place schedule there, correct me if I'm wrong. And then the same thing last year. So when they get a schedule like the Commanders did, where they got to play somebody like the Chiefs, the Bills, which are going to have to play obviously twice, and other teams like the Eagles are on the schedule, how do they perform? Do they have a down year too? Did they go from 11, 12, 13 wins to 5 or 6? We don't know. And I don't hope that. But for fans to think, oh, the Commanders, man, they're just not that good because last year they had an easy schedule. Well, the Patriots are playing on that times too.
Exactly.
Let's see how these teams do when they get that hard schedule. Because I think what happened to Washington this year is going to make them stronger. And yes, we're going to be playing on an easy schedule again, but I'd rather it be a hard schedule again so that we can go out there and punch some teams in the mouth and show people it wasn't because the schedule was easy. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, buddy. A lot of
Good call
passion
there,
in
baby.
that call, man. What's he talking about the ACL comments on the internet? That's the only one I didn't understand.
He's saying people are reveling and being happy about the fact that those two guys got hurt.
That Mahomes got hurt?
Mahomes and Michael Parsons.
I disagree with that. Mark is in Landover Hills. Mark, what's up, dude?
Top of the day to you, gentlemen. Woo!
What up, Mark?
Hey, B, I just got to say it, buddy. I think people need to kind of slow the roll a little bit, appreciate what we have, and realize that the rebuild is still here on us. And also, man, I know you got a lot of calls, and hell, I've been waiting a long time too, but I want to tell you, Brian, deep down, buddy, it sure was nice hearing London Fletcher and Brim and everybody else talking about that 2 football returns by a guy who should be in the Hall of Fame, and it getting tied by a man that you talked to and have helped this year, man. And, hey, that says a lot about the human beings involved. And, hey, man, I wish you guys the best. And, JP, man, anytime somebody has nothing but nasty to say about people and put them down when they're down, that's not really a good sign, buddy. And you might not want to think about what you're saying as far as people being nasty and talking about people nasty. And I agree with Brian that social media is nothing but unsocial media. And
What
one
did I
more
do?
time. Woo! Have a good day, guys.
All right, thanks,
And Merry
dude.
Christmas to all.
All right, yep. Take care, man. Yeah. I feel like I just caught some shrapnel there. I don't know what the hell I did.
Nah, you ain't do nothing.
I think he's talking about the people talking about the Chiefs or whatever.
he's talking
Mahomes going
about-
down.
Those
Okay,
people, yeah.
got it. 10-4. B, we already had one very wealthy, very famous person on in this hour. You think we could swing another one?
Yeah, what?
We already had Sam Cosmi, who is signed a contract extension for immeasurable
Yeah.
wealth and is a professional football player,
Mhm.
famous guy. I think I'll be able to get another famous guy to join us.
Let's go.
Are you up for that?
I'm with it.
Mystery famous person when we return. You're listening to B. Mitch Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and I got home late last night. Drove home from the Meadowlands about 9:30, got home about 1:30, and my wife was very worried because she said our steps were kind of icy with the weather. She said, go through the garage. So you know what I did? Used the MyQ app to open my garage door. I went in through the garage, and because it's so silent, because I got a new garage door from Door Pro America, didn't wake anybody up. Not either one of my baby girls, not my wife either. That's what you can get if you get a new garage door. Now, you don't have to do a new one. Say your garage door just needs some maintenance, a couple repairs. Hit up Door Pro America. They've been serving the DMV for over 50 years and keeping garage doors running smooth for homeowners like me across the region. Maybe you've been putting off the repair or the replacement to save some cash. Well, now is the time. Schedule an appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls, plus free estimates on a new garage door. While you're at it, ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. That's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier, it boosts the curb appeal on your house. So whatever it is, it's time to call Door Pro America, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO, or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. Only one man can walk in with Afternoon Delight as their play-in song. And before we went to break, I said, we had Sam Cosmi, who's a famous football player, and we're going to be joined by another famous rich man. And here he is, Chris Russell, the Rooster. Now, B, you and I had the pleasure of doing Radio Row in Baltimore on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And, you are a future Hall of Famer with a Super Bowl ring walking around. Urban Meyer's walking around. There are men of real accomplishment walking around at Baltimore Convention Center. And yet,
I saw one guy that was the dude.
The cock of the walk was the Roost. Roost is the king of Army-Navy Radio Row.
Yes.
What's it feel to be the king of Army-Navy Radio Row, Roost?
I mean, you say this because I was wearing a sport jacket. And because people know who I am and we're saying hello, and because I was
believe
talking
there was
to Annie
one woman
Agar.
in the building, and Roost walked in with her and said, "Oh, we just walked over from the hotel."
I mean, I hung out with Annie Agar, much to Toby Altizer's chagrin. And she's lovely, wonderful.
She's
outstanding. Talented. She's talented, lovely, wonderful, very nice woman. First time I had a chance to chat with her. And then, yes, I mean, when you are the ruler of the Roost, right? People do gravitate to you, and they come to you because they want to know what it's like to be in that aura, that emanation of power, if you will, that I have. So that's why people are coming up to me.
Definitely. I have what I believe is breaking news for you.
Oh.
That I experienced yesterday, and I sent the boys a photo of this. Brian may have experienced it as well. In the Giants Stadium press box, they have a sandwich called the Fat Rooster.
Yeah.
No.
Yes. Yes. You didn't know that?
They've never had that before.
They did yesterday, dog.
So I was there.
In spirit.
Yeah, and people were eating you up.
Did I taste good, B?
I didn't eat it.
I did. It was pretty good. Now, it was pretty good, dude.
What was it?
It was a very, very low key attempt at a spicy chicken sandwich. And they had honey mustard and
It looked like
coleslaw.
waffles or something. It was like a part of the bread, wasn't it?
No, it was just a regular roll.
Oh, it looked like a waffle roll. when you
Yeah,
said
I don't remember that in any
It-
previous trip.
I've
Now,
been
we
up
haven't been there
plenty.
since October
I
of
had
last
never
year.
seen
Yeah.
that either.
Yeah.
So maybe it's new.
Okay.
The Rooster's expanding his
Fat
brand.
Rooster.
The
Fat Rooster, huh? And you didn't take a picture of it? You
I did. I sent it to
Well, how come
landfill.
you didn't send it to me?
All right, I'll send it to you now. Damn, you see how he's rich and powerful, just
Yeah,
demanding
he's
things?
demanding stuff.
I mean,
What'd you think of the win
I
yesterday?
didn't
I'm going to give you one
demand anything.
real
I
football
just said,
question.
how come you didn't ask? The win, listen, I mean, they needed to win, obviously. The players and coaches don't give a rat's ass about draft order, and nor should they. They needed to win. They needed not to get blown out, and even a close loss. I mean, like, how many close losses can you have and keep saying, well, at least
there.
we're playing, at least we're getting there, play hard, and then it leads to nothing, right? They needed a win to validate whatever effort, whatever work they are putting in, and they are still trying, and I applaud all of them for going. It was a sloppy win. The Giants stink. Antonio Hamilton, great for him. I was reading about his wacky week with his wife graduating, with him doing something with his college at South Carolina State or whatever, and then also obviously getting the start. Great job there. All of that. I mean, hey man, they get paid to win.
Yeah.
They don't get paid to tankathon. Okay, sorry. So that pisses a lot of people off. I get that because fans have moved on to next year and the future, but that's not what they get paid for. So good on them. Even though it was a sloppy game.
It was certainly sloppy. Highlights for Washington. You saw some young guys make some plays. Saw Terry make a play.
Yeah.
We probably won't make much mention of this. Brian and I both loved the wrestling as kids. Who was your guy? Jimmy Superfly? Who was
Jimmy Superfly Snooker?
I
and
was
the Junkyard Dog.
I liked Ultimate Warrior, Hulkster, Bushwhackers. That was kind of my era. You can't be defined by an era, Roost. You are a true wrestling mark. And the wrestling Saturday night was a big deal.
Yeah.
John Cena's last match.
That's not his last match.
Let's start there. Do you think it is?
When he tapped out for his last match, no, it ain't happening, dog.
I'm asking the wrestling expert.
I think it actually is.
Well,
It is not his last performance in the ring. He will occasionally make a run-in or an interference type thing or whatever, and maybe 5 years from now he gets the bug again to do it.
John
but
Cena
I think
was a
it is.
badass. You think his last match is tapping out?
So I was
Ain't no damn way
I was at my
possible.
hotel in New Jersey watching the Terps, and there was a dude. I'm not going to name names, but there was a big wrestling fan sitting next to me watching the wrestling on his phone at full volume. I might add, which I totally didn't find annoying, but he was explaining to me how much the John Cena fight mattered, right? And that's for the people that are into it. God bless you. I'm glad you're happy and it was cool. But the dude told me, he's like, yeah, they're not going to let him win his last match. This is their way to like promote somebody else.
Well, I think
And so
that
I
was
think
John, I
that's
think
what
that was
happened.
John Cena's decision too. See, John controlled a lot of this, if not all of this. I think everybody was booing Triple H at the end of the night, and Gunther, who beat him on the way out of Capital One Arena, and
it's playing before the match starts.
exactly like John's the whole night.
I've never heard of Gunther.
Okay, but the whole night was about getting younger guys over, like
Yeah.
Obafemi, who's the NXT champion, who I had on my show on Friday, Javon Evans,
famous.
guys like that, and getting Gunther to be the number one bad guy in the company, because the company needs bad guys. They need villains. And while he's been a bad guy, like, they need even more heat on the villain and the bad guy, so that they don't have to necessarily turn somebody that's really popular, i.e. Cody Rhodes, bad, or Jey Uso bad. But anyway, I think it was all planned. I don't think it was, and I think John Cena was totally fine with it. He taps out. It's not like it's not like he I mean, it's not. I wouldn't look at it as a true submission, but it was almost like, okay. It just, that kind of thing, and it was fine. People were
I'm sorry
upset.
to-
I was not upset.
Can I interrupt real
Yeah.
quick? B, did you hear Chris just said, I think it was totally planned?
It was planned.
I don't want
It's planned.
newsflash.
I just want to
It
ask you
was
this question,
planned,
dog.
dog.
No, I'm just.
I just think if they had done it and it was just John losing last match, the tap out thing.
I thought he was going to get pinned.
That's kind of a cop out.
Yeah.
When you tap out.
I thought he was going to get pinned. B, to your point.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be another one.
I thought he was going to get pinned. But anyway,
Well,
it
you
was
went, I
it
assume.
was a great night. I want to thank Monumental Sports for hooking your boy up. JVS took good
Told
care
you
of me.
he's rich and famous.
I
He's-
mean,
that's a
you know,
hot ticket.
dude, we were in the
free tickets.
We were in the vault suites.
He spent no money this weekend for everything he did.
Cock of the walk at Army Navy, and then a free ticket to wrestling. That's the hottest ticket in town.
We were in the
And
vault.
that's why you dummies spend $7 a pound on ground beef, and I spend $3 a pound.
Exactly. We were in the vault suites. Have you been in the new vault suites at Capital One Arena?
Sure have. Opened the
Okay.
show talking about it on Friday.
All right. Well, I missed.
Thank
that,
you for
but-
listening.
Yeah, thanks. He's
hey.
too busy being rich and famous.
Oh no, he was walking with Eddie.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
So he
true.
couldn't listen to us.
So
exactly.
How much free stuff did you take off the great people at USAA doing you got 3 nights of a hotel room?
I did, but I only used 2 because I had to make it back for Saturday night's
So
main
then you
event.
just wasted one.
Technically,
that's how you got it, B.
Technically, yes. But USAA loves me, number one, because I am a ambassador for them in the Army-Navy game. I am an ambassador.
Me and B are kind of ambassadors now, too.
I'm just
Roos.
a loudmouth.
Next year is in New York, and I'm all in.
Let's go.
I'm all in, too.
Let's go. And instead of you coming up that morning, the 3 of us can Amtrak up or whatever,
But Roos,
Excella, and then we could go out for a nice
Going
dinner
to
Thursday
Baltimore
night.
versus going to New York, I'm probably not going to come up that morning. It's a little further.
Okay.
So I gotta watch what I'm putting down the gullet.
So we could go out for a nice dinner on Thursday night, some
Peter Luger?
cocktails.
You going to pay for it?
Peter Luger's on you.
Or is USAA going to pay for it?
USAA would pay for it. Well, maybe not if we just go out
Peter
on our
Luger's
own.
on you.
No, B, you got all the money. I don't have anything.
I got 3 daughters. I don't have a lot of money.
I mean, I've got kids too. I mean,
Yeah, you all have 3 daughters.
You got 1. You got 2 kids,
Yeah.
right?
When you got extra daughters, it goes up.
I got a 21-and-a-half-year-old daughter. She takes up a lot of my money.
You know, most people...
And a special needs son, so that,
Roos,
I'm paying for him forever.
My 10-year-old no longer does the half year. My 6-year-old is very much into 6.5, 6
Yeah.
3/4. for you to say you have a 21-and-a-half-year-old daughter is pretty interesting.
Well, I'm just
Most people
saying.
stop
I mean, her
doing that
birthday
around
was in
8
early
years old.
May. I mean, so she's closer to 22 than she is 21.
May what?
44-year-old
May 6th.
seasoned
That's
rooster.
my sister's birthday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I
Chris,
knew we were connected some sort of way.
always great to hear
Anyway,
from you.
I appreciate you guys having me on as always. Thank you. It was great to see you guys on Friday. Have a little lunch.
Thanks for letting us into your event.
It's okay. I'll tell the people from USAA next year to make sure that you guys get like the first booth. The first.
We gotta go.
We gotta go,
Chris.
Roos.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Nobody go anywhere. We're going around the NFL next.
This update brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Rams wide receiver Devontae Adams suffering a hamstring issue in the game against the Lions. Micah Parsons and Patrick Mahomes with severe knee injuries. Good news for Packers wide receiver Christian Watson. He did avoid major injury with the shoulder. Jets coach Aaron Glenn has fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Jaylen Warren is questionable tonight for the Steelers with an illness. And it also is going to be chilly, 14 degrees expected for Dolphins and Steelers. Dolphins are 0-13 in games below 40 degrees. Dolphins and Steelers, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Wizards basketball sweep win on the road, beating the Pacers 108-89. Marvin Bagley III with 23. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on the Fan.
I don't mind this one. This is Little Drummer Boy, right? Who's singing this?
Bob Seger.
Oh, hell yeah. Crank that, Soldier Boy. All right, I can get down with that one, Landfill. Not the Grinch.
I found your other song too, Jay.
The Ed Sheeran, Elton John?
Yeah.
It's good, dude. I heard it this weekend. I did want to shout out Rose, White Brian's wife. Great school teacher, helping mold the minds of today's youth. She made a whole bunch of cookies. I just had a gingerbread oatmeal cream pie. That was phenomenal. And I asked White Brian what Rose thought of him making another glizzy bet and having to eat 8 more hot dogs because the Giants lost by 8. And he said, yeah, I didn't tell her I did it again.
She probably was like, why would you keep betting on that sorry team?
Why, Brian, why did you, like...
She might need to just stop going to school and working on those minds and stay at home and work on his mind.
I think White Brian just needs new teams. The Giants suck. Auburn sucks.
The Mets
Yo,
suck.
Pete Alonso just came to Baltimore. Let's go. How you holding up, White Brian?
It's been a rough stretch for my sports teams.
What do you...
Oh, boy.
What do you want the Giants to do? Blow it all up?
Skip town.
I've heard a lot about that.
Move to St. Louis?
Arizona State wide receiver. I'd take him. And then you need about 5 new linebackers and 10 new defensive backs.
5 new linebackers? That means you want a whole damn new team.
I like Okereke.
Yeah, he's good. He's a little old.
Right. I don't think the Giants will land. Honestly, they might. The Giants right now hold the number 1 overall pick. I don't know who they finish with. Then you've got the Raiders. Then you've got the Titans. It's good. One thing that makes this interesting for Washington is I think in some capacity your top 4 teams, Giants, Raiders, Titans, Browns, Jets. The Giants are not going to draft a quarterback because they're going to lie to their fan base and tell them Jackson Dart's the future. The Raiders are absolutely going to draft a quarterback. The Titans are not going to draft a quarterback. They just took Ward. The Jets should draft a quarterback. I have no idea what the Browns are ever doing. Shador was bad yesterday. They just drafted 2 quarterbacks last year. They still are paying Deshaun Watson. I don't know what the hell any of those teams are going to do. But
Deshaun Watson is coming off of injury reserve now, though, Jay.
I know.
It's
So
crazy.
It's going to be a fascinating top of the draft. But so when you were driving home last night, did you play music or did you listen to the game?
We listened to the game.
So did I. And so were you in the car for halftime?
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't help but notice this. The halftime update, and Westwood One does such a phenomenal job with the Sunday night football game. I listen to it a lot. A lot of times I'm in the car Sunday nights. And just the production.
We actually didn't do Westwood One. We actually did the car with the Bluetooth and Tanner had his phone on the actual game.
Oh, so you had Collinsworth and Tirico?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't be shocked if this was the same. I couldn't help but notice halftime of the Westwood One broadcast, they give highlights and tell you scores from all the other games.
Mm-hmm.
And Washington and the Giants was nothing but the last game mentioned, and all they did was read the score.
Well, he actually said, I think someone made the comment that, damn, they didn't talk much about our game, did they?
It's the only game without any playoff implication. The biggest story to me in the NFL yesterday, you had a wild game in New England, but the biggest story is the Chiefs officially eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah.
And now, just to me, terrible news. I think this guy's one of the all-time great ambassadors of football, that Patrick Mahomes has torn his ACL.
Yeah.
I hate that. And, the Chiefs, there was that stretch there where they looked like they were getting it together and then not able to continue it. Throughout the year, I think you correctly said, I'm not counting the Chiefs out till it's over.
Until they're out.
What do you make of that now that they're out?
I mean, it's going to be a new era. They open the door for somebody else because people always knew when they were in the playoffs, you had to go through them. It's going to be a problem for you. I think the whole thing now is, I heard people saying about, Pat, this, that, but guys seem to come back much stronger after these type of surgeries and things of that nature. The dude is a worker. So whoever gets that opportunity this year, be happy. Because they're going to come back with a different mindset. And I don't know if Andy leaves or whatever before this happens, but Pat's not done.
No.
Yeah, so
I think it'd be very silly to
but
think so.
But it's just like in sports, you get an opportunity sometimes because someone gets hurt. This is an opportunity for somebody else to go out there and grab it. We talk about all the people in the NBA that never got a chance to win when Mike was playing.
Right.
Well, now you got a chance. When Mike retired, when he retired for those few years, a year or so, that gave somebody else a chance. Pat, y'all got a chance now.
One dude who must just be. Now, if I had to guess, this dude kind of stays in the moment and isn't looking around, is just focused on next week. But if you're Josh Allen and you're the Bills and Mahomes has knocked you out of the playoffs year after year after year, you got to view this as an opportunity.
Oh, it better be.
And I think you saw yesterday, they were down 21-0 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Down 3 scores on the road, and to fight all the way back and win that thing in Foxborough, that's as good a win as we've seen in the league this year.
That was a great win for them.
It's funny, for a game that's that high scoring, 35-31, neither quarterback threw for over 200 yards. Allen went for 193, but he had 3 scores, was super efficient. Mm-hmm. Drake May was the first game where the passing numbers really weren't very impressive. 14 of 23 for a $155 with a pick.
Mm-hmm.
May used his legs, especially early. He scored twice on the ground, I think in the first quarter. Both teams ran the ball really well. TreVeyon Henderson, man, he's got a fifth gear that
TreVeyon
can go.
Henderson is bad. TreVeyon Henderson is the reason that they were doing what they were doing yesterday. He was gutting them.
He averaged 10 yards a carry. I believe he had 2 touchdown runs over 50 yards. James Cook for the Bills was quite good. Way more controlled, 22 for 107 with 2 touchdowns on the ground. Yesterday, I still think the Pats are a good team. I think they're really well coached.
I think they're a good team.
They've beaten up a lot of bad teams.
I think their schedule has enabled them a lot, just like what people said about us last year. Same thing is happening this year. But ultimately, when I was looking at some stuff, they were like, well, he's locked up the MVP now. No, the dude who's probably locking up the MVP is over there in L.A.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford is balling out, bro.
Just listen to the second halves for New England versus Buffalo. The Patriots open up 3-and-out punt. Next possession, interception. Then they are able to score. Then it's a punt. Then they lose on downs. Whereas the Bills open the second half, touchdown, 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 touchdown. You score 4 straight possessions, man. And one of them you're kind of gifted with the pick. But that drive where they got the pick, New England was deep. I think they were relatively deep in their territory. That was a 13-play, 101-yard touchdown drive because they had a penalty on it. Impressive stuff, I would say there.
Yeah.
Now, the way the schedules are, the Bills are still a game behind the Patriots in the division, so New England could certainly still win that division.
Yeah, they can win a division.
I mean, the AFC is going to be really interesting to watch because Jacksonville is playing some football, man. Trevor Lawrence was fantastic yesterday. Right now, the Broncos, we should probably mention the Broncos, hosted the Packers yesterday in a game where I really liked Green Bay. That was Bo Nix's best game of the season. And really an impressive win. Green Bay got out to an early lead in that thing on the road. Green Bay, what happened is that they couldn't score touchdowns. They got up 6-0. Then the Packers were up 13-7. Green Bay had a 23-14 lead in the third quarter, and Bo Nix just got red hot. He was very good in this game. Went 23 of 34 for 302 with 4 touchdowns, no picks. That's a day, dude.
He balled.
Jordan Love, on the other hand, Jordan Love can be really good.
He's kind of a roller coaster.
Threw 2 picks yesterday.
Yeah, he'll be rolling, and then he just want to take you on that downward spiral.
For sure.
But this is the thing. Like, so I know we in this world today, we are so quick to try and rename somebody else to be the next. Drake May is having a damn good year. He has 23 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He's 109.1 quarterback rating. He has 3,300 yards. Okay? 3,500 yards. Matt Stafford has 112 quarterback rating. 37 touchdowns. That's 14 more. He has 2 less interceptions. He only has 5. He has 3,700 yards passing. His team is leading their division as well. And I just don't understand how. And then they're having a tougher schedule than what New England has.
Totally. I mean, just the division.
And like, I understand the need for people to just try to, promote what they like. But when you really look at this thing, Matt is balling the hell out.
Totally.
You know what I mean?
Well, the odds reflect that now. The odds as of White Brian, give me the latest NFL MVP odds because I believe Stafford is pulled way out in front. But I want to be sure I'm looking at the latest numbers. I think what the Rams did yesterday was not a surprise, but that Detroit team's pretty good, and they played pretty well. And the Rams dropped 40 on them, covered the 5.5. Thank you very much, and have now improved to 11-3. Stafford yesterday, 24 of 38, 368, 2 touchdowns. He did throw a pick yesterday. Now Devontae Adams went down. What do you got, W?
Stafford's now minus 250. Drake May plus 400. Josh Allen plus 500. Trevor Lawrence, after 6 touchdowns, is plus 10,000 now.
Plus 10,000? I mean, he's not going to win it.
It's hard to not think it's going to be Stafford. The numbers on the year are just phenomenal. If you look at the AFC playoff picture, Denver's 12-2 now. They've secured a playoff berth. I don't believe they have clinched the division yet, just because the Chargers are playing really good football. They're only 2 games behind them. Denver would get the bye. Then it's New England, Jacksonville, Pittsburgh as your division winners. Right now, it would be Chargers as the 5, Bills as the 6, Texans as the 7. Just on the surface, B, if you got Patriots at home hosting the Texans wild card weekend, I don't know what that line would be, but I know I'm taking the points and maybe the Houston money line. The way they play defense defense will travel to the cold, no problem.
Yeah. They don't care.
And then Jacksonville, Buffalo would be a hell of a game. Steelers, Chargers. It'd be hard for me not to take the Chargers in that. Now, Pittsburgh plays tonight. Baltimore won yesterday. You got Steelers, Dolphins tonight. Steelers have to win to keep pace. If they lose, I think Baltimore, I guess they have the head-to-head tiebreaker. So the Steelers, even if they lose, will stay ahead in the division race. But if they can get to 8-6 while Baltimore's at 7-7, and I think Baltimore's going to play New England this weekend. The rest of those divisions, like Buffalo could catch New England, Houston could catch Jacksonville. How much faith do you have in Denver, especially if they're going to get home field?
They get home field out there. I mean, you have a lot of faith in them, but they're handling their business, man.
Well,
and they get damn good defensive play. They don't expect their offense to go out there and just score a million amount of points. They want their offense to not harm them. And
yesterday Nick's balled.
If that happens, if Nick's balls, then you got something there. If he doesn't ball, then they'll be in those tight games, But if they're at home, Mile High makes a difference.
Shifting to the NFC, Rams had the big win yesterday. The Bears, I thought, were impressive yesterday they played a bad team and just put their foot on their throat and never left off. They beat Cleveland 31-3. Caleb made some really impressive throws. I also think the way Chicago runs the ball is really impressive. DeAndre Swift was really good. Monungai didn't really go off, but he's so physical that just gives them something inside. Chicago's defense is playing well. I mean, Cleveland in this game had 9 first downs total.
9 total? Ooh.
Shador yesterday was bad, 18-35 for $170 with 3 picks. One of the picks, I can't remember which receiver it was. Shador made a good throw into the end zone, and the receiver
the ball hit the receiver in the chest.
Patty caked it to a DB.
Yeah.
The other 2 picks were bad, but Cleveland's a terrible team. I don't know what you've got there. The NFC South, between Tampa losing at home with a 2-touchdown lead in the fourth quarter on Thursday night, and then Carolina goes to New Orleans yesterday and loses. Who do you think is going to win the NFC South?
Don't have a clue. You got a coin? Toss it.
I mean, both teams are 7-7, and they've got head-to-head matchups
They're
coming.
like, I don't want it. You take it.
Eagles dismantled a terrible Raiders team, but that's exactly what Philly needed, I would say.
And what you expected.
Yeah, I mean, the Raiders are terrible. Do you know what Kenny Pickett's line was in that game? 15 of 25 for 64 yards and a pick. Cody was right about Kenny Pickett.
You know what? I think I can play in the league again. If Kenny Pickett playing quarterback still in the league, I can play quarterback in the league.
Do you know what the Raiders' total offensive output was in this game?
100 and what?
75 yards.
Did you say 75?
Total net yards.
I can probably go get some of my dudes, my former players from college, and we can get more than 75 yards in the NFL game.
I mean,
that's horrible.
Hurts was very crisp, 12 of 15, $175, 3 touchdowns. He got to watch the fourth quarter on the bench. That game was over at 3:30, like final. Every other game had just started the fourth quarter. All right, I got a break. The boys are talking ball. We're going to talk a little Jaden before we close up shop. Nobody go anywhere.
This update brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local. Bank local. Unfortunately, it is official now. Packers star Micah Parsons has a torn ACL, out for the rest of the season. He faces a 9-month recovery. Also out is Kansas City Chiefs starting quarterback Patrick Mahomes with an ACL. The Jets have fired defensive coordinator Steve Wilks. Good news for Packers wide receiver Christian Watson. It is not a major shoulder injury. He should be good. Rams wide receiver Devontae Adams out with a hamstring. Steelers have added running back Jaylen Warren to the injury report with an illness. He's questionable for tonight's game against the Dolphins. That's at 7 p.m. on The Fan. Florida quarterback DJ Lagway and Cincinnati quarterback Brendan Sorsby have entered the NCAA transfer portal. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Boo-doo-doo. 10 days till Landfill stops playing this stuff.
Nah, the songs work all year round, actually.
The Christmas spirit's in my heart all year round. Right, B?
I hear you.
Brian, you up for a little role play?
Let's go.
Dan Quinn speaks to the media in 2 hours.
Yep.
Hey, Coach, what's the latest with Jaden?
We're going to just he's going to be out there to practice today like he was last week, but the doctors haven't cleared him yet.
Coach, do you want Jaden to play these last 3 games?
We'll see how that goes.
Coach, have you thought about shutting Jaden down for the last 3 games?
I haven't really started to look at that yet. I was just trying to see the program we had him going through, how he's going to progress with that.
We won't miss a mark.
I'm seeing if he can hit the marks.
Yeah, you got to see if he can hit the marks. Non-role play division. Seeing Pat go down, does that impact their decision-making with Daniels at all?
With, you mean this football team?
Seeing Mahomes go down,
I don't know if that is going to deal with it because, let's be real, people that are in the professional football, in the profession of that, they know you can be injured at any time. So you can't play scared with it. You got to just go. But I think it may be more about the fact of where they at and the fact that, like you stated, when he repeated the same injury, when something happened to that same injury, now they're looking at it differently. When it constantly was another one that had nothing to do with the one previously, I think they weren't concerned.
There is zero question. There is zero question about Jaden's toughness.
Mm-hmm.
Played last year through broken ribs, has played through a ton this year. Kid is super tough. My completely arbitrary date was always you can't if it gets to 2 games left, you can't let him play. Like at 2 games in a lost season, I don't see the value there. When they were coming off a bye and had 5 weeks and he was cleared, I totally understood it. If you look at what New Orleans is doing right now with Tyler Shough, and granted he's a rookie and it's a different situation, they're getting a ton of value out of a young player playing well, stringing some wins together late in the season. That's just real. Kellen Moore's trying to build his program. Washington's not in the same situation. Like Jaden has already achieved a lot.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions about Jaden as the long-term quarterback of this team.
Yeah.
So if there is a decision to just let Marcus play this thing out, I'm okay with that. The flip side is if they decide to get Jaden out there Saturday against the Eagles, I can wrap my mind around that too.
Yeah, that'd be one where they're going to have their fingers crossed, though.
And you know what I said? When Jaden got hurt against Seattle, and after the game, Dan Quinn said, yeah, that was going to be his last drive anyway. if you know the finish line is around the corner, just finish it. Like if their plan is to not play him against Dallas or Philly, then just don't play him now either. But I think there's some level of sincerity in we're taking it week to week. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't expect.
Like I said, the whole thing about being able to change your mind. I mean, they can say something, and I think we all have to understand that because somebody says something today, they don't have to 100% agree on that thing a week or two from now. They can change it up, because you may see something differently, or you may get a little bit more information, and it make you change. So I can see things changing as it gets closer.
Well, I think another big factor in my decision-making process with Jaden Daniels, Laramie Tunsil left the game yesterday with a shoulder injury. Then he was able to come back in briefly. Then he left the game with what the PR team announced was an oblique injury. I'm going to assume, and I don't know, and I saw LT in the locker room afterwards. He seemed okay, but if you hurt your shoulder and then you try to come back in and then you hurt your oblique, like that kind of, at least to me, could seem to be one thing impacts the other.
Yeah.
Assume it's the same side of the body. Tunsil's availability and what you're going to ask Tunsil to play through as a veteran, an accomplished veteran in this league with 3 games left and a lost year. That is something that would impact my opinion on if the second-year quarterback dealing with an injury is going to play too.
But see, to be the pessimist here, that same guy that's going to be playing in the left tackle played all last year for him.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually you're going to have to get to the point where you're going to play football if you're going to play. If you're not, you're not. And Brandon Coleman, from what I see this year, plays left tackle better than he played left guard.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, that's very crazy. But he's comfortable out there, seems to be. He put a lot of work into it to get ready for it last year. And that may just be where he's comfortable now. Like, you look at the older offensive linemen, they know what needs to change when they move inside or to the other side. Hell, just like Phillip Rivers was sitting at home for 5 years and then came up and he was looking okay.
We haven't talked about
that. You couldn't put a young guy won't be able to do that because they don't understand it per se.
That game yesterday was just absolute madness that the Colts take the lead with 30 seconds left or whatever.
Yes.
Rivers was pretty good in that game. He threw the pick late, but that was a desperation.
Yeah,
trying to move the football.
They were trying to win the game.
Seattle scores 18 on 6 field goals. And for the Rivers storyline, it was pretty neat.
Yeah.
Didn't get it done, obviously. Because probably tomorrow and throughout the week, the Jaden thing will be a big topic. I'm curious for the boys in the aquarium. Landfill, do you want to see Jaden in these last 3?
Yeah, I'd be good with that. I would like to see him get out up there and have an opportunity to really kind of play with the ideal offense for the most part. That hasn't really happened except for maybe a couple quarters. The offseason's a long time. I'm not really all that worried about him getting injured. So if it were to happen, he'd have plenty of time to rest up. I'd like to see him get out there and play.
And to your point, I would add that the recurring injury with the elbow is a non-throwing arm. So, like, the major, he can't start practicing in August kind of thing, I wouldn't expect. Chris, do you want to see Jaden in these last 3? Metal Chris joining us today.
Yeah. I think especially, maybe not the last game, but at least the next 2. I think they're home games. Let the fans see them, man. They're paying all this money for tickets and stuff. Put them out there.
White Brian, what about you? As a Giant fan that has now been swept by Washington.
Yeah, it's only year 2. I mean, you want the young guys to play, get experience. If he's healthy, let him play.
I won't be mad if he's done. I also don't think they'll tell us he's done, like officially. We'll see. The AAA poll question of the day: have the Commanders improved or are the Giants terrible? You only get 2 options in this. Commanders have improved, Giants are terrible. I think the option is yes to both. And I'm not even sure the Commanders have improved. I just think the terrible stretch of football they had was a really unfortunate confluence of events where they weren't healthy and they were playing
And they were playing
explosive offenses.
Yeah, explosive offenses that had some defenses too.
Right. And I think have they improved since that stretch for sure? But last week they were terrible against Minnesota. So I think the Giants are really, really bad. Now, of course, the AAA poll question of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. How do you answer that, B? Commanders improved, Giants are terrible.
Can't answer with those two. I need another one, a little bit of both.
Right. I tend to agree with you. There's got to be a middle ground on that one, Landy, because
79% said the Giants are terrible.
The Giants are terrible, and
I even see White Brian said the Giants are terrible.
Damn, White Brian, how confident are you in Jackson Dart going forward?
I'm confident in his ability, not very confident in his ability to stay on the field.
I mean, he's gone to the tent 10 times. 5 of those for concussions. How many
50% of the games he's played in, he's gone to the blue tent for a concussion check.
So, come on, bro.
It's honestly independent neurologists. I understand that, but I'm surprised there's not more pressure on them to stop playing him. You get in the concussion world, that's dangerous.
But basically, what he has told them, what he told John Gruden and everybody else before he got drafted.
That's how I play.
This is how I play. I want my teammates to know I'm in there. And John Gruden was trying to make sure he understood your teammates need you to be in the game. They don't need to be trying to wonder about how tough you are. This reminds me of when Gus Frerotte headbutt the stadium. Remember that?
Not his finest moment.
And I'm like, what are you trying to do? He said, I'm trying to prove how tough I am. I'm like, dog, this damn place is like 600,000 tons. What the hell you headbutting that for? What I think you are is crazy. I mean, you play football, you tough. But to headbutt the stadium and knock yourself out, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
Dude, how hard did he headbutt? Didn't he break his hip?
Boom. No, he headbutted and he didn't break his hip. No, he did something with his head that time. He hit it and he damn near fell because he, knocked himself damn near unconscious. That is the silliest crap.
That is not intelligent. Not intelligent at all. When we return, we got to make some bets. New week, new us. I'm going to win. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley here, and you've heard me talk about my friends at Better Services, the great work they've done for me and my family, getting us all our new appliances, making sure everything's working right and working well. They can take care of you, too. If you're looking for new appliances or you just need some repairs or maintenance, hit up Better Services, Bettar. If you want to go check out new appliances, go to their showroom in Kensington. This is a family-owned company, been serving the DMV for over 50 years. They've got a ton of awesome appliances in their showroom, and they'll guarantee next day and maybe even same-day delivery, not to mention hauling away your old appliances. Took great care of me and my family. They can do the same for you. And whether it's appliances or you need some handyman work or you want to consider a bathroom or kitchen reno, hit up Better Services. That's Bettar services.com. You better get better. 8 crazy nights. Without a Christmas tree. Shout out to everyone celebrating Hanukkah. Happy Hanukkah. I believe Hanukkah started last night. Runs through next Monday. 8 crazy nights. Well done, Landfill, playing the classic Adam Sandler Hanukkah song. All our Jewish friends celebrating their holiday. I hope it goes terrific. I think the big present is either the first or the last night of Hanukkah. So probably some kids last night got some big presents. Hopefully they enjoyed that. The big present around here was that Washington finally won a game.
Got a victory.
after 70 days, dude. 70 days. Pretty damn remarkable. Been a really fun show today. Thank you to everybody that watched on the YouTube stream. Thank you to everybody that watched on Monumental Sports Network. Thank you to everybody that listened driving around in their vehicle. I'd like to not thank, I drive on Mass Avenue all the time. I didn't get to complain about this earlier because we had so much to talk about. Like, the vice president's house is pretty darn secure. It's like up that hill with a giant fence in front of it. Somehow this dude just like parked on Mass Ave outside of it with what looked to me like a giant horse trailer or something. And it caused chaos to my morning commute, Brian. Chaos.
You need to find you another route, dog. You go past.
I can go down.
You go past.
I can go
the
down MacArthur.
Vice President's house, the damn Kennedy Center. You need to just get a new route. You need to avoid those places.
If GW Parkway was ever fully functional, I could hop over the
You
Beltway
need to
and go
definitely
to
enjoy
GW.
that right now and avoid that. But just find another way, because
there's no other way.
You can find another way.
What? River to Wisconsin? Like, I have to go west to east, and at some point,
if you go to it's a little area where you could come right back. Like if you were on GW, no, it's not GW. It's 123 area, I think it is, where you could drop over.
The Key Bridge,
What's
the Chain Bridge?
What's the little back road? What's the Reservoir Road, whatever?
Yeah.
And it comes into.
I do that some mornings.
You should
But
do that.
I
one
still have
more
to go by
often.
the Kennedy Center and get through,
No,
get by Georgetown.
You just got to find a way, bro.
we all got to find a way. Granddaddy,
You got to do what the Commanders did yesterday.
Find a way.
Find a damn way, Jay.
If it's good enough for Santana Moss, it's good enough for me.
Damn Vice President house.
If Doc Walker is listening, Landfill has been instructed to book you for tomorrow because the Commanders won a game and we need Tuesdays with Doc. Is that accurate, Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we got to make some bets.
Holla. Gather around, gather around.
New week, new us. We got NFL on tonight. Steelers, Dolphins. I think we're about to start getting to the real.
Oh, so it's snowing in our Pittsburgh. That's what we just were looking at, right?
I'll take your word for it. It's probably cold as hell.
Well, they were over here. It was. They had like a little workout in the snow.
Starting tomorrow, we get college football bowl season, silly season.
Go.
What does anybody like tonight? We got Caps or Wiz tonight?
Steelers,
Dolphins.
What's the spread?
3 points. Steelers are favored by 3 points.
Ooh, I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Total, if that interests you, is 42.5.
It's gonna be cold.
It's gonna be cold.
Boy, it's gonna be cold. I'm just gonna go to another sport though.
Caps hockey. No Caps or Wiz tonight.
Still got basketball.
Yo, B, I bet on the Terps Saturday night against Michigan. They were getting 18.5.
And they lost by me.
18, baby.
All right. You
That'd
look
be
close on that, dog. You look
Dude,
close.
they were up. Did you watch that, White Brian? They got hosed by the refs in that game. Michigan is really good, but this kid got ejected. It was a mess.
I'm gonna take the Pistons tonight.
White Brian, that's a very odd light slate of
Plus
college
1.5.
hoops tonight, right?
Yeah, Monday after the feast week. They're still getting ready for conference play.
I'm gonna take the Pistons and I'm gonna take the Clippers. Give me the Clippers minus 4.5.
The Clippers.
Yeah, yeah.
What'd you take, Landfill?
Dolphins.
With the points, or are you taking the money line, the classic Jeff Walker play? Metal Chris, you get to put a bet in, dude.
Tell me you don't know anything about betting.
I want the Steelers. Come on, Miami in the cold, Steelers all the way.
Tell me you don't know how to bet without telling me you don't know how to bet. Let me get the money line when we're doing something that no money is involved.
It's wacky. W, what'd you take?
Kenny Gainwell touchdown.
Kenny Gainwell touchdown. All right, folks. That's a wrap for us.
That's what I was talking about, Jay.
Oh, wow. I'm going to take the Dolphins tonight, too, plus the 3. I think Tua gets his first ever win in the cold. Thank you to Sam Cosmi for joining us today. Always appreciate our Paisanos players chat with Sam Cosmi. Thank you to all the callers today. Fun day on the program. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Victory Monday in Washington. It's only been 70 days, but maybe they'll get 2 in a row. I kind of like them with the points against the Eagles this week. We got all week to discuss that. Fun day on the radio show. Thanks, everybody that watched on Monumental and on YouTube. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer. Happy Hanukkah, everybody.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are live from our Half Street Studios downtown in D.C., and we will keep you company all the way up to 6:30 this evening on The Fan after a 29-21 win for the Commanders. Danny, for the first time in 9 games, for the first time in 11 weeks, Washington, a winner. The streak is over. They will not lose out. They are 4-10.
They did it. I should turn my mic on. They did it, damn it. They got a win against the NFL's worst team. That's not hyperbolic. They're picking first as of right now. They didn't do their best. Well, maybe they did their best to try to give it away. It was gross. 4 fumbles. They got outgained. They did everything they could to not win it, and here they are with more points than somebody for the first time in months.
I tip my cap to the team because the coaches are putting in 80-hour weeks and the players are grinding, and it's important for them to win, right? So they did that, and culturally, somewhere in those holes, the morale has been boosted and things are better off than they were 24, 48 hours ago. But to your point, this was not pretty. You get outgained by 44. You average over the course of the day, a penalty every handful of plays. They had 4 penalties in the first 11 snaps of this game, and for the duration of the contest, had 11 penalties for about 70 yards. They lost the turnover battle. They went just 3 for 11 on third down. There were a lot of things they didn't do particularly well. They completed just 10 of their 19 passes through the air, but they did enough, thanks largely to a punt return touchdown for Jalen Lane. Put him in Sharpie, building block, long-term answer. First time they've had 2 punt return touchdowns by a player in a season since 1994. Lane had another 20-plus yard return as well in a prolific game. And I liked what I saw from Bill. We talked about this all week. This was the worst run defense in the NFL. Dead last, 32nd all season long, averaging about 5 yards per carry allowed. Bill goes for 5.3 a pop and a touchdown, 18 for 96. Unfortunate for Chris Rodriguez that he had to miss this game, but that gave Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, who will be on the show tomorrow at 5 o'clock, an opportunity to get back on the good foot, and he certainly did that.
Well, this time they did something about it because they've previously played terrible run defense teams and couldn't do anything. Just because of the state of the union where the offense was, right, with no deep threat, with no McLaurin, et cetera. When they played Dallas, when they played Chicago, those teams couldn't stop the run at all, and you would have known it from what Washington did. This time, they imposed their will. There were holes. I thought Bill was patient. He had a little Le'Veon Bell to his game, kind of sliding around, wait for his hold, and he would burst and was always kind of twisting and leaning and finding extra yards. Not necessarily through that pure Christian Okoye knock your ass back 10 yards, but kind of that corkscrew wiggle as he's going through contact to get himself an extra yard, 2 yards, 3 yards. That's what I care about, man. I thought he was really good.
The power and the speed that we saw in September and very early on in October was on display again. And there's clearly just a juice to him. There's this jolt and a electricity that the other guys don't have. Even Rodriguez, when he's going good, and he's been very productive, probably their most consistent, efficient runner this season, he doesn't have the gear that Krosky-Merritt has. So it was really, really good to see him get going again yesterday. And you got a big play out of Terry McLaurin in the passing game as well. The 51-yard catch for Terry on a deep post, his second longest catch of the season, and a touchdown in a 69-yard performance, just 4 targets and 3 catches. Again, from a receiving standpoint, nobody had a big day or did all that much because they completed all of 10 passes. They only ran 58 offensive plays, which seems like more than you would anticipate, but they threw the ball 19 times. Because of scrambles and Mariota keeping it on some designed runs, the balance in the game was actually 37 runs to 19 passes, almost 2-to-1 run to pass, which is kind of what you should have done going in against the Giants. If they're not going to stop you, and they didn't, they ran for over 100 in the first half, about 150 net in the game, you might as well just keep doing it. And to Cliff Kingsbury's credit, that is what happened. Now, it should be noted that they tried to lose the game. They had a chance to put the game away on multiple drives in the fourth quarter, and they fumbled the football in the second half twice in a row while trying to salt the game away. So the Giants were able to get back into it with an 18-yard touchdown pass from Dart to Tracy on Bobby Wagner that capped an 82-yard drive. Then they had the 21-yard drive after a takeaway where Wan'Dale Robinson caught a 16-yard pass from Jackson Dart. And they were in this thing. It was a one-possession game at the end. Probably shouldn't have been. Like, as you said, the Giants, you rank 32 teams right now. They're 32nd, picking number 1 in the draft. And you couldn't really bury them on a day where they didn't play well, where they dropped a touchdown, where they were kicking when they should have gone for it or punting when they should have kept their offense on the field. I don't know a lot about Mike Kafka as a coaching candidate. I know he was a hot name as an offensive mind a couple years ago. I have seen enough, though. 2nd and 10 runs, using his special teams, acting like he's got a good kicker when Younghoe Koo, who's been on 3 teams this year, is kicking 50-plus yarders. He coached like a guy that wasn't that interested in moving down in the draft order.
He's like I got 2 manuals I can choose from. Try to get myself the full-time gig or the Bill Callahan let's get out of here manual, and he chose the latter. So I guess whatever you want to do. I mean, so I think we're going to be at odds over this, and I know a lot of fans are going to be ticked off at me. Like, all I saw yesterday was from the producers who brought you 3 and 10, the same veterans doing the same stuff. That's what it was. That's what it was yesterday. It was the same pathology, the same problems, the same issues. They finally found someone else bad enough where it worked. And the rhetoric, I hope nobody strains anything, patting themselves on the back. I hope you found your north or you made your mark or whatever the cliches were about it. But listen, individually, on a human level, of course I'm glad that something went well for guys that I think ostensibly are good people, and they haven't quit, and that's awesome. But the big picture, it's just sort of hard for me to get excited about yesterday. In fact, I found myself irritated. So if someone will come back and say, well, what did you want them to do, lose? I could deal with a loss if they threw the ball 5 times to Ben Sinnott or, put Jalen Lane as part of the offense instead of the 4th target on one play going deep, a YOLO ball from Marcus Mariota. If Jordan McGee played more than 20% of the snaps, or Johnny Newton didn't get out-snapped by Preston Smith, or any of the other things, if they had some of these young guys that are going to be part of this thing had some more impact, yesterday would have been a lot more exciting to me.
You want Newton to play edge then?
I wanted to play more than a guy that's a cast-off veteran that they got to fill in some holes
they
and problems.
play 2 different positions.
No,
so
I understand.
You want Newton to play
it's
end?
a point of comparison. No, I want him to play more.
Right.
Which I don't think is unreasonable.
They have Kinlaw and Payne, so they would just sit one of those 2 guys, I guess, to play Newton more.
You can refute the specific. Maybe let's get to 40%. Let's let the 2nd-round pick play a little bit more. That's not a crazy ask.
Yeah, I'd like him to play more, too. I guess we agree on that. They didn't do a ton of damage, luckily, from a draft standpoint, because the Bengals got waxed as well, or else, maybe things would have looked a little bit different. But they went from the 6th pick to the 8th pick in the NFL draft, which is the wrong direction come draft time, obviously. They have the same record as New Orleans, so they could still get back up to the 7th spot pretty easily. And they're one back of the Cardinals, the Jets, and the Browns. So they're still within reach of picking as high as 4 if they lose their final 3 games as underdogs to Dallas, who, by the way, their season's over. What a bad loss for them against the Vikings.
Brutal.
Last night. And they play the Eagles twice, and if they win either of those 2 games, it'll be very surprising. So assuming they lose their final 3 and they go 4-13, which is incredible after going 12-5, what a nightmare of a campaign this has been. They're probably going to pick somewhere in the 5 to 7 range, I would think. And it could be in that 5-6 spot. So did they cost themselves a pick or 2 overall? Possibly, in terms of draft order. But in a year in which quarterbacks aren't going to be coming off the board in mass in the first round, and they're probably going to be gone by the time Washington picks, whether they won or lost yesterday, I don't have the same frustration with an empty calorie December win as I normally would. It's always better to pick higher. There's no doubt about that. But if you're hunting for a quarterback in the draft, a la the year they took Daniels, I care a lot more about the tank, so to speak. Or if there's going to be enough QBs going that there's still one on the board that teams might trade up for, when you're on the clock, I care a lot more about the tank. You just don't see as many trade-ups for non-quarterbacks. It's still pretty rare. So I guess 6 or 8 in a draft where there's 2 QBs that might go early. To me, there's not that big of a difference in terms of what they might be able to get their hands on, or maybe more importantly, the trade down. But I certainly get the point. And I think everyone that watched that game is going to hopefully have the same takeaway as you, which is they didn't fix all their problems. They're not going to, though.
No.
I mean, what I would say to that is in one game against the Giants, it's a lose-lose in a lot of ways in your eyes. Like if they come out and they beat the Giants 42-3, or if they play the game that they did and barely beat the Giants, short of, targeting Ben Sinnott 6 times out of 19 passes, which is not realistic, or, just ramping up the playing time for everyone in a way that probably was not going to happen this week. This was going to be a game that a lot of people came away from and feel the same way about them as they did. Like, they've already done the damage.
Yeah,
the hay is in the barn.
deposits are already in the bank.
There is no way to fix this at this point. But, watching that game, here's what I cared about. I wanted Bill to look like Bill again. Check. I wanted to see some young players flash. I didn't see enough of that, but Jalen Lane, to me, as a punt returner, was excellent. His punt return touchdown as a rookie, that is a really, really big deal. And then, the Sinnott thing was a frustration we can get into. Newton needs to play more clearly. But I think the jury's kind of returning a verdict on these guys, too. Like, with each of these games that happened, like yesterday, Danny, we're waiting on fetch to happen with Johnny Newton. It's probably not happening.
Great chance it doesn't, yeah.
Maybe he's just not walking through that door. We're waiting for 95, and he might not show up to take us home from school.
Entirely possible. So whether, we could talk about him specifically and again, it's not as if they have 15 young guys. It's not the way NFL rosters are or theirs.
Sinnott, Newton, and what else
Jordan
are we talking
McGee
about?
only playing 20% of snaps. I find unforgivable in a game like yesterday. On defense, he played special teams too, but I can't do that. I don't know what else to say. You owe something to the vets if it's, if you're 9-4 going into that game or whatever the math would be, where you're fighting for a playoff spot. And I'm not talking about the quality of win, if that's the case. This is empty. This is meaningless. Only to validate a bad process is what yesterday did, right? The everything, every decision that got made, every roster build, every play call, every timeout usage, every substitution, everything that they've built for 1 week out of the last 9, it finally worked right. Good enough, I guess, to beat a terrible team that did everything they could to lose as well. I can't get down with that. It's not exciting if they'd messed around and won. I talk about this with the Wizards all the time. It's okay if Keyshawn George goes nuts, Bilal Coulibaly has a great game, and Alex Sarb goes for 25, 10, and 3 and blocks 5 shots, and Bub Carrington has a great game. If you mess around and beat somebody, that's part of it. That's going to happen. Not as much fun for me when C.J. McCollum plays 42 minutes and goes for 50 to win a game. That doesn't matter. That's empty calories. That's what that is when Bobby Wagner plays 100% of the snaps. When you've got an heir apparent that could probably use some more of those reps. The same way we talk about with Jaden Daniels, I got Jordan McGee. Not as glamorous, not as flashy, not as fun. I would love for that guy to go through a little bit more, and this was a great opportunity for it, and they chose not to.
I think 95% of the fan base agrees with you. Like, I don't know that there is an opposition to that, to be honest with you. I think you're saying French toast tastes good. Yep. Agreed. We're just not in a world where they serve French toast. Like, basketball and football are different. The NBA, where the tank happens and teams really do actively try to be terrible. See the Indiana Pacers this year by front offices legitimately tanking on purpose in a sport where, by the way, you lose your draft pick. There's such a thing as protected and unprotected picks. It's just a different sports culture. The whole sport is different. If the Wizards win X number of games, they don't get to keep their draft pick. That's not a thing in the NFL, right? So you're just not going to get the same thing in this kind of modern day matchup of Goliaths that are taking place in this NFL stadium that serves as our Roman Coliseums, where you're just going to tell Bobby Wagner, go sit down now so Jordan McGee can play all the reps. I would hope that that's coming in the final week or two of the season. That's I like you. I mean, I would love to see it. I don't know that we will. It's not a Washington thing. It's just not an NFL thing very often. And will they be better off? I mean, it's funny. The same people that talk about there's no such thing as carryover, there's no such thing as momentum, want to see all these guys play as if it's going to make a difference, which I tend to think it will, but the people that want to see them are the ones mostly that are saying that momentum doesn't exist. So, yeah, I want to evaluate the guys as much as anybody. Sinnott, by the way, 1 target, 1 catch. And his target at the end of the game.
Nice play.
His catch at the end of the game, 36 yards. Like, I don't even know how leaving that game to feel. Do I feel better or worse about Ben Sinnott? He played an entire game without Zach Ertz. He didn't get 1 legitimate target until the final throw of the game. He makes a really nice catch after making a nice move on a route, makes a 36-yard catch and run. So the time he got a chance again, he did something with it. Like, every time he gets an opportunity, it seems like he does respond, but the lack of opportunities has to be telling, no?
Yes.
Yesterday was also complicated because, again, they threw it 19 times. Because the majority of the time that they called passing plays, they would either get checked at the line or a lot of those turns into scrambles. We see that with Jaden. We saw it yesterday with Mariota with this defensive front.
Probably, 6 times, I would say. Maybe even more.
I would imagine more. Yeah, he ran it 10 times. I don't know that there was 4 design runs, so it's probably right around 7 possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, in that vicinity. So when you have 19 pass plays, like I looked it up today, Sinnott actually ran a route 11 times in the game. Or I think it was 10, actually. It was 11 pass plays that he was on the field for. He ran 10 routes. So there is no path to like a 50% target share doesn't really exist. But I guess my annoyance with Sinnott, Danny, there's 0 tight end screens called for him. There's not a single play where they go, this is the Ben Sinnott play we worked on Wednesday, to find something, to figure out like what he is. A la preseason.
Yeah, 100%.
You just run a quick out where it's 3rd and 2, and he either wins or you're punting. We didn't get one of those. That was annoying to me.
Yeah. And again, I understand that there's a certain number of plays, and I'm making up an arbitrary target number. But if it felt like something was for Jalen Lane or Ben Sinnott, I would have been much happier, right? Like whether it's successful or not, it just sort of feels like, nope, we're just doing our stuff. We're doing our thing today.
So who are you taking off the field for Lane?
I don't know.
They played Traylon Burks, who you want to see more of. I mean, they played Terry, who hasn't gotten enough time on the grass. I guess you could play him less now.
Yeah, I mean,
are you willing to do that?
It's whether if you take off John Bates and you have a different formation, or I don't know. I mean,
but now less tight ends means less Ben Sinnott.
Well, it doesn't have to. You could start the 2nd round pick and have him be the one tight end in a set sometimes.
That's possible.
My point is,
yeah.
the idea that we can't possibly have a 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick from last year on the field for a couple more plays with a couple of targets. That's not an insurmountable challenge.
But if they did that, you're just happy today?
Happier.
Okay.
Happier. Like, because there's a point to it. There's no point to what they did. To me, this is an empty, futile, weird, self-congratulatory back-patting session where everybody's like, okay, thank God we got to win. Don't look over here. Like, it's the same
Who's
3 and 10
doing
guys.
that? Who are these people
the
that are
team,
doing that?
Russell, EB, Homers, team employees, everybody's congratulating themselves. They needed a win, man. They needed a win. Who did? The guys that need to be replaced needed a win? That's the rhetoric. All the homers, everybody that's mad at me on the internets and mad at me right now. I'm telling you, that's what everybody's saying. So to me, it was so empty because the young guys weren't featured at all. I'm not saying if you drop back 10 times, you throw the ball to Jalen Lane 10 times like it's mad and you're trying to get some stats for the guy.
Right.
Something. Just a little bit. I go back to the game a couple weeks ago when there were 16 tight end targets and Sinnott didn't get any of them. You're going, come on, man. 2. Give me 2. Give me 1 on like the 2nd drive of the game where no one's expecting it. But you can throw a little pop pass to John Bates. I don't know. It's really, really tough for me to get on board with the same. This is the same game plan, same game, same team, same everything for the last 9 weeks. It's the same pathology that said we're not making any trades. The same pathology that said we're not going to do anything until it's way too late to move seats for Joe Witt. It's just banging your head against the wall to try to prove some macho point that I guess you proved. Congrats.
Here's how I'm just trying to explain how I'm feeling. And it feels to me like you're arguing with a ghost, but we had different days, it sounds like. Like you're talking about Eric and I don't remember who else you said, Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Like I haven't heard what anybody, I guess, said. So then maybe that's my fault. But to me, what you're saying is how everyone feels. Like I'm missing the other side where there's some big victory lap taken. I don't think you think Adam Peters is suddenly walking around the building saying, I told you so. NFC Championship game 2026. I think his to-do list is the exact same as it was before that game. Hopefully Dan Quinn knows that his team failed miserably this year in every single way. I don't think yesterday changed any of that.
Oh, I know it didn't, but that's not what the rhetoric is. And I guess I'll see if I can find some audio for you. Or show you a couple tweets.
Yeah.
So if you don't hear it, that's the good for you.
You can save the tweets. I don't care about those.
Just say good for you for being insulated from it. But it is everywhere. The team content, the team employees.
But what is the team? This is what I don't get. The team's supposed to be like not post anything.
I don't know exactly what they're supposed to do. I know
they're
that
in a lose-lose situation.
They certainly are. They certainly are.
I'd like to put a period at the end of the sentence that I'm on the same wavelength as you. It sounds like you did a couple of weeks ago say you didn't want to see Jalen Lane one more time at receiver all year. Now you're mad that he's not getting more targets. Now I understand the difference is now their season is over or whatever. Like they can't win. No matter, I don't mean literally they can't win.
That is true.
That's true.
Both are true.
Unless they play the Giants or the Raiders. But figuratively, no matter what they do, they can't win with you either.
Yeah, when you're this bad and you keep doing the same thing,
exactly.
Yes, I'll be furious.
But if they win and they come in here, you're mad. If they lose, you're mad. But also, to your point, a lot of it is who they're playing and how they're doing it. But there's only so much more they can do in terms of turning up those faders. I guess if they just sit Bobby Wagner completely and play Jordan McGee, and Ben Sinnott gets like 7 targets, and Jalen Lane plays, and they don't play Debo or Terry, happy Danny?
No, I mean you're being hyperbolic. My point is, how about a series where Bobby Wagner sits and Jordan McGee's got the green dot?
Steamed up.
That's out of our reach when we're 3-10 playing the team that's picking first. The idea that I'm asking for some weird pie in the sky thing, when I'm sort of being semi-facetious, tongue in cheek, you got to play the young kids. Well, yeah, I understand it's not how the culture works. Mix it in. Mix in one bubble screen to Jalen Lane. One yesterday, and it's better, right? I know I was annoyed at him when it was a competitive part of the season and he's not getting open, he's dropping passes, and I'm irritated about that. But it's more irritating to me when you get what to me was predictable, which is you eke out a win despite playing terribly against a garbage team, and you go, oh, that's who we are. We're dog-ass competitors again. We found our North Star. We made the mark. Did you, with all your fumbles and penalties?
Did he say that post-game?
I'm guessing. I honestly don't know.
The quote I saw was like, not close to good enough, that kind of rhetoric as well. But we can open up the phones on this, 800-636-1067. The Commanders snapped their losing streak. It took playing the Giants, who they'd already beaten, the worst team in the NFL, to do it. Was not pretty. No style points on this one. I want to give out game balls to the best and give out some gassers to the worst from yesterday's game. We'll do that next on G&D. Hey, guys, it's GP for my friends over at Virginia250.org. That's VA250.org. Father of four presidents, right? We're going out to cool historical landmarks and places in the area to go learn a little bit about Virginia as we celebrate 250 years of America, 250 years of Virginia. And this is the best time of this ramp-up year 250 with VA250.org, where you're going to be able to celebrate the holidays at some of these places as well. Some of the light events that they're doing over at Mount Vernon are absolutely gorgeous. As somebody was sending me videos in my Instagram of being there this weekend, was absolutely awesome. We just went to George Washington's Mount Vernon. They had a family date recently that we were at, but we got Monticello coming up now as well. To find out about the holiday events all over the DMV at these historical landmarks all over Virginia as we celebrate 250, you got to go to visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. Get yourself your passport. You can get stamped at these various events taking place as we get closer and closer to July 4th. America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders snapped an 8-game losing streak, beating the Giants yesterday 29-21. They're now 4-10 on the season. Major injuries yesterday, though. The Chiefs were eliminated from the playoffs, but also lost quarterback Patrick Mahomes for the rest of the season and potentially into early next season as he tore his ACL. Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons also tore his ACL. He'll be done for the season. The Jets have fired their defensive coordinator Steve Wilks after their loss to the Jaguars yesterday. Monday Night Football tonight wraps up Week 15. The Dolphins taking on the Steelers in Pittsburgh. 8:15 kickoff. You hear that game right here on The Fan. Yesterday, Wizards beat the Pacers 108-89. They're now 4-20 on the season. They'll be back in action on Thursday in San Antonio against the Spurs. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Unfortunately, that's how bad the Giants' rush defense has been this year. Up the middle, all the way into the end zone on cue. Krosky Merritt, 16 yards.
We're excited about where he's headed, so it was cool. He has a very distinct running style, especially in between the tackles. I feel like that's where, although he's not the biggest guy that you would see, he does run downhill.
Bill had a day, 96 yards on 18 carries and a touchdown. The 16-yard score was his best run of the day, ended in the paint, and it was a rare opportunity for him over the last several weeks. He's fallen out of favor, hadn't been quite as productive as Chris Rodriguez, but you got to stay ready in this league. Rodriguez unavailable. I think I'll speak for myself. I thought he was going to play and maybe not start.
I did too. I was bummed for Rodriguez. Like it seems like every time he's gotten a chance, something happens.
True.
Whatever
And
it is, yeah.
Especially in this game, because this is a team he would have leaned on. He would have had success against too. They just can't stop the run. But whoever was going to go, and we said as much last week, whether it was Bill or Rodriguez, I predicted 100 yards, ended up being short of that, 96, but close enough. Mariota adds 40+. Also, you want to talk about guys that, discrepancy of workloads based on kids and veterans.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one that annoyed me. Like, you're big on the Jalen Lane one, it sounds like. Jeremy McNichols getting, at one point, more carries than Bill was annoying to me. I understand that Jeremy McNichols is situationally used as the protector in the shotgun, 2-minute, 4-minute offense. Anytime they're in 11 personnel out of the gun, he's the guy next to Mariota. But what I would say to that is use Bill in that capacity. But he's not as good a pass protector. Let's get him some work as a pass protector.
Yeah, what a great time to get him one.
Jaden Daniels is not out there. Now, you're saying I can't get Marcus Mariota hurt either because next up's Josh Johnson and then Sam Hartman and then what? But at some point during the game, I looked and McNichols had like 6 or 7 carries for 8 yards or something, and Bill had 6 for 35. And I'm going, what are we doing here, splitting carries between these two guys?
Yeah, he was leading the snap count parade for a while until they got up a little bit, and then it was, Bill's turn to tote the rock, and they kind of kept going to it. But I'm with you. I was irritated by it.
Even still, your rookie running back, 7th-round pick, who's got the bright future, had 2/3 of the attempts, and the soon-to-be 30-year-old journeyman running back, who's had a very good season, had 33% of the carries, 9 out of the 27.
So we got there.
I would have changed that a little bit. It would have been 22-23 for Bill and maybe 4 or so for McNichols with more play time for Krosky Merritt. But all year long, and to some extent this has worked, so I'll give them some credit for this, they really have not tried to put a whole lot on any one running back's plate. Even in the games where it's the Chris Rodriguez game, he ends up with like 14 carries to Bill's 6, and his snap count is similar to what Bill's was yesterday. They're very much seemingly trying to not ask much of these young running backs, especially. And McNichols has just been heavily involved in a year where he has produced, to his credit. All right, let's give out some game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. You can call us at 800-636-1067. If you'd like to participate, I'll take a game ball. I liked what I saw from Mikey Sanders still again on the outside. Let's talk about young guys who did some things yesterday. The second-year player who was a second-round pick last year picked off a pass for the 4th time. 7 interceptions all year as a team, not enough. He's got 4 of them, which is impressive. And you heard in the telecast, by the way, I'm trying to remember who it was that said this. I think it might have even been Kenny Albert, but he said that Dan Quinn said this week when we talked to him that Sanders still makes more plays outside than he did inside. Pretty obvious. We've all talked about
I'll
that.
agree with that.
Is it time to just keep him outside and quit trying to force feed this whole he's a nickel thing? I wonder what they're going to do this offseason. Are they going to view him and Amos with another veteran Jonathan Jones type as like their outside corners and then go find a nickel? Or do they still think Sanders still can play nickel because that's more valuable if he can, and now you're looking for an outside corner, which might be a little easier to find because it's not as difficult or complicated a position. But I thought Mikey did some good things again yesterday, and the return, like he made a wide receiver-like play on the ball, then he made a really nice return just to get them into position to get points at the end of the half. They stole that half and maybe the game. The punt return
that was the turning point in the game right there.
105, and then the field goal, basically because they missed an extra point because Jake Moody kicked it off the upright. But it was 9 points in the final 65 seconds of the half. There's your ball game.
Yep, that's how they ended up winning. Game ball, please, Topes. Antonio Hamilton. Had to look him up in the old program, but I actually thought he played pretty well. He was visible a couple different times. Pretty decent coverage, right? I think he's probably athletically limited compared to some of the other guys they usually prefer, but he was there. Had 2 pass breakups, was physical in tackling as well, but he popped a couple different times.
It was weird to see a Commander's corner constantly in phase. Like, here's how it normally works. You watch the quarterback drop back and throw, then the camera pans, and there's a wide open receiver with a DB coming into the screen or just trailing by a few yards. Every single time they panned and 34 was in coverage, he was in phase.
He was right around there.
There was the one time where he got beat for what should have been a touchdown, and Darius Slayton was kind enough to drop a touchdown. He also dropped the slant. He knew the assignment yesterday pretty well.
Darius Slayton got the memo.
But Hamilton, I thought, that was as good a coverage day on the outside as they've had from any corner. This is a 32-year-old journeyman who has played on a bunch of teams, who was an undrafted free agent back in 2016, Danny. I got a tweet from someone yesterday like, hey, we might have found a young guy here who should be on the team next year. I was like, maybe, but it's not Antonio Hamilton.
I was going to say, is this tweet from 2017?
Now, he could be around if he wants to as a depth piece. I got no problem with that. But go ahead and Google him, Kurt Signetti style. He's an older dude. He's been in the league since 2016 as a UDFA, and he's played for everybody, by the way. Oakland, not Vegas, Oakland, the Giants, the Chiefs, the Bucks, the Cardinals, the Falcons, to name a few. I liked what I saw. Good game ball there. I'll take another game ball. I thought that Terry McLaurin, with limited opportunities, made the most of his chances. At halftime, he had 1 catch for 3 yards. I actually got a text from someone going, is Terry McLaurin playing today? And I don't know if they were being honest or not. They could have been being facetious. But I said, yeah, he's got 1 catch for 3 yards. It was that first third down of the game where he was short, but they said that he got it, which I'll take, by the way. But beyond the point, Terry McLaurin, 3 for 69 in the score, makes the tough catch on the sideline on a ball that almost went past him, made a really nice hands catch. And then the Giants were not interested at all in tackling him after that post where he runs through 2 arm tackles to score a 51-yard touchdown.
They're like, Terry, stop. Don't
you just want to go down?
Terry, oh. what a terrible effort that was, by the way.
Say what you want about the Commanders, but they were playing harder than the Giants for much of yesterday.
That is true.
The worst team in the league.
Mm-hmm. Dan Quinn, oh, you hate those timeouts, don't you, brother? God, they bother you. Just sitting there in your pocket going, I got to get rid of these things. I hate them. 2 different occasions, Washington couldn't figure out which way. It may not be his fault specifically, but of course he's in charge, so I blame him. 2 separate timeouts, nothing changes no matter what. They can't get this right once a game or twice a game. In this case, usually about 1.5 times. I'll take it into the second one. This is my favorite. Incomplete pass. Jameis Winston attempts short to the right to Wan'Dale Robinson, incomplete. Washington calls a timeout. Just because the clock was stopped, 10:40 to go. Got to make sure get everybody right. Always something every single time. Plus, your team committed 11 penalties.
I'm going to read from the play-by-play here. Injury update. Washington, Noah Brown, return is questionable. I hate to give a guy a gasser for an injury, especially after a big 28-yard catch, boxing a guy out. That's the whole point. That's the dream. That's what you like.
Yep.
That play by Mariota was dirty, by the way.
Yes, it was.
That was like Jaden at his best kind of stuff, like out of the pocket, extending, on the move, throws a dime, Brown makes a catch, boxing a dude out. And then he's done for the day. The questionable turned into a he will not return, for the record, for those of you keeping score at home. The experiment is over. Thank you for your services. I appreciate the former Ohio State Buckeyes efforts. Here you go. It's over, Johnny. I am now doing what the Texans did. He was way better in Houston because he played a little more. Look up his numbers. He had some huge games with the Texans when they had some injuries at receiver the year before they released him. But they just decided, I'm not going to do this anymore. I can't keep doing this. And I'm now saying the same thing. It is over. I am moving on. I don't want a one-year deal at league minimum. I want no contract discussions. I need healthier players. I need guys at practice. I am moving on. The experiment is over. Thank you for the Hail Mary, one of the greatest plays in team history.
And thank you for that. Seriously.
And thank you for your time. This is not personal. I just can't do it anymore. It's not you, it's me.
The law firm of Mariota, Krosky, Merritt, and McNichols. That's 4 fumbles between you. Come on, dudes. Come on, guys. Now, also a gasser for Josh Connolly for the penalties, but a game ball for Josh Connolly for recovering 2 fumbles, just continuing to follow the play and hustling. So good for you, but you're lucky, the law firm of Mariota, Krosky, Merritt, and McNichols. The fumbling. Come on, man. Come on. 4. You could have lost 4. You're lucky you only lost 2. And those 2 almost cost you the game.
The penalties, by the way, in this game for Washington, early. They had run 11 plays total between the two teams. They had a penalty on 1 out of every 3 of those plays.
It was something.
It was like, well, did we practice this week? I guess the answer to that is no.
We had some bet days off.
For most guys, right? Because it was a week. But come on, man. They ended up putting it together and taking the 22-7 lead. Now, they fumbled a few times, as you mentioned, and got the Giants back. 29-21 winners. The streak is over. They're 4-10 for the first time since week 5. Washington in the win column. We'll take your game balls, 800-636-1067, and you'll give out some gassers next right here on Grant and Danny. What's up, guys? It's Grant, the FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of the Fan, and the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who's going to win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. So tonight, Monday Night Football, Dolphins, snowy Pittsburgh against the Steelers. FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. Make your FanDuel app that much more fun. Make FanDuel your go-to app for every single snap. FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP to get in on the game. FanDuel.com, promo code is GP. You got to be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, please take that seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This has been hard, and going through this process together, take a few extra minutes today. There's nothing like the feeling of a winning locker room.
Uh-oh, Danny. Dan Quinn said it's been hard, and he wants his players to take a couple minutes to be happy about a win.
Congrats, guys.
That
You
should
did it.
really get your juices flowing.
You guys did it, man.
Angry Danny.
Let's go. Get on that train of victory getting home. You did it, boys.
4-10 Washington, 8th pick in the draft as of right now. We're giving out game balls to the best and gassers to the worst. 800-636-1067 to hop in. Get to your calls in a second. Do want to let you know that Jay Gruden joins the show coming up in 12 minutes. He's watched the tape. We'll get his eval of yesterday's game. And we'll go around the NFL with Jay for a weekly fun football conversation with him coming up at the top right at 3. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on the Fan. What's up, Chris? How are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Danny, I am 100% with you in this, soda pop, empty caloric victory, because I think that, it'd be one thing if they had run all the young guys and won. That's one thing. You can't tell NFL players and coaches to try to lose games. It just doesn't work that way for many reasons that Grant said. I think most importantly because of the risk that everyone puts themselves on the field every time they take the field. It's hard to say we're going to put, incompetent or inexperienced guys out there just because it's not baseball. But to see them run out there and just repeat the same things to beat the worst team in football barely, give them every opportunity to lose the game or win the game, it's not restoring my confidence. And I just think that I would much rather see them finish out the season seeing if young players can get some reps, much needed reps, to see what they need in the off season.
Appreciate you.
Thanks,
buddy.
dude.
Yeah, I guess my response to that is what I said to Danny, which is who's disagreeing with that? I can't imagine anybody would. The poll of the day, maybe we'll get some clarity on this because we're actually going to ask people to weigh in on this on our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day, local, long distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. Are you happy that the Commanders beat the Giants yesterday? Yes or no? And I would imagine that a lot of the people that will say no are thinking about draft position or thinking about playing the kids to a greater extent. Dan Quinn would vote yes. Jeremy Reeves and the players on the team putting their bodies on the line would vote yes. But I would imagine a lot of the listeners and fans who follow this team would vote no. Paul is on 66. What's up, Paul? How are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm doing well. Listen, I'm all for the youth movement, too. The wins and losses don't really matter nearly as much to me as just realistically we're getting ready for 2026. But in that vein, I give a game ball to all the young guys that balled yesterday. So I'm happy for the victory, but I'm happy because Jalen Lane, Mikey, and Bill basically netted us 17 of our 29 points.
Right.
Yep.
Great young guys. One level down, Brandon Coleman came in from Laramie Tunsil, and he looked pretty good. He did well coming in a left tackle. Ben Sinnott made a catch. Hey, 10 catches on 10 targets for his career. Let's get him more. So happy to see the young guys play in a division win. That's what matters to me. So game ball to all the youngsters that balled out. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, dude.
Did Brandon Coleman play yesterday? Then he played pretty well.
You didn't notice.
I mean, that's how I have always felt about Brandon Coleman. Have there been plays that you want back or games? Sure. But, like, his bad, in my opinion, at tackle was never Josh Connerly's. Now, Josh Connerly is a better prospect. Josh Connerly is actually, his good is better than Brandon Coleman's. His upside is better than Brandon Coleman.
Yeah, that's fair, right?
Don't mishear me. Like, I know Josh Connerly 10 years from now could be a Pro Bowl right tackle in the league. I don't know that about Brandon Coleman, but my point is I never thought he played that badly. I wouldn't have hated going into this season with him as a left tackle. I liked what they did better in elite star Laramie Tunsil. But when you moved him to right tackle, I was fine with that. Then they drafted Connerly. That could have been a receiver that would have helped. That could have been a corner that could have helped. That could have been a linebacker so Bobby Wagner doesn't have to run. That could have been a lot of things. But Connerly's going to be really, really good. But I've never really understood. They know more than I do. They're in the building. They watch the practice. They know more about football. The one thing I haven't really gotten about usage with some of these young guys, or I guess the tip of the spear for me, is Coleman. There's something we don't know there where he just fell out of favor because he's never played that badly.
No.
And every time he comes in, like the Chiefs game, what do we say after the game? Brandon Coleman looked pretty good.
Coleman looked good. You said it very well. There's something I missed with him. And, whenever I posed that once, I'm at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter, and the responses were like, Chris Paul beat him out, and that's that. Like, move on. Like, you don't remember? This is the guy that people weren't sure if he was a guard or tackle. They thrust him in at left tackle with a rookie quarterback, mind you, and he handled himself pretty damn well, not just for a third-round pick, but just for a rookie period. And the hype train around, dude, we got one. This is a Pro Bowl guard. You watch. This is a Brandon Sheriff 2.0 kind of situation. Big, mean, nasty, athletic enough, physical, great punch with his hands, et cetera, can do a lot. And then it was just sort of quietly, it's Chris Paul's gig. You'll see Brandon Coleman 3 times a game in jumbo packages or a couple oddities here and there. He'll be tackle eligible twice. You're going, that seems kind of weird. I guess again, I don't know, but just it's very different than what we kind of thought coming into the year.
And to your point, by the way, it's not just this last decision. He was your left tackle, then you went in a different direction. Then he was your right tackle. He said on this show, they called me at the start of the offseason when they traded for Tunsil and said, "You're our right tackle now." He said, "All right." I start training to be a right tackle. Then they call me after the draft and say, "You're our left guard now." Then they benched him from that. So basically, they've told him no 3 different times.
Yeah.
Tunsil, I get. Connerly, I kind of
Yeah,
get.
because like you break glass when you've got a plan and you go, we can get Laramie Tunsil? Okay, I'll do that. Yeah, that changes our idea, right? We have pretty decent plan. You can go get Laramie Tunsil for a couple of picks. Let's go do that. Let's get a Pro Bowler, all-pro caliber player. Let's re-sign him, no problem. So as you keep moving, though, he gets bumped down into an afterthought. Just a puzzling fall from grace for a guy that we don't hear about having big problems and as a cancer or something like that.
Did you see that Chris Jones pulled a Rivera? We can be eliminated.
Yeah,
I tweeted the video if you guys want to see it at Grant H. Paulson. Post game, he's talking about what they got to do to make the playoffs. Someone informs him they've been eliminated. He says, "We got eliminated? It was Rivera 2.0. Poor guy. Jay Gruden is next on Grant and Danny right here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Downtown DC Holiday Market. In the NFL, the Commanders snapped an 8-game losing streak as they beat the Giants yesterday 29-21. They improved their record to 4-10. Major injuries yesterday. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL. He's done for the year and could bleed into next year. The Chiefs were also eliminated from the playoffs yesterday. Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons also tore his ACL. He'll be done for the season. The Jets fired their defensive coordinator Steve Wilks after their loss to the Jaguars. And Monday Night Football tonight wraps up Week 15 of the NFL season. Dolphins and Steelers at 8:15. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st to December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D on The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We're brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murad. They are the exclusive sponsor of this show, and they want to square away your last will and testament and important stuff like a living trust, medical power of attorney. Go schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and mention us to get a discount. Check them out. KMLawyers.com.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln in Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
To the Rude guest hotline we go. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jay Gruden is with us on Grant and Danny. Jay, what'd you think? An 8-point win, couple of late fumbles. Washington did what they could to keep the Giants in it, but they eventually got an 8-point win over the worst team in the NFL.
I don't know if they're the worst team. I just watched the Jets play. They're pretty bad.
Well, currently, the Giants are the number one.
Baby.
So for the moment, they are the worst team in the NFL, I guess.
Yeah. It was a good win. If they do what they had to do, you're right. They ran the ball effectively. They ate up a lot of time of possession and made some plays. The big plays at the end of the half were critical. The punt return and then getting the interception, getting another field goal before halftime. That gave them a nice, comfortable lead, and they coasted on to victory.
What do you make of Mikey Sanders still? They want him to be a nickel cornerback. It just doesn't seem like that's coming as natural to him. It seems like he makes more plays on the outside. Did they kind of solve their own puzzle there?
They might have. I thought he was more suited for nickel myself when he first came to the team. He was playing inside. I thought he did a pretty good job. Then they had the injuries, I think, and then he went back outside and did a really good job out there, too. I think his home is probably outside now that Lattimore's hurt. And, pairing with Amos for the next couple of years might be a good deal.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. Jay, as far back as I can remember in this town in these lost seasons, we collectively, fan base media, have wanted to see the young guys. I remember grilling Mike Shanahan in press conferences about getting December work for Terrence Austin and Anthony Armstrong and Perry Riley or whatever. And clearly that's just not the way football works for whatever reason. But what is that disconnect where they go out there and Bobby Wagner's still playing every snap in a game like yesterday? And some of the young guys like Sinnott gets just the one target, or they don't turn things over to the kids, and the team is still in a mode where they feel like they've got to win the game, and their best shot is the veterans. Like, take us into the mindset in the building versus outside of it.
Yeah, it's a tough call, because you do want to see the young kids play for the future, see if they're good enough to keep, or see if you have to replace them in free agency or the draft. It's kind of important, but they probably have a pretty good idea of what they've seen in practice all year in the preseason game, what they have in the young players if they're not playing them. And it's just hard pill to stomach when you're talking to a veteran, say, hey, we're going to sit you this week because we want to look at the young kid who's clearly not as good as you, but we want to look at this young kid for next year. It just doesn't sit right with the team, doesn't sit right with the players, and it's not the right thing to do, in my opinion.
Could you do and I understand that. That's kind of the way that the league is. Whether it should be or not, it is, right? Like, that's how the league is. We could the example I brought up, Jay, was what about one series where Jordan McGee wears the green dot and Bobby Wagner's there on the sideline, and then he gets to play 90% of the snaps instead of 100. Like, is that just impossible? That's a bridge too far?
No, that's not a bridge too far at all. In fact, that probably should happen more often than not, especially on third down. Give him a package of plays on third down or whatever it might be, second and long, 2-minute drill. Maybe he could do that. But, I don't know what the case is. So I think Jordan needs some reps, and we know Bobby's probably not going to be around much longer, so it would be a good call to get Jordan in there for a series or two. I agree with you on that one.
What happens if they go 3 and out? Now you got 3 reps of it. Now we're good?
I don't know.
That's all we needed?
We'll figure it out when we get there, but the idea that we can't do it at all just seems really, really hard to me.
It's not how the league works. Why is that, Jay?
Because you're trying to win the football game, you put your best players to win, and these guys work their ass off to get the opportunity to play. They've earned the starting spot all season long, and they've kept it all season long. They've played through pain, they've played through injury, whatever it might be. They busted their ass in practice, and then you're going to tell them, hey, we're going to sit you this week because we want to look at a young kid. It's not the right thing to do. It might be for the long term of the organization, but for the locker room and for the team trying to win that game on Sunday, not the right thing.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. All right, let's talk Bill. The funny thing about the argument that we've kind of been having is that they did get a bunch of contributions and won the game based on some of their kids, like Rodriguez, like Krosky Merritt, who filled in for Rodriguez, like Jalen Lane, like Mikey Sanders still. Let's talk Bill. 18 for 96 and a touchdown. What'd you see?
Yeah, I mean, he was good. He was efficient with his vision, and he had some good burst through the hole. Nice touchdown run on a inside zone that opened up like a I don't know what it was, but I don't know where the nickel was. He just stood there and watched him run in for a touchdown. But, he was impressive. And I think he ran through tackles and didn't get brought down by the first guy very often. So it was a good day for him. He's kind of been in and out of the lineup and getting carries and not getting carries. I don't know what the disconnect is there, but he looked like a starting caliber running back yesterday.
Yeah, how do you feel about him generally? Is it kind of your style? Do you like the way he moves with the football, and would you try to get him the ball in the air more? What do you think his weaknesses are? Maybe why they don't seem to love him and want to commit to him.
Yeah, I don't know if he can catch. I don't know if that's the case or not. If he's a good route runner, if he's smart enough to handle protection, if he's a good pass protector, there's an art to that, and they see him every day in practice. I would love for him to be the off-schedule back and have a power back. Rodriguez and him switching would be good, but a bigger first, second down back and bring him in on third down. But if he's not a third down back, then he has to be the first, second down back. Then you got to go out and get another change of pace guy or a bigger guy or something to go with him. I don't think he's a 20-carry-a-guy game guy, even though he did it yesterday. I'd like to see him get like 8 to 10 and get somebody else about 10 to 15.
Jay Gruden with us on G&D. How about on the at the receiving position yesterday? They ended up getting production out of Terry McLaurin, 51-yard grab. They hit on a couple of explosives down the field in the game. What'd you see in the passing game structurally? Only 10 completions on 19 attempts.
Yeah, they didn't have to do a whole lot. When they did, they made them pay. It's very important if you're going to run the ball effectively to try to hit a couple of big plays, and they did that. They got Terry on a little bench post type thing, and the safety, got out of position, and Marcus put a good throw out there. So, it was an efficient day for the offense. They possessed the ball, they converted some third downs, and they had some big plays. So that's what you got to do on the road to win. And they attacked the Giants the right way. You don't want to give those guys for New York Giants a lot of pass rush situational ball, and they didn't do that. The weakness of the Giant defense is running right at them, and that's where the effectiveness came from Washington.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. Where are you at on Josh Connerly? A couple penalties yesterday. I know that people kind of point to those. The false starts bother me more than a hold, which is always kind of a coin toss thing to me when you're engaged with the speed rusher going around the edge or whatever. But where are you at on his rookie season and him as a prospect?
Yeah, prospect maybe. Rookie season, not so good. I probably would grade him to worst right tackle in football, damn near close to it. He gives up a lot of pressure, gave up another sack, a couple more penalties like you mentioned. He just hasn't shown a lot of the toughness skill that you want out of your right tackle. He got good feet, but he just gets pushed back a lot. It bothers me, and it doesn't really look like he has a good feel for the stunts when they do stunts against him. So he's got a lot of work to do. He's got good feet. Like I said, he's a good prospect, but he's had a rough year, if that makes sense.
Jay, I'm surprised to hear you that down on Connerly. I mean, long term, what is your outlook for him? And then also, if you could just expound upon that. I feel like the first month was brutal, and since then he's really been on a steady trajectory upwards. But go deeper into what you're seeing.
Yeah, well, he's just had a tough year, man. I mean, he struggles in pass protection against powerful rushers and speed, and he's done some good things. Don't get me wrong. I just think as far as a starting right tackle, he's below average this year for the Washington team. I mean, there's a lot better right tackles out there that are bigger, stronger, especially in the running game, and this double team blocks and all that good stuff that you have to do for a right tackle. You want your right tackle to be powerful. Most of those guys do the inside zone, the double teams on the 3 technique, all that good stuff. He's just not quite there yet. I think his body will develop. He'll get stronger in the weight room with Chad, and I think good things are in his future. He just had a rough year.
Is any of that kind of the doing the mirror image position switch kind of deal where he's on the right now? Is any of that because he's struggling with that
100%.
adjustment? Or what do you see there?
Yeah, it could be. That is a big adjustment. A lot of people think, just move over to the right side. It's totally different, pass sets and everything. He might be left-handed. I don't know. So that could be the issue, just adapting to that. And like I said, he's gone against some really good pass rushers and had some decent games. But over the course of the season, if you look at the PFF grade, I would imagine he's probably graded out one of the lowest tackles in the league.
So just real quick, one more on that. So you think his biggest priority is probably just getting stronger? And does that solve a lot of the ills, or is there a lot more to it?
He's a young kid, man. He's a big kid, young kid. He's got good feet. So, yeah, let's get him in the weight room and get a little bit stronger, see more things. He'll handle stunts better next year in his second year. He'll get to know pass rushers more so in the second year, what they like, what they don't like, how to block them. So, in their first year, a lot of things happen fast, man. It's the first time you're seeing some of these really good pass rushers in the NFL. Now you got a year under your belt. He'll be a lot better next year.
And to Jay's point, 60th of 83 tackles, and we could look up the right tackles specifically, but what your eyes are telling you checks out with some of the grading via PFF. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan talking to Jay Gruden. Ben Sinnott, no Zach Ertz yesterday. This fan base has been clamoring to see more of a tight end that was taken just outside of the top 50. This is a second-round pick last year who can't get any looks in the passing game. But you've had Ertz, who's been productive. So, okay, now he's out. Finally, it's time. 1 target, 1 catch. It came at the end of the game. Catch and run of 36 yards. So it was a nice play. But I guess two-parter here. So let's start with the first one. Is it possible that Ben Sinnott is this legitimate pass-catching weapon that 2 years into his career the team has just chosen not to use? Or does their lack of targets and involvement of him tell us that there's probably not a whole lot in the tank there?
Probably the latter. I would say if he was this great weapon, they would use him in some way, shape, or form to go along with Zach Ertz when he was healthy. 2 tight end sets are good. Maybe it's his pass block. Maybe it's his run blocking isn't good enough and to warrant him getting out there in a pass game. I don't know. I don't know if he's that big of a threat in the pass game to make up for his lack of run blocking ability, which could be the case. So I don't know. I think I would like to see him more. They only threw the ball 19 times, though, yesterday. And so hopefully in the last 3 games they'll get him some targets so they see what they have with him. So they see him every day in practice. You would think that if he was some kind of monster weapon, they would have got him the ball on the screen or something, a jet sweep, something, like the Colts use Tyler Warren and some of the other teams use their tight ends, but hasn't been done yet. I'm anxious to see it myself.
So is what I want reasonable then, or is it just kind of a silly outsider take? What you kind of just alluded to is what I've been pleading for. Give me a tight end screen. Let's design something for him. I can't believe, and I know it was only 19 attempts and 10 completions yesterday, but they didn't call one play to just see. This is the Ben Sinnott play. Let's go see what the kid does here on this tight end screen or whatever. Is it that crazy to want to see that? Is that not how it works? I know it's not a preseason game in August, but I kind of wanted to use yesterday that way. I got 3 plays in the playbook for him. All right, we didn't get to all 3 because we only threw it 19 times, but we damn sure can get to 1 at some point if it's a priority. Is that just an unreasonable ask or not how it works?
No, that's not unreasonable at all unless he's just been a total stud in practice and hasn't wanted the opportunity to get a catch. Maybe he hasn't deserved it. I don't know. I would like to see it too. Second-round pick, for sure, you got to give him some looks in the passing game to see what he does on game day. You know what I mean? Breaking tackles, running through arm tackles, whatever it might be. You see what kind of hands he has in traffic because he plucked it. Maybe he'll play better in a game than he does in practice. I don't know, but we got to see that. I agree with you 100% on Ben. They should get him some looks in the last 3 games. I would certainly hope so.
Well, did you ever have a guy, Jay, in your coaching career, whether it was here or as an OC or anywhere else, that maybe wasn't that awesome in practice, but when he finally got a shot in the game, said, you know what, actually, maybe this guy can play a little bit? Have you ever been pleasantly surprised in that regard?
Yeah, a little bit. We had most of new at Cincinnati. He was kind of slow, a sluggish type route runner in practice, but he got in the game. He came in and out of breaks. He blocked really well. He was tough, physical after the catch. He was a lot better in games than he was in practice because of the physicality you could play with in games and not use in practice. So those guys are hard to tell because, everything's, you're touching everybody down in practice. You're not hitting anybody. And when you see somebody run through tackles on game day, you say, damn, it sounds kind of tough. and that's usually the case with running backs and some bigger type receivers.
Mo Sanu had a decent career with you in Cincy, but the first thing I think of when I hear his name is the double pass when he threw a long touchdown in Washington for the Bengals.
Yeah, that was first play of the game. That was a Wildcat formation. That was beautiful.
Was that wild? There was a direct snap to him, and he threw it?
Yeah, it was Wildcat. I knew that Jim Haslett was a defensive coordinator. He would bring the safety out of the middle of the field when we went Wildcat. I told A.J. Green to just hit your head on the goalpost and throw it as far as you can, and hail to the Reds or Bengals on that play. It worked.
Yes, it did.
It's like a 70-yard touchdown to open up that game. The opposite of hail to the Redskins on that play. But it might have helped get you your job with the Skins. Maybe Bruce Allen was impressed.
Yeah, we had a good year that year. We were, I think, 11-5 and went to the playoffs, and we were pretty damn good on offense that year. Actually, all 3 years we were pretty good. Cincinnati.
Was that Andy Dalton's 30-plus touchdown year? Or was that a different year?
No, that was it, probably. Yeah, we scored a lot of points against a bunch of teams.
Points are good. Commanders got 29 of those yesterday. They beat the Giants by 8, 29-21. What do you make of Jalen Lane? 2 punt return touchdowns this year. First time in town since 1994 that anybody's done that. As a receiver, it's been pretty inconsistent up and down. Only got the one target, kind of an overthrow in the end zone yesterday. What do you make of him as a fourth-round pick?
I like the fact that he's a very good punt returner because it's a big part of the game, and he'll have a role now as a fifth receiver and a punt returner. That's not a bad role to have. You can come in and spell some of the guys as a fifth receiver, fourth receiver if they only dress four. He can run, but being a punt returner and having that weapon is very, very good option to have as far as the fourth or fifth receiver. So I like what he did this year as a punt returner. As a receiver, he'll get better and better. He just, he's young. He only caught 40 balls at Virginia Tech, so he just got to continue to grow on his route detail, and hopefully they'll get more looks next year.
Speaking of weapons, Jay, what do you make of Deebo Samuel kind of this time of year? Just feels like, he's worn down, doesn't look like he has the same burst he did earlier in the year. And I guess that was kind of the deal in San Francisco at times. He was always banged up, et cetera. But what have you made of his year, and where are you at on him right now?
Yeah, it's hard for any of the receivers to have any consistency with the change of quarterbacks, that they've had so often. So I put some of that on that reason. But Deebo's looked okay to me. He's had a couple drops here and there, but for the most part, he's not the same Deebo he was at San Francisco, clearly. But he is pretty effective on the underneath stuff, still can run through tackles and still make big plays after the catch. But he's not really a big-time threat down the field because he doesn't run as good anymore.
Jay Gruden on the Fan. Jay, you have been in the camp that Jaden Daniels should come back and play over the last couple of weeks when we've asked you about this. So now there's 3 to go. Let's say he is cleared for contact into this week and he can get back on the field on Wednesday and ramp up for the Eagles. Would you start him, and would it matter whether or not Laramie Tunsil is going to play at left tackle as to your decision?
Yeah, I still would start him just because that's the way it should go in the NFL. I don't think you rest people in the regular season. You rest them in the preseason. There's about 20 teams that are not playing for anything right now, and they're all playing their starters. I don't really hear of anybody else. Jackson Dart's playing, and the rest of these guys are going to continue to play. So I would play him, but, I can understand if Tunsil's out and he's not quite 100%. I can understand if they did sit up, but it would be my preference to play him if he's able to play.
Does the Mahomes ACL tear here in December, which might affect all of next year, is that a data point of interest to you at all? Like, I know it doesn't change your mind because you just said what your mind was, but how much does that weigh?
Yeah, that's scary as hell. Micah Parsons going out too.
Yep.
These injuries happen, and I would totally understand if they sat him. You just asked me what I would do, and I would play him just because I think he needs the experience. It's against Philadelphia twice. They do have a good pass rush, but it's great competition and a big-time rival. And, you're going to create some great memories by going to Philadelphia and beating Philadelphia on the road and knocking them out, So, but Philly's probably going to be clinched anyway, so it may not matter. So I could go either way right now. I'm back on the fence, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. If he's healthy, I'm playing him this weekend. Oh, sorry. I should turn on my microphone.
I was going to say, you're talking to nobody.
Yeah, I'm just talking for a while.
Jay, he made the best point ever, but it was to no one.
You'd be stunned how good of a point that was, Jay. That was a 5-yard penalty for not having my microphone on.
Or having a wrong wristband like Shador yesterday. That was good.
Yeah, that's tough. What do you think happened with that, by the way?
It just fell out of his wristband. I don't know. One of the play sheet cards fell out. He didn't have one. So, yeah, that's a unique thing I haven't seen before, but I guess it happens.
Before we let you go on the Jaden playing or not playing thing, so
yeah,
I tend to be with you that I would have him play, but I guess here's the question. If you're a coach and you do play him and something happens, Like, I think the reason people shut him down is to not have to deal with that press conference or that moment. Like, what would be your message after that where you would just say, hey, this is football. That kind of thing happens. Or like, what would you say in that situation, if that makes sense?
Well, you'd be sick of it if anybody gets hurt this time of year, especially your franchise quarterback. You don't want Terry McLaurin to blow his knee out either, or Tunsil or anybody else. It's meaningful for the seasons that come in the future. So it's a big deal, but I still think that healthy players should play, and he's a healthy player and he should play. But it would be devastating. It would be a lot of finger pointing at Coach Quinn. Probably he's taken that in consideration and probably won't play him because of that. What if? The risk is maybe too big for the reward in this instance of him playing or not. So I would totally understand if they sat him, but I would like to see him play personally.
Jay, thank you as always, my friend. We'll talk to you next week.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
Be good, brother. There's Jay Gruden, former head coach here in town, on Grant and Danny on the Fan. I want to go around the NFL. It was a bummer yesterday, frankly, watching Commanders-Giants for much of the day. It was the single game in the entire NFL slate, the entire weekend, that didn't have any postseason ramifications. There was only one. It was the game we were watching. So I'm going, man, I'd love to be watching. I could name 9 games that I would have liked to have turned on, but we got work to do. We're watching the Commanders and the Giants.
That's when it felt like work, didn't it?
Let's go around the NFL next on the Fan. Hey there, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. And with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight is Monday Night Football, and FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token on Monday Night Football. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Go to FanDuel.com/GP to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/GP. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. You've got to be 21 and present in Virginia. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have the answer if Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down for the year or not. Just moments ago, Ian Rappaport of NFL Network reporting that the Commanders have decided to shut down quarterback Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games after he missed yesterday's game. He'll now miss the final 3 games, turning the focus to supporting Mariota. Rappaport says he also goes on to say Daniels was reevaluated today and still not cleared, with him expected to be medically ruled out against the Eagles on Saturday, then facing a short week against the Cowboys on Christmas. The final decision was made today that Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down for the final 3 games. This breaking news is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on The Fan. You just heard Toby's breaking news on Jaden Daniels. This is via Ian Rappaport. So I guess right before Dan Quinn's press conference coming up here in a couple of minutes, the team leaked to the national media that Jaden Daniels is being shut down by the club. The Commanders have decided to call it a season for Daniels. He was not cleared after being reevaluated today for practice. So they feel like with a short week and a game Saturday against the Eagles, maybe he wouldn't have been ready for that game, or you'd get him back just in time to get back on the field. Then they play Wednesday next week, the Christmas Day game against the Cowboys, which further complicates things. So at 4-10, because it'd be short practice weeks, because you're not sure when he's going to be cleared, they have made the decision to shut Jaden Daniels down. We will not see him again in the 2025 football season.
So it's Thursday's the Christmas Day game, but the point still stands. Yeah, it's short week this week, shorter by a day, and then a semi-short week going into the following one. So again, this is just, I don't know. I don't quite know what they're thinking here, because if it's under the guise of, well, he's not cleared today, that means you're sure he's not going to be cleared Wednesday or Thursday or Friday or anytime next week? Or is this we're shutting him down because we're shutting him down? Either way, the result kind of ends in this one spot, right? Where they're going, we are just on, it seems, again, I'm reading the tea leaves like everybody else, and we'll see what Dan Quinn says this afternoon. But it's we don't think we can get this right. We don't think that he's going to be right. We don't feel comfortable. He's not comfortable. We're shutting it down. I wonder if it's more shut down or if it's legitimately we just can't see a path to him being healthy enough to do it in time.
Well, I mean, Rap Sheet called it a shutdown.
Yeah.
Now, maybe that's his own terminology. I don't know what the difference is, though. You got 3 weeks left, and he's not medically unable to get back in 3 weeks. You don't know that right now. So this is a shutdown, right? I mean, you can't tell me right now definitively there's no way he could play in 3 weeks from now against the Philadelphia Eagles. So if you're ruling him out for the final 3 games, that's a shutdown. This is very similar. I know people don't like this. Robert Griffin in 2013, coming off of the amazing 2012 season, all in for week 1, the bad 2013 follow-up year, with 3 games to go, they shut him down. And at the time, Mike Shanahan said something along the lines of, we need to protect him and he's taking too many hits or whatever. He just wasn't playing at a high level. They didn't like where it was trending. They shut him down. This is not the same as that, obviously. But Jaden Daniels is not cleared for this week. It's a short week next week, which means he'd come back with very little practice time. So they're shutting him down. Now, there are a lot of people in the fan base that wanted this. So we could hear from you next, 800-636-1067. I'd love to hear the reaction to this news that the Commanders are shutting Jaden Daniels down. Dan Quinn's going to talk in just a minute, so we'll listen as soon as he gets to the podium to what he has to say about this. But they will not be risking any further injury. So the good news here, because there's a lot of things about it that I find to be difficult on Daniels as it pertains to starting fast next season. I think he needs the reps and to play and all that stuff. But the really good news is he should be full go, OTAs, mini camp, start of the regular season. Now, how long that lasts, I don't know. Everyone acts like if he's just healthy at the start of next year, all your problems.
It's not automatic.
I don't happen to believe that that's true. I think look at Baker Mayfield and Justin Herbert and Kirk Cousins and most of the quarterbacks in the league, Jordan Love, they're all playing through injuries right now. They're all playing through something. So sometime early next year, he'll end up having to play through something. And you can't protect him every time that happens. But in this case, in a lost season at 4-10 with 3 games left, it's not a terrible idea. You know, we were just talking to Jay Gruden about it. He said he would totally understand it. That's where I'm at. What would I do personally? I would start him and play him. I think he needs to play. Do I have any issue with the team shutting him down? I do not. I don't think it's the right call. I think it's the wrong call. But I think it's the wrong call at like a, 55 play him, 45 don't. It's not like a 90-10 thing.
Yeah, I think we come from a similar spot, just a different conclusion. I think most people would acknowledge it's important for him to play football. Like, that's anybody. Even Terry McLaurin needed to play football. He's got a ton of deposits in the bank. He's been really, really good. He needed the time on the grass. His year was dramatically affected because he didn't do the normal course of events over the course of the summertime and into training camp and into the preseason, et cetera. He had a terrible season when they needed him because he wasn't ready to play football, right? I think everybody understands that you benefit from playing. So that's why it's so frustrating when you get this vet day off, that vet day off, where guys aren't practicing, etc.
Let me jump in real quick because Dan Quinn's coming to the podium. I want to catch this right as it starts. This is DQ with Reporters Live.
And the coaches included, man. Take a minute and enjoy the win. And there's nothing quite like a locker room after that. It had been a while. But today, that's when you get back to it. And that's why we have our Truth Day, what we can do better and what we need to do better. And there's a lot that we need to do better. There was flashes, but that consistency continues to haunt us. There were some big plays. The complimentary football at the end of the half was probably my favorite part of the game. Punt return, stop, interception, like those were ones that I thought were really cool spots. But penalties and turnover margin and other things, we definitely got to improve, and that's a big part of finishing. And with the division at hand of the games that we're having in the next 3, that's a big deal for us, and we're really pumped to go after it and again this week. Then the last thing I'd hit you on will be regarding Jaden, and we're going to sit him for the final 3 games. And I know your first question likely is, well, DQ, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play, so like last week, wouldn't have all the results until the end of the week, and then a short week next week with the Christmas game. So we believe this decision allows him to take advantage of the next few weeks in a different play. He wants to practice, and he will practice. He also wants to support Marcus in a way that Marcus has demonstrated and helped him, and so I thought that was significant. We all know the best way to grow is during the games, but with that, not being the best way for us, there's plenty of ways for him to learn, over the next 3 weeks, and he's going to learn from this vantage point too. So I just wanted to give you all the info that I had, and then we can get started recapping the game, or however you guys want to proceed. So let's get it rocking.
John Kahn.
How disappointing, Dan, is it that it's come to this, given what you guys have all talked about, the importance of those game snaps?
Yeah, I get it, John, and that was the plan for sure with 5 games, and in football and life, you adjust, and this is the best plan for him and for the team right now, and so that's what we're always going to look into it and have lots of discussions about it, but we decided this was the best way for us over the next 3 games, knowing that he wasn't fully cleared to get back just yet.
And then if you can sum up his season, and also how much does it weigh in there that he had left each of the last 3 games he played with some sort of injury? Does that factor into it, and all that?
Yeah, we discussed all that, but that didn't factor it into it, John. One didn't relate to the other, and so it was disappointing, and hey, let's be honest, it's been hard, in a lot of ways, so we're just trying to make the best decisions we can, but it wasn't, a factor from previous. It was just a matter of, hey, not cleared to do it, and we're going to make the best decisions for the team and for him. That's a number one.
Nikki?
Dan, when did Jaden get informed of this? When did you guys tell him the decision?
Just this afternoon.
Okay.
So I had a chance to visit with him. Adam did as well. And so, it was important. We want to be communicative with all the guys and, especially like their spot and Marcus as well. And Marcus will do a great job. And I thought for him also being able to prepare and get all the reps in and out, that can be a difficult process to go through as well. So we wanted to give him the best runway to go do his thing as well.
And I know earlier in the season you had said that the reps were important. Was that a matter of circumstance, like in Madrid when there were, 6 games left versus 3? Or was it, just looking at the totality of everything that has happened?
Yeah, and it wasn't even going to be 3, so thinking it wasn't going to be cleared up for this game and then a short week to go. So then we're like, now we're coming back into less than that. So you're right, Nikki, all of that went into the process to go do it.
Tom? Hey, Dan. To what extent, if any extent, was Josh involved in this decision?
Yeah, Adam and I obviously keep him in the loop on all the things that are going through it. So it's good. We continue to have dialogue with him. We meet on a regular basis before the games, Fridays, Mondays. So we have a constant dialogue, Tom. So that's helpful that it's not something that we have to go to on a big moment or anything. We just try to stay in a constant level of communication, and that has been really solid for us.
So just to clarify, this was a decision that you guys made and then notified him of, or am I correct on that?
Yeah, I guess that would be correct in the way that you'd say it. We talked and have discussions. I don't know if we notified him, but maybe a discussion's a better way to phrase that.
David Aldridge?
We certainly don't have that kind of juice to notify the owner. Yeah, I better clarify that.
Dan, again, knowing that you still have 3 games left to play in the season, this season's been so odd with everything that's gone down with the injuries and everything. But do you have a sense of, here's going forward, how we can maximize both Jaden's potential and his availability? Like that, like you have more information now than you did a year ago.
Yes.
And what's different now going forward, I guess I would say.
Yeah, and going in, some of that is going to be by design him too, and that's why we're hopeful for the reps DA. And we thought, okay, here's a shot to go find those specific things for him, and it's mostly on dropbacks, honestly, DA, to say when do I remain a passer, when do I eyes downfield, and so not having to do those in the game reps isn't ideal, but we're going to try to find the best way possible, and I'm hopeful that in a year from now, when you say, what'd you learn, when you're talking to Jaden, and maybe this vantage point even over a couple of weeks when he's, disappointed he's not playing and wanting to be, that we gain some experience and maybe a vision that you wouldn't have normally had, DA. And that's what I'm hopeful that will get done. And then as it gets into the off season and the training, obviously that's going to be a big part of what we're doing, knowing how important it is. And so he knows that. He's not happy that, he's going to be out, but that's where we're at, as we're going through it right now. But there's lots to still learn, and we're going to push that hard.
I know it seems like when you think about last year, at least a lot of people seem to think it was just a bunch of incredible plays that he made, but there was a lot of complimentary football going on last season that allowed him to make those plays. And I just wonder, how important going forward is that to improve the defense to the point where they're creating more turnovers and getting shorter fields for him and more opportunities for him to make plays on shorter, quicker drives and easier drives and stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. And you may have heard me say it. I remember from last season, I said the best part of our team is the team. It's covering a kick, it's field position, it's creating a takeaway, it's converting a 4th down. And so having the complementary football to do that, that's a big deal. And when you can nail those, we have more continuity, certainly offensively. We perform better on the fourths. But you're right, man. You create a short field, you get one to go. And so that's why I felt yesterday strongly about the half. It was a fantastic return by Jalen, and then a stop and a pick. And it's like, that's the switch, man. You've seen it. We all have. And that's that momentum change that just takes place in these smallest moments. And I felt that yesterday. I felt that energy. we did enough to let them back in when you have to score lead. But that's what I'm referring to, and that's what you're referring to as well. And so that's capturing the complementary way that you were describing, and I couldn't agree more.
Hashan?
DQ, as part of this, obviously, barring injury, Marcus will start, the rest of the season. I know obviously he's set to be a free agent, going into the offseason. How important are these last few games for him? Kind of as he's
You're listening to Dan Quinn's press conference today out in Ashburn on Grant and Danny. So there's the breaking news. Jaden Daniels being shut down for the final 3 games of the season. Dan Quinn spent weeks talking about the importance of game reps, the importance of getting Daniels back on the field. Last week, something really shifted in how he answered questions. And now today, they are shutting Daniels down. More on this and your reactions, 800-636-1067 when we return on The Fan.
And I know your first question likely is, well, Dickie, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play. So like last week, we didn't have all the results until the end of the week, and then a short week next week with the Christmas game. So we believe this decision allows him to take advantage of the next few weeks in a different play. He wants to practice, and he will practice. He also wants to support Marcus in a way that Marcus has demonstrated and helped him.
It's official. The Commanders shutting down Jayden Daniels. His sophomore season is over. Having started in 7 games, Marcus Mariota will end up playing in 10, assuming he can stay healthy and finish this thing out. For Washington, the Commanders will have gone 2-5 in those 7 games for Jayden Daniels. His completion percentage going from 69% to 60% on the season. Rating dropping from a little over 100 to a little over 88. QBR from 67 to 45. It was clearly a step backwards, driven mostly by health, mostly by injuries. They just never could get everybody on the same page. They never had weeks of practice together in the offseason, all together in camp. They shut him down all but for 4 plays in the preseason because they didn't need the work and he didn't need the work.
Yeah.
And then in the regular season, from week 2 on, he was chasing health. He got hurt against Green Bay. He was out and came back. He comes back and gets hurt against Dallas. He's out. He comes back. Then he comes back and gets hurt against Seattle. He's out and he comes back and eventually gets hurt against Minnesota. All told, in the 14 games prior to this past week that they had played, he had either been injured in or missed entirely 11 of those 14 games. Like, there were 3 games where he played and finished a game with any semblance of health.
Yeah, that's the story, right? Is that. Now, the story of the year is injuries, but the 1A, of course, is the guys that they were counting on who weren't injured, didn't play very well either. And you combine those 2 things, you get the season that they've had. But to Daniel specifically, it's one of those things where it should not be this way. And we all want the same thing. We want him to play football and play really well. The reality that is what you just said. He has started and completed 3 games this year. The pattern as it emerged over the second half of the season would be we'd wait 2 weeks, 3 weeks sometimes. We'd do is he going to miss the mark? He's going to return to play. He's going to meet all the metrics, and we're going to find our North Star, and we're going to hit all the marks, et cetera. He'd play. He'd get injured. He'd have to leave the game, and we'd do the same thing for another month. And at a certain point, it sounds like a conversation happened above Dan Quinn. That's my best working guess right now. I know it's yours too.
Well, my theory that I brought you last week, and I said if he gets shut down, because if you remember, my point was he's going to get shut down on Monday if this theory is correct. They'll come out after the game and say they're shutting him down. I now feel 100% adamant about this. This was not a Dan Quinn call, in my opinion. This was above him. I think this was Peters or Harris or both, probably both, but certainly an Adam Peters call, whose job is not just to focus on these 3 weeks, but the 3 years out in front with the rest of this contract. And I believe that this was dictated to Dan Quinn. You could even hear it in his first answer when they're talking about shutting him down. He literally covered his bases and went back and said, you guys know, I think the game reps are the most important reps, but we'll get him some work this way too. He's still telling you that playing football is the best way to make this guy get back to being Jayden Daniels, to get him the reps that he needs. He's acknowledging that even today. But the shift happened last week. We played the clips back to back. We let you hear them. From Friday, now 10 days ago, to Wednesday last week. It was like 2 different people answering the same question. Are you considering shutting him down? Would he benefit from being on the field? The answers were completely different. The tone changed.
Yeah,
it
so
was
something
obvious. Happened. Somebody said to him, hey, man, just so you know, he ain't playing again this year.
This feels like an intervention. And again, they're able to hide behind. It sounds like so nefarious. I don't mean it to be, but they're able to use as a barrier to any further questioning. He wasn't cleared medically. You know what I mean? So that's a key point. That's a key moment. Now, cleared medically on Monday usually doesn't mean squat.
Exactly.
It's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Now, this is a shorter week. It's a Saturday game, but come on. Everybody knows.
If they had a playoff game this past weekend, would he not have played?
I think he would have.
he would have found a way. They would have cleared
Yeah.
him medically, I bet you.
Mhm.
If they had a playoff game this weekend, would he play? Now, they would say he's not cleared medically. He wouldn't be cleared medically for these games if they were playoff games. I'm not sure that I buy that
Right.
necessarily. Not when you told me he could have gone back into the game.
Right.
Not when he tried to go back into the game on that Sunday. I just don't believe this idea that he can't get medically cleared. But let's just say it's true, that he didn't have a setback, that there is no serious injury, that nothing happened other than some soreness and some swelling, and somehow 8 days later, he is still unable to be cleared. Okay, let's just say that that's true. To your point, I know you have a Saturday game short week, and it's not looking good, but you wouldn't make the call right now on Monday rather.
On Monday,
You
yeah.
wouldn't even make the call on Wednesday or Thursday.
So, but they get to hide behind he's not medically cleared for this week, and then it's a short week, so it's medical.
By the way, if he's medically cleared on Monday, he could play Thursday against Dallas.
And there you go. But he also gives away the game to a degree when he says he's going to practice. Now, this, by the way, it sounds like I'm upset about it. This is actually exactly what I would do right now. I would say he still needs the practice reps. I don't care about Mariota getting starter reps. Let Daniels throw to McLaurin, throw to
he's not going. He's not getting first team reps.
Well, you know what I mean? Just let him practice. I would practice. I would practice him more and let Mariota get just enough to stay sharp. But for the most part, I'm letting Daniels get as much work as possible without the game injury risk. But he's going to practice, even though he's not cleared for a contact.
What does that mean, by the way? He's going to go out there and stand there and do some quarterback drills where he does high legs on the little ladder ropes, and then he's going to throw the ball into the net when they record the practice clips.
Yeah, that's the limited part.
That's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
He's going to be limited in practice. He ain't getting first team reps over Marcus Mariota, who's preparing for a football game. That's not going to happen.
Not early this week, certainly, but as down the stretch, I'm hoping that he does get some.
That would make no sense. I don't think that's going to happen.
Perfect sense to me because I care about him. I don't care about Mariota.
But they don't have a game in August or in January or February. I don't see him getting first team reps. I think they're just saying we're not shutting him down all purpose where he's not back on a field.
Right. So
he's going to be out there jogging around doing limited practice work.
Yeah. So I would practice him and not play him. I think, and so we're getting to that.
Which is
to
what
that point.
they'll do.
Yeah, which is what they're doing. So I like that. But it's sort of, I don't know. There's a degree of the standard issue double talk that we now kind of come used to, where you have to kind of parse it up and look for certain clues to figure out what's really going on. And it kind of screams to what we're both talking about here. We're getting back to it. Is I think Dan Quinn thinks one thing. I think this has now either been dictated or it's group. They decided this is how they're going to go, and it's not exactly what meets the eye. This isn't totally health. This isn't totally a shutdown, or it's like everything's kind of in between. But the end result is he's not playing the rest of the
He
year.
can say whatever he wants. This is a shutdown.
Yeah.
That's what this is. They are shutting the player down. I don't even think it's him wanting to, but it is happening. Rip anybody, anytime, anywhere off the wall because it ain't a thing. Anybody, anytime, anywhere until someone tells you not to. This is a shutdown. That's what is happening right now. There's no such thing as this being a health decision where he's being ruled out of a football game that is still 20 days away or 3 weeks away from right now with what you're saying, not me, you are saying is a very small setback, a very limited injury, something that will heal fairly quickly. You're basically saying, by the way, that this second injury would cost him more time to recover than the first one when he actually dislocated the elbow. Basically, it'd be that many days away from when he got hurt against Minnesota to play in the final game almost as the original injury with Seattle. So either you're lying about the second injury, which I don't think they are, or someone just told you, hey, man, there's barely any important football to be played here. We're going to evaluate a couple of kids. There's 3 games to go. Shut the player down. There's nothing to see here. I think that's where we are at this point. We'll check in with one of the members of the Commanders beat. We'll get a national perspective on our Beltway Blitz as well. Huge news here. We'll get to your calls in just a few, so line them up. 800-636-1067. Jaden Daniels being shut down for the rest of the season by the very Commanders staff that said for weeks that he needed to play to get reps because that was the only way to get him right. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The breaking news just about 30 minutes ago, Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down by the Commanders for the final 3 games. He still hasn't been cleared for contact. He was expected to be medically ruled out for Saturday's game against Philadelphia. Then with a short week coming up with a Christmas game on Thursday against Dallas, there was no way for him to get on the field for the final 3 games, according to Dan Quinn. Final decision for that was made today. The Commanders, again, shutting down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games. Commanders snapped an 8-game losing streak with their win yesterday, beating the Giants 29-21. Their record now 4-10 on the season. Major injuries yesterday. Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL. The Chiefs were also eliminated from the playoffs. Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons tore his ACL. He's done for the season. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
We love those guys. As my computer reloads, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? Is the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Commanders are shutting down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games of the season. Let's get some reactions on our Beltway Blitz and get it started right now. Mike Jones covers the NFL for The Athletic. Get a little national perspective from him. The Commanders for weeks said that he needed to play again, that he needed reps. Dan Quinn as recently as a little over a week ago was saying that, and then his tone really shifted last week. Mike, I've thought that maybe somebody intervened, ownership, GM, somebody said this is what's happening. What do you make of the shutdown?
Well, I mean, I too felt like he needed to play. I mean, it's only in his second year, and he hasn't played consistently, and so it would have been good to have some positivity, so to get that work in. But you know, I think when he landed on the elbow and had to come out of that game, that I think they started realizing, hey, okay, maybe this is going to take more time. Maybe we need to be more cautious. I haven't gotten the sense that he was told from up above. But I think that those conversations were had, you know, and they felt like, okay, look, if it's going to take some more time and he's not right, there's no use in rushing him out there. Let's really give him time to heal all the way up, and we'll, you know, visit it again, you know, once he's healthy, and that's going to be in the off season.
Do you think the Mahomes and Parsons kind of late injuries that are probably going to affect, probably going to affect them deep into next year, were those data points, do you think, or was this kind of already done?
You know, I don't know. I guess that's possible. But again, you know, if they checked him and he still wasn't quite right now, you know, then you're looking, okay, then we have 2 games left. I guess they were kind of like, yeah, what's the point? You know, and, you know, when you see guys like that go down, maybe it does make you kind of wonder, okay, are we being smart here, or do we need to be more cautious? But I think that, look, if he had you know, been okay with 3, maybe 4 games left to go, they probably would have played him, but 2 games, maybe they felt like, it's not worth it.
Mike, you were on the Redskins beat with me back in 2013 on December 11th, so about 4 days to the day, some 12 years ago, when Robert Griffin was shut down with 3 games to go. Now, I know everybody hates the comparisons between these two, and I'm not in any way saying it's the same situation, but it is amazing to me when you talk about the Heisman Trophy winning number 2 overall pick who won Rookie of the Year and took the city by storm, and then the second year went terribly. And Griffin got shut down by Shanahan with 3 to go, and now the Commanders are shutting him down. It just took me back to being in that room when Mike had that press conference.
Yeah, it is kind of weird, but at the same time, there was so much other stuff swirling around that, you know, it still feels different at the same time.
Oh, it's totally, yeah, I think
you know,
it's totally different, but so many of these, I mean, in the same way yesterday, everyone's doing the Mahomes and Brady, same Super Bowl numbers, same year. They both tore their ACL on the same field. It is just wild, you know, some of the coincidences between the two.
No, it definitely is. And sports are weird like that. You can't make this stuff up. But I don't know. I guess the football gods have a twisted sense of humor.
How different do we expect things to be next year here? And what I mean is the approach is a lot of, Club Quinn. It was a ton of veteran days off, and they were very laissez-faire and sort of Cadillacing through the preseason, training camp, the whole 9 yards. Obviously there'll be different personnel. That's true for any team, but I think especially this one with a lot of aging veterans. But how do we think how different will the approach be next year, given everything that went bad this year?
Well, I think that part of what he did, he almost had to because he knew how old a lot of those guys were. You need your young guys to get all those reps, but you have a lot of old guys, and so it's kind of hard to pick and choose. I would be shocked if he didn't go into the offseason and really examine his practices and the way he went about things and said, okay, hey, look, we got to change. If he's smart, he does that. And they definitely have to have more of a sense of urgency. They've got to get younger. They've got to get more impactful. We saw them kind of roll the dice with some old guys pushing all their chips in, thinking that they were closer than what they were. It'll be interesting to see. They don't have a whole lot of draft picks, but what they're able to do. But he's definitely got to find a way to ramp up that intensity and have this team ready to go.
Do you think somebody intervened above Dan Quinn and told him to do this?
As far as shutting Daniels down?
Yeah, whether it's Peters or Harris.
I think that the three of them sat down and said, hey, okay, how are we going to handle this situation there? And came to that. I don't get the sense, and I'm not as close to it as some people, but I don't get the sense that it's a meddlesome type of thing, like, Snyder ordering Shanahan to do this or that. But I think it's probably like a huddle, and let's figure this thing out together.
Ultimately, I get the sense that Daniels wanted to play. How much say do you think he had in this entire saga? You know what I mean? Like, what he wants to me is almost secondary. I want him to want to play. If it was something else, I would say that's a cause for concern. But how much input do you think he had?
I mean, I think he wanted to, but I think it got to the point where the doctors are saying, yeah, he's not quite right yet, that they were like, hey, look, here, we got to protect you from yourself, and got to, go with what the long term is rather than the short term where we are now, yeah, we beat the Giants, but we're not going anywhere. And so it's no use risking you for the long term and having to, wait till middle of next year till we see you again if you had something serious happen to you.
Do you think he'll be able to stay healthy next year?
I mean, it all kind of depends on how they use him. What does Cliff Kingsbury, if he's still here, what does he do to try to find ways to protect him and put him at less risk? What does he do himself when, yes, you're a competitor, you use your legs or whatever. We've seen him last year and this year. He's, taken some hits and been banged up. But last year he was still able to get it done. This year it just, didn't fall his way, but it kind of summarized the whole team. And so I think that he can. I think that you learn and figure out how to evolve and use your legs to help you, but, not take off running and being as risky every single time as well.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy.
All right, see you guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Hit that local 53 sounder. Buddy Nick Ackridge, PFF, joins us. Nick, how did Brandon Coleman play when he came into the game? I'm kidding. What do you make of the Jaden Daniels news?
I was actually about to pull up the Brandon Coleman stat. No, I mean, it's kind of what I expected was going to happen. I was kind of shocked that they just said flat out he's going to be out the next 3 games. I thought they were just going to play it out, and then he was just going to eventually sit out each game. I think it's a smart choice, smart decision. Selfishly, I would like to watch him play because it's tough to get the motivation to watch this team right now. So selfishly, I would like for him to play, but I think it is the smart move.
Had you felt that way all along, or is that something that you've come to more recently?
I think initially when he first got the injury, I thought, okay, that's it, sit him for the rest of the year, because it looked brutal. I mean, it was a gruesome injury, so it just looked like he was going to be done for the rest of the year. Then when they kind of said that it was something that he could come back from, and once he was cleared for contact, then I was all for him playing, because I do think that reps are valuable. But then it kind of comes to the question, was he ever really cleared for contact? Because he took one hit on it and then is now out for the year. So I was of the mindset that he should have played if he was cleared for contact. But at this point where we kind of see that one hit is kind of ended his season, I'm good with them shutting him down.
So what's next year's playbook look like to you? I don't mean like in terms of Cliff Kingsbury's playbook. I mean just in terms of, okay, they get together for the first time in the spring. Walk me through the Jayden Daniels get back to being as good as possible playbook. What does that look like?
Yeah, I think it's really, for him, he's always been a type of guy that takes a little bit of time to get into games. So for me, that's, getting as many reps as you possibly can in the offseason with your weapons. Whether that's just, Terry, it doesn't matter who. I just want him constantly throwing the ball, constantly, just getting ready for the season. And so when you get to week one, it's not slow. It's not something that kind of takes some time. That means I want him playing in the preseason. I want him getting as many reps as he possibly can to get ready for next season.
Nick Ackridge of PFF joining us on G&D. When you actually evaluate his play this year, what do you see?
Yeah, it was up and down. Like I said, he's always the type of guy that takes some time to get into games. First couple games was not great, but I think the Chargers game was one of the best games I've seen him play in his career, really. I thought he was great there, and I thought
the second half of that game was as good as anything we saw when he was hot last year, I thought.
100%. I thought it was one of the better games that he played in. And again, that game took him a little bit of time to get into it. He missed a few games before, so that was understandable. I thought from there it was just going to kind of skyrocket and kind of take off. But obviously it didn't. The next few games were kind of up and down, not the best, not the worst. And then again, you're missing games, then you're trying to come back and just never kind of got a foothold in the season. So I think it's really tough to kind of evaluate him on this year because there's just so much kind of inconsistency with his playing time, with the people he's playing with. So overall, it's tough to kind of fully evaluate him.
What can offensive minds, Kingsbury and company, do differently to kind of help enhance this protection, this new paradigm for Daniels? Where that he's got a lot to learn himself in terms of protecting himself when scrambling, when to avoid some of the contact, et cetera. But what can they do to help him?
Yeah, I think they did. I think they did a good job this offseason in trying to bolster the offensive line. I thought the Larry Tunsil trade was great, and we've seen a really, really good offensive line. And I think the key there is what you said, that he's got to really kind of learn himself to throw the ball away and not always try to run when he gets pressured. When he gets pressured, he tends to always want to run when you can just hit your check down. So I think that's the biggest thing for him and for this offense, and whether that's giving him kind of easier checkdowns that kind of come within the progression of the concept they're running. So I think for him, that's the biggest thing, is just getting rid of the ball. Just throw it to your skill players. Let them make some plays. Even if that results in a 2-yard gain, it's better that they get a 2-yard gain and get hit than you getting hit for 2 yards. So that's kind of the biggest thing for him next year.
You mentioned that this was the biggest reason for fans to tune back in this year, and now it's gone. So give us the short list otherwise. What is at the top of your list for reasons to keep watching?
It's the young guys. I think there's no reason to not play them anymore. So I'm talking Ben Sinnott. I'm talking Jalen Lane. I'm talking Jordan McGee. I think that's kind of the key. You want to see those guys keep playing, getting as many snaps as possible. Josh Connolly the same. That's kind of really the only thing that we can really look forward to is these young guys that are going to be here for a couple of years. You want to see them develop into players, and they have the opportunity now. They should be getting reps, as many reps as they possibly can. And that's really kind of what you're looking for the rest of the season.
Nick, thank you as always, bud. Have a great week.
Yeah, appreciate it. You guys have a good one.
Good insight there. Got a little local and national flair for you on the Blitz, discussing the decision to shut down Jayden Daniels for the final 3 weeks. But let's hit the phones hard next. I know you guys have been waiting. There's a few lines open, so line them up. We're going to get to you in a moment. 800-636-1067. Are the Commanders making the right decision to shut Jayden Daniels down? That's the question on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest Pro Football Injury Report that's presented by Fanatics. Talking some Monday Night Foosball tonight. Steelers, Dolphins. Let us get right to it. For the Steelers, Jaylen Warren, running back, is questionable in this one. Guard Andrus Peat is going to be out. Patrick Harmon, defensive tackle, is questionable, and TJ Watt has been ruled out of this match. Remember, he had a medical emergency, had to go to the hospital, and it looks like he's going to miss this one. That's an important loss, obviously, for Pittsburgh as they fight for the division and their playoff lives. Also be without offensive tackle Broderick Jones, who's been placed on injured reserve. For your Miami Dolphins, Larry Broom, offensive tackle, is questionable. Elijah Campbell, safety, is doubtful in this one. Caleb Johnson, linebacker. Andrew Meyer, Jason Sanders, their place kicker, all placed on injured reserve here within the last week or so. And that is today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates, presented by Fanatic Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Football, it's in full swing. We're coming down to the wire, as a matter of fact. There's no better place to bet than Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm telling you, give them a go. Don't wait for a bad beat with some other sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro player prop bets across straights, parlays, same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect you for just the first quarter, some do nothing at all. But not at Fanatic Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop, Fanatic Sportsbook fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets hurt in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned right into a win. You can also track your player performance in the Fanatic Sportsbook app, and the payout speed, telling you guys, it's lightning quick too. So bet with the book that always has your back. That's Fanatic Sportsbook. I'm telling you guys, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels officially going to be shut down by the Commanders for the final 3 games. Still hasn't been cleared for contact. Was likely going to be medically ruled out for Saturday's game against Philly. And then with a short week coming up against Dallas on Christmas Day that Thursday, they didn't feel like it was great for him to get back out on the field for these final 3 games. The final decision was made today that, again, Jaden Daniels will be shut down for the final 3 games. Other news in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL. The Chiefs were also eliminated from the playoffs, but this could potentially bleed into next year for Mahomes and the Chiefs. Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons tore his ACL. He is done for the season. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit doorproamerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
This is the best plan for him and for the team right now. And so that's what, we're always going to look into it and have lots of discussions about it, but we decided this was the best way for us over the next 3 games, knowing that he wasn't fully cleared to get back just yet.
As we talk today, Jaden Daniels has not been cleared for contact. The Commanders don't play another game until Saturday, but it is a shorter week than normal. They then play again on Thursday next week, and then their final game of the season, Week 18 against Philly at Lincoln Financial Field. Obviously, they can't possibly know today if Daniels will be cleared in time for this weekend's game, but they have a better idea than they will for next week or the week after. But there's no way to know that he wouldn't be cleared for next week. Very possibly could still play 2 games, and it stands to reason he could play the final game. They're saying he's going to return to practice at some point, which means he'll be cleared. When that happens, he's likely going to run the scout team offense against the number 1 defense and get those reps, and those will help him. But his days of working with Terry McLaurin in the first team offense are over because you're going to be having Marcus Mariota get all those reps leading up to games that the team's playing in the final 3 weeks. But let's pose this question and hit the phones. Danny, you get the first crack at it. 800-636-1067 on G&D. The Commanders have shut Jaden Daniels down with 3 games to go. Are they making the right decision?
Unfortunately, yes. It's not what I want, but I think it has to happen. Despite all the best laid plans, despite your best efforts, despite trying to coach him differently or call different plays or whatever, he has left because of some sort of physical issue in each of the last 3 times he's played. These games are increasingly meaningless, and the emptier they are, the less point there is to try them out there and have him seriously hurt, because they're lucky that these injuries he's experienced this year haven't been more severe. The dislocated elbow could have been an entire year of rehab if a couple ligaments had gone a certain way. Same with the knee injury. Same with the hamstring injury. We're fortunate it hasn't been worse. And now you're talking about affecting next season too. It's late enough this year where if you tear your ACL this week, you're now not talking about all the development anymore. You're doing all in for week 1. You're doing nothing but rehab. And so the progress that we all want won't get made. It's a unfortunate compromise. It's not great. It's not something we should be excited about. But I think, again, unfortunately, it's the right call.
For me, it is not the right call. I don't like that they're shutting him down. The caveat I'm going to provide is when they made the decision to shut him down, which I happen to think, my theory is, came last week. The sooner you do it, the better. The only part of this I'll agree with is that when you decide, Danny, that you're shutting him down, you should announce it as soon as possible. Honestly, if they did come to the realization Wednesday or Thursday last week, they should have just announced it on Thursday or Friday. No reason to wait. So if they knew today that they're shutting him down, announce it today. I was just talking to Chris Russell about this in the hallway, and Slash said something to the effect of, well, why don't they just wait and see? Well, if they've come to the realization, which they have, via Harris, via Peters, via Quinn, whoever it is, I don't care whose decision it was, that he's not playing again, announce it as soon as possible. It's like my axiom for the Juan Soto deal. The best time to trade Juan Soto is never. The second best time is as soon as possible because you're getting the most back the earlier you trade him. So with Jaden Daniels, I'm not shutting him down. But if you're telling me to shut him down, then I'm doing it as soon as humanly possible. So the announcement today is the best case scenario in terms of shutdowns. But no, I'm anti-shutdown. This does not help him. Playing helps him. This is the worst thing for his development, in my opinion. The only argument against it, the straw man is, what if he gets hurt? I can't live in fear that every time he plays, he gets hurt. If that's the case, we got a bigger issue. We got a bigger problem. If this guy can't get through 60 minutes of football without playing, nothing matters because he's going to play 60 minutes in week 1 next year and then in week 2 next year. So that's just not how I'm going to operate. When he's cleared, if he's fully healthy, which they made it seem like this was a very minor thing and he would be fully healthy again. He quite literally got dropped from the rafters on his elbow. It didn't explode. It was perfectly fine. He supposedly could have gone back into the game. Everything was okay. I think it held up okay. So I view week 16 or 17 this year at that position with a healthy group around you, not that different than the reps he could get in a week 1 next year in terms of the risk of the injury. Now, if he was an 8th-year quarterback or a 10th-year quarterback and I knew what I had and he had already proven himself in a lot of different ways in terms of development, I might feel different. But young QBs need to play. Am I going to sit Terry McLaurin, who's also vital to the cause next year? You're not going anywhere without McLaurin. We saw that this year. Is he going to sit in the final 2 weeks? He should. If you're sitting, I'm not doing a bit on this, by the way. If you're not playing Jaden, don't play Terry. If you're not playing Terry, don't play Tunsil. Play Brandon Coleman at left tackle, and let's look at the kid. You want Jalen Lane looks? I'm going to get him for you right now. You want to see what Traylon Burks can do? Awesome. Here we go, Danny. Terry's out. Debo is out. I know what those guys are.
I'm fine with that.
Why the hell am I playing him? If I'm not playing Jaden Daniels, yes, he's the most important player. I'm not saying he isn't. But why am I playing Daron Payne? Known commodity. Javon Kinlaw, known commodity. Johnny Newton, you better get in shape, bud, because you're playing 87% of the snaps this coming week. That's how I feel about it. You're not going anywhere without the guys I just named next year if they get hurt too. Daniels is more important, but all those guys are vital. Let's go to Shane in Fairfax on the Fan. What's up, Shane?
What's up, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? How you boys doing today?
Buddy.
Doing well.
Hey, look, I'm with you, Lieutenant Grant. He's got to play. The only way you get better is at anything you do in any profession is you got to do practice at it, and more reps is going to make you better. I think they knew this a long time ago. I still think there's more to this injury than they're saying. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like surgery or anything like that. But you know what? And that's what I'm worried about right now is his we scratched penciling him in right now for 12 games a season. If that's the case, then what do we do? That's not what we're talking about now. This is a whole different conversation, and I think that's where we're at right now. I'm not sure right now he's our franchise quarterback, and I'll say it right now, he has the talent in the world. But if you can't get on the field, that talent doesn't mean anything. Look at all the other quarterbacks out there taking the hits and out there playing through all the injuries. Josh Allen's bigger, but you can't tell me he's not taking a beating.
Well, but those guys are allowed to play through injuries in a way that this guy isn't. And correctly, by the way. I'm not blaming the team. They are, you're going to hear the word babying. It's going to be a pejorative, but they're doing what should be done with a sophomore quarterback. If the Commanders were the Bills playing for, a chance to win the division against New England this past
Then I'm sitting there looking at my watch going, when's he coming back? When's he coming back? Yeah.
They're doing exactly what they should be doing in a lost season. He shouldn't be asked to push it with broken bones in his hand like Justin Herbert is as a playoff-bound quarterback of the Chargers or Baker Mayfield trying to win the NFC South. I think he is willing to do that. He's a tough son of a gun. We know that. Like, this is something that he's got in spades, the ability to push through things, play through things. We saw him getting wrapped and playing through the rib last year.
Yeah, to Shane's point, like, they said he could have gone back into the game. Who knows how serious this one is? They still never said he had a broken rib. You know what I mean? Like, we found out via Instagram Live 4 months later. So who knows how serious this one is or not serious?
If he's healthy, he's a franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
Shane's point is I don't know if he's going to stay healthy.
And that's what I don't know either.
Yeah, me either. I mean, nobody does. How could anyone say that at this point? Was this a wake-up call for him? Absolutely. I know in that building they probably feel that way. Like, he learned a tough lesson that this year is going to change philosophically maybe the way he views things. But my pushback on that is, and I say this a lot, I don't view him as sizably taking too many risks. Like, I don't think he is Jackson Dart. I don't think he's some guy that every time he leaves the pocket, I go, oh, no, he's going to make a bad decision. He's not going to protect himself. He's not going to get out of bounds. He gets out of bounds a ton. He dives forward and protects himself Lamar style all the times. Yes, he's only slid 4 times in 42 scrambles this year, but that's not really his normal move. That's not how he protects himself. It's rare, and it's increasingly rarer this year from early last year, that he takes the big shot. I just think he's too skinny. I just think he's frail. The body type is not ideal. Like, if you were building a quarterback in a lab, you would not build someone as slender as this person. And it's been fluky that he's gotten injured. But the frame has only really been a factor on the rib and maybe the elbow. I think that's even probably not fair to say. But the frame thing doesn't have anything to do with the knee, I don't think. That was just an awkward, fluky situation. The frame thing doesn't have anything to do with the hamstring, I don't think. Let's go to Usman in New York on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's up, Grant and Dave?
How are you, bud?
Good, man. Good. Look, I can't really add anything to the discussion that you guys haven't already covered. I'm as angry as Grant for the reasons stated. I know he needs the reps, and but ultimately, I agree with Danny. I mean, it's a lost season. You got to look at the defenses coming up. 2 matchups against Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and that tough Eagles defense, and then a Cowboys defense that he hasn't done well against with or without Micah Parsons. And you got to think that goes into the calculus. I think that ownership maybe just decided, this guy is extremely injury prone and might not be as durable as a franchise quarterback, and so let's cut our losses and at least have a full off season with an improved roster and just not risk, God forbid, like an Achilles injury or even further, God forbid, winning one of these games and losing more draft picks. So it is frustrating. As a fan, this has been a lost season. But one thing that people are sleeping on, we never have to see him in these 2-2-22 uniforms again because we are getting new uniforms next season. So it is a little bit of winning
silver lining, a little bit of silver lining. Appreciate you. It's always good to hear from you.
If that comes to fruition, and they're rocking the old Redskins throwbacks as primaries next year, Jaden will look the best he's ever looked next year. I promise you that.
Seriously, a little bit less 222 for anybody. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to find the great stats on this. I know you've been able to quote some in the past about quarterback hits. There are other guys that the way Pro Football Reference, for example, counts hits are in the pocket points of contact from a defender to you. So guys like pocket passers like Burrow, Stafford, Mahomes, Geno Smith will have more hits than Jaden Daniels. But times defenders get their hands on Jaden Daniels is high. And I think that's the point of data that worries people because you already said it, the frame, points of contact for defenders, you add those up, it's a process thing. Skinny guys that it's harder to protect yourself. I'd rather have Josh Allen get hit. Let's just say you get your standard issue quarterback gets hit 50 times or defenders make contact 50 times. I'll take my chances with Allen emerging unscathed over someone like Jaden Daniels. And that's kind of the point of comparison here, right? Is him getting hit is maybe more potentially catastrophic than it is for everybody else. It can happen to anybody. I mean, the most durable guys in the world, Brett Favre, Tom Brady, couldn't be more durable, and just the wrong hit, you go down. But it's a process thing to me, right? Where that time his helmet gets spun around, that time he gets folded up against Atlanta, or that time he gets his bell rung against Atlanta, or that time against Tampa. You go, oh my God, that's so bad. And he pops right up and he's smiling. And those are great that he popped up. But the next time he won't pop up. And that's, I think, really, we're not seeing an adjustment there. And I think the organization, whether it was Peters, whether it was Harris, wasn't seeing it either. And they kind of went, we can't guarantee that we can get him through this and then have all the improvement that we're looking for next year. So I think the phrase cut your losses is what applies.
So for me, I don't think, and this is not something I've always thought, this is something I've come to over years. I don't think there is a really good way to protect yourself when you're running around in the NFL as a quarterback.
I agree with that.
I think it is inevitable that you're going to, I'll use your phrase, get your bell rung or get smacked or get smashed. And especially now when an independent doctor can pull you off the field at any moment.
Yep.
Like Jackson Dart took a hit inside the 5-yard line yesterday. That was pretty innocuous. He clearly didn't have a concussion based on anything he was doing. But he's just guilty for being Jackson Dart at this point. They sent him over to the blue tent. Jameis Winston goes out there. He just got tackled on a quarterback power up the middle or whatever. The difference is this quarterback is small. That's the difference in terms of weight, not height or anything. But he is not the frame of the normal quarterback.
Right.
But if you run around a lot, I don't care if you're Herbert, When you're scrambling, he gets hurt. Josh Allen gets banged up constantly. By the way, he's had seasons derailed by shoulders and arms and necks and all kinds of stuff. Go back and read the injury reports over the last few years. If you're Lamar, who's not right now, Drake May, by the way, who's a scrambler at a high rate. Drake May has been in the blue tent for concussion checks and been off the field a couple times. Last year, missed some time. It is going to happen. It just so happens those other guys, Josh Allen, 6'5" or 6'6" and 280. Drake May, 6'4", 6'5". These are bigger people. So to me, he does a thing. You drafted a quarterback who's a dual threat, who is a runner. That's the secret sauce. That's the beauty of his game. He's really good in the pocket too, and he makes all the throws. People act like this is an either or. It's not. Very good passer, but an excellent runner. Ran for 1,000 yards in college at LSU. Why he goes number 2 overall. He does a thing that is going to put you at risk. You're going to take shots. You're going to land on the back of your head sometimes. They're going to tell you to go to the blue tent. You're going to get rolled up. You're going to be slow to get up. It is inevitable. Most of the guys that do that do not have his body type. Kind of that's where I'm at on it. So unless you want him to just never run, which you could take away all the design stuff, it wouldn't take away that many of his runs. The majority of his runs or scrambles are his decision to leave the pocket anyway. But the shutdown is kind of what we're at least starting with today. The team deciding he will not play again. Now, he's not cleared yet, but this is not medically that he's not able to play this season. It's not like he's been ruled out with a 3-week injury. He could be cleared for contact any day in the next couple of days and be eligible for 3 games. They're saying he will not play again. Question for you guys is, are they making the right decision? G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're trying to sell your home, choosing the right agent is everything. You're not just hiring someone to list the house. You're hiring someone to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, and guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make all year long and then some. That's why sellers go with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team with Keller Williams. My family did. We got way over asking price. Whole thing was done in a weekend. They're incredible at this. The average agent just throws your home online and hopes somebody notices. Power Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign talking digital ads, buyer-matching technology, high-impact visuals, and messaging that creates a real buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by Empower Home Team don't sit, they sell, and fast. Again, we can speak firsthand to it. They did it for our place. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home doesn't sell for some reason, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price you agree on. That is their guarantee. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about this guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or just go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Well, I'm hopeful that in a year from now, when you say, what'd you learn, when you're talking to Jaden, and maybe this vantage point even over a couple of weeks when he's, disappointed he's not playing and wanting to be, that we gain some experience and maybe a vision that you wouldn't have normally had, DA. And that's what I'm hopeful that will get done. And then as it gets into the off season and the training, obviously that's going to be a big part of what we're doing.
Dan Quinn earlier today announcing Jaden Daniels has been shut down for the final 3 games of the 2025 season. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The question for you, did the Commanders make the right decision? I don't like the shutdown. I think when you decide you're going to shut him down, announce it as soon as possible. So today was the day, no problem there. But the idea to shut him down is what bothers me. If he could have played in the final 2 games and all your other starters are out there, other than Zach Ertz and Austin Eckler, there's value enough for me to get that done. I think a lot of people, and I wonder how much it factored into the decision makers' minds, saw Patrick Mahomes go down, Micah Parsons go down, some of the serious injuries around the NFL with guys like Devontae Adams yesterday.
Yeah.
And they went, are we sure? Are we sure about this? But I think they made their decision up last week. You know how I feel. You could tell the tone shifted late last week. We said it right then and there. They're shutting this guy down early next week.
It certainly felt that way. So the proof would be in the pudding how they handled this coming week, right? Remember, they said he could have gone back into the game. The next data point is, yeah, he's not feeling great. We're shutting him down now. And you went, well, wait a minute. That's early. Now, it could have just been this week, but we said the proof will probably be Tuesday or Wednesday. Well, we didn't even get there. It was the plan was already in the works, kind of confirmed. Yeah, it confirmed your suspicions.
Monday presser, man. That was going to be it. Because the thing last week was, it wasn't that they shut him down on Wednesday, which was interesting. It was the answers about, does he need to play again this season? Because for weeks, the answer to that very same question
was like, yes, you kidding?
Of course, these reps are vital. Anybody, anytime, anywhere. We play football. Football players play football. And for the first time last week, we heard, well, we haven't really talked about that. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, huh?
Well, we'll see what happens. Let's just focus on the Giants for now. It was so obviously different, and it had shifted. Let's go to Zion in Virginia on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Hey, man. I am all for it because I look at it this way. If we were undefeated right now with these meaningless games left, we'd be resting our starters to go on a Super Bowl run because they're meaningless. You don't want those guys to get injured and hurt the future of the team. So, of course, you rest Jaden, sit him down, package him up, bubble wrap him for the remainder of the season, bubble wrap Terry, bubble wrap Big Larry Tunsil, bubble wrap them all. I want to see number 30 through 53 get the reps now so we can know what kind of depth we need. We know how to address the draft.
So you're preaching what I'm talking about.
Yeah, thanks, bud.
You're singing to the right choir when you call into this show because I'm not kidding. If I'm sitting Jaden Daniels and I'm sitting Terry McLaurin and Laramie Tunsil and Daron Payne and Javon Kinlaw, I'll sign street free agents to play. Think I'm kidding? Let's just shut the whole damn thing down. Nobody, nowhere, no time. Seriously.
Yeah.
What is the point of? So Terry McLaurin's not important next year? I just saw a season what it looks like without him. It's pretty vital. Kinlaw and Payne up front, stuff in the run, not important to you next year. Shut them all down. This is not Stephen A. Take screaming, TV show stuff. This is not Shouty Show. I'm dead serious about this.
So if a player hasn't had the immediate injury history that Daniels has had, I kind of roll my eyes at that. But McLaurin has. He played once, sat out for how long? 6 weeks after the first injury. Played against the Chiefs, got hurt again, sat out for another handful of weeks. This has been a lost year, so I'm all for that. Now, the sort of general guy where you go, I don't know that that's necessarily the case. You could treat it more like a preseason game and ramp up some of the young players. That's what I would do. I'm more encouraged by, or that was the path I would go down. But I also would rather err on that side than what they did this past weekend, which is, hey man, the same thing that brought us here to 3-10. Let's just do more of that. Keep everybody the same and let's go get it.
Yeah, I get that logic. Daniels coming back to play wouldn't be hurt though. So when you say his recent injury history, when he takes a step back on the field, the recent injury history doesn't matter anymore because the doctors have cleared him. They've said he's 100%, that there's not a risk of re-injury, and he's playing football now. This is really no different than anybody else. Is he risking another injury? Is he more likely to get one because he's playing and every time he plays he gets hurt? Yes. But as soon as he plays, You're cleared. You're healthy now.
Well, that's what I mean by injury history. Not like the people who worried you had a hangnail in 2012. I mean, when he's played this year, he's gotten hurt each of the last 3 times he's gone out there.
Which Quinn says is not a factor in any way in the decision that they made today.
Which I think is a lie. Because I think it's 100% the factor. Like, are they shutting him down because everything's great? No, they're not.
No, they're not shutting him down because they're scared of the possibility of him getting hurt again because he gets hurt constantly.
Yeah, so to say the injury doesn't play into it, I think is a lie.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a lie or not. What I think is that if he's cleared, he is every bit as capable of going out there and playing the football game as anybody else. So if you're shutting him down, he shouldn't be the only guy that you shut down. So I like that part of the call. The part that's not analogous, that does not work for me, is when the caller talks about if they were 11-0 or whatever he said, we would be shutting them down anyway. Well, if that was the case, then he would have played at a really high level, and I would have no interest in seeing him continue to play. I don't want him to play so that he can get exercise. I don't need him to burn calories and break a sweat. I'm not advocating for Jayden Daniels to go play because I get bored when I don't watch him play. I'm advocating for him to play because when he's played, he has not played at the level he's capable of, because he hasn't played enough football, because he hasn't seen enough defenses, because he hasn't gotten the reps necessary to be Jayden Daniels. So, yeah, if they were undefeated right now, sure, shut everybody down. It's a completely different thing. Then you wouldn't have had a bunch of guys that haven't had a whole lot of time together that have underachieved this season and played below their standards, which almost universally is the case on this roster. Here's the question I want to get to next. Do you think Dan Quinn made this decision, or did it come from above? Who made the call to shut Jayden Daniels down? And do you think Daniels was pulled on this? Do they go to him and say, do you want to keep playing or not? Or do they just tell him you're done? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels' season is done. The Commanders are shutting him down for the final 3 games after he missed yesterday's game against the Giants. He will not play in the final 3 games of the season. He was expected to be medically ruled out for Saturday's game against Philadelphia. Then with a short week following that, leading up to Thursday on Christmas against Dallas, the decision was made today that he will be shut down for the final 3 games. Yesterday, the Commanders snapped their 8-game losing streak as they beat the Giants 29-21 in New York. Their record now 4-10 on the season. No one appreciates fan listeners more than Paisanos. Now score 30% off any order of $30 or more with promo code FAN30. Pizza, wings, pastas, salads, and more. Add it all to the cart and use promo code FAN30. Order now at Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We're always going to make the best decisions for, the team and the player. That doesn't mean we, can't take advantage of this time. And like I said, I hope when you talk to him in a year from now, and say, man, that gave me a different vantage point. And I want him to gain something from this time. And that's what we hope to accomplish from that.
The voice of Dan Quinn, head coach of the Commanders. Welcome back to G&D. What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kondorian Murad, can help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. The news trickled out about 90 minutes ago. In fact, it was leaked originally to the national media. As is generally the case, Ian Rappaport broke the news about 3 minutes before a Dan Quinn press conference. It's either him or Schefter, one or the other.
I guess, do they take turns? Is it like rock, paper, scissors before he gets to break it?
The timing's always fascinating, too. It's like as Dan Quinn's walking to the podium, they somehow unearth these bombshells. But it was Rap Sheet who had it minutes before the presser began. And then Dan Quinn, addressing the local media, said this.
Then the last thing I hit you on will be regarding Jaden, and we're going to sit him for the final 3 games. And I know your first question likely is, well, DQ, what went into that? And the answer is it was a lot, and part medical and part team. As of today, he still wasn't all the way cleared to play. So like last week, we didn't have all the results until the end of the week, and then a short week next week with the Christmas game. So we believe this decision allows him to take advantage of the next few weeks in a different play. He wants to practice, and he will practice. He also wants to support Marcus in a way that Marcus has demonstrated and helped him. And so, I thought that was significant. We all know the best way to grow is during the games, but with that, not being the best way for us, there's plenty of ways for him to learn, over the next 3 weeks. And, he's going to learn from this vantage point, too. So I just wanted to give you all the info that I had. And then.
Interesting that Dan Quinn said, we all know the best way to grow is during games. And he had him throw 0 passes this preseason. I sincerely hope their training camp looks a lot different this summer.
It's going to have to, right?
And I really hope that their preseason plan looks a lot different. Now, I have no confidence that'll be the case because the evidence all the way through the season, all the way up until this minute, is that whenever they reach a crossroads, they take the path of less
practice
challenge. No, they basically.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to keep using the words babied because it sounds bad for Jaden, who's like a gamer and a grinder and tough as nails, and it's just not fair to him. But whenever they get a chance to put him in bubble wrap, they basically have and will. And there's a lot of times where I think that makes a lot of sense. But in the preseason, you had a chance to get him ready for the season, and you chose not to. Right now, you have a chance to get him ready to get better going into his 3rd year, and you're choosing not to. They do it time and time and time again. But I hope the epiphany has come, and come this offseason when he's got a clean sheet of health, they operate a little differently in that regard.
Yeah, I hope the Ravens or whomever they schedule it with doesn't last minute cancel the joint practice and scrimmage. I think that was a valuable thing that got lost before the season. I'm not blaming that on their lack of success overall, but it probably didn't help that they thought they're going to have some work there that never materialized. So screw them for that, their last minute. So I hope that plan gets better next year as well. But yeah, I mean, you're going to have a paradigm shift all around the board. For the way they did it this year, that's everything. What time you ate breakfast, what time you stretched, what time you lifted, what time you watched film. None of it should be sacred. The way you do things is not good enough anymore. Right? I've worked at a number of places, had previous jobs before got a chance to do this one. And whenever there was a regime change, or a new boss or whoever would come in, the ones that were effective rejected the idea that just because that's the way you do it doesn't mean that's how we're always going to do it. I don't care about that's the way you do it, because I'm here because not everything went great, right? And that's kind of what needs to happen right now is a total overhaul and reevaluation. So that should include the way that they practice and prepare.
Do you think Dan Quinn made this call, or did it come from above him? We're going to get to the phones on this in a moment at 800-636-1067. So it goes without saying that Harris was involved in the discussion. In fact, Toby, if you can find that answer, because it was actually a really weird exchange, I thought. It was Tom Shad who asked Quinn, did you – his question was, how involved was Josh Harris?
Uh-huh.
And DQ basically said, yeah, we talked to him about everything. We talked to him all the time. And Shad, to his credit, great follow-up. Was like, so you guys just informed him you were doing this then? He's like, no. We didn't inform him about anything. We don't have that kind of juice. We had a discussion with him. And it makes you wonder, like, well, what does that mean? Is a discussion means he's saying things, you're saying things. Whereas Tom's point was, you guys are the football guys. He's just the owner who counts the money. This should be a, hey, here's what we're doing with the quarterback thing. But as I always say with owners, people take issue with this because we live in D.C. where Dan Snyder ran roughshod over this thing for years. When it comes to GMs, head coaches, and quarterbacks, different than other positions, owners are heavily involved. But here's my answer to who made the call here. All three are talking. All three are in the mix. I get it. I think this was an AP decision. I think this was a Peters call where he and Dan Quinn talk constantly all the time. And maybe on Daniels and whether he's going to play or not over and over again, you're doing a lot of listening. You're giving a little feedback. And I think after you see what you saw against the Vikings where he comes out again, and oh, by the way, you get eliminated. That's the big difference. First time all season, you're now eliminated. I think you go to the coach and you go, and this is your job as the GM.
Yeah.
Protect next year and the year after. And you go, all right, he's done for the year. Prepare for Marcus the rest of the season. I think this was Peters' call.
Yeah, so it's boring, but I agree with you. It's I don't think this is Dan Quinn at all. I think when you hire Dan Quinn to show up, Dan Quinn shows up. And he is a cliche. He's anybody, anytime, anywhere, street fight, bare knuckles, let's go, we'll fight you, tooth and nail. That's who he is. And that rhetoric is what he's always been. And when he doesn't really work well if it's that anybody, anytime, anywhere, except for Wednesdays. Actually, we can't do next Saturday. Are you free a month from tomorrow? Like, that's not who he is. So if you let him be who he is, Daniels is playing the instant he gets cleared. So is everybody else. And it doesn't matter if the game matters to him or whatever. He's doing the rhetoric now where he wants you. Let's go 5-1 in the division. Like that's that would be neat, I guess, but that's the accomplishment they're going for after the season has been lost. And he's trying to do everything he possibly can, as he should, by the way, as the head coach, to get the best out of his players. This is an opposite of that. This is not something that would be in his DNA. Someone had to come tell him, hey, I'm above your pay grade here. We're not doing this exercise anymore. I don't know what the trigger moment was. I think being eliminated has a lot to do with it. Whether it was okay, we think we're all in the clear, and he's writhing on the ground again in Minneapolis, has to go to the blue tent. I don't know if that was the moment. I don't know what it was exactly. But something happened from post-game presser. Yeah, he could have gone back in. We just were a little bit cautious to, yeah, we're shutting him down, and now we're open conversation to what's going to happen the rest of the year. It feels to me like it was Peters.
Here was the question I was talking about in the exchange. This is Tom Shad, Washington Post, Dan Quinn on Josh Harris's involvement.
Hey, Dan. To what extent, if any extent, was Josh involved in this decision?
Yeah, Adam and I obviously keep him in the loop on all the things that are going through it. So it's good. We continue to have dialogue with him. We meet on a regular basis before the games, Fridays, Mondays. So we have a constant dialogue, Tom. So that's helpful. That it's not something that we have to go to on a big moment or anything. We just try to stay in a constant level of communication, and that has been really solid for us.
So just to clarify, this was a decision that you guys made and then notified him of, or am I correct on that?
Yeah, I guess that would be correct in the way that you'd say it. We talked and have discussions. I don't know if we notified him, but maybe a discussion's a better way to phrase that.
He took issue with the word notified. And after that, he would even say, like, we don't have the juice, just so we're all on the same page, to be notifying the owner of anything. I think he was trying to make a funny zing and a good line out of it. But you understand his point. For some reason, he was, like, nervous.
Just make sure. I want everyone to be clear. I didn't tell the owner anything
Right.
other than hello.
He doesn't want Josh Harris to find out that Dan Quinn said he told you. But
wait a minute, Quinn said what? Get his ass up here.
The reason for the question is pretty obvious. The perception is you should be telling the owner whether the quarterback's going to play again this season or not. He's going, well, we're not going to tell him that. We're going to discuss that with him. Let's go to the phones. Eli's in D.C. Eli, do you think this was a Dan Quinn decision?
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. I do think this was a Dan Quinn decision. And if this was an ownership decision, for me, that would be a strike. That would represent that we aren't on the same page, and I have to now exercise my, leadership duties to be able to say, no, this isn't happening. And I don't know if that's good for business or good for the future of what we're trying to do. So I hope Dan Quinn, just said, like, it's just not looking good for what we're trying to do. It's almost like, for me, what Jaden Daniels is, and a lot of people keep saying that, well, he has to play, he hasn't played. No, he never played a snap in the NFL, and they went 12-5. And yeah, there was some Hail Marys and some things, but he was laser sharp. And I believe there is an off-season plan that can allow him to return to that. And he never saw some of these guys when he came into the NFL. Yeah, teams adjust, but there is a plan and there is a way. So they just have to figure out how to get that guy back to that degree of confidence. It's almost like when you walk into a class, you want to sit next to five, like, he's got the answers to the test. And you could feel that through the screen, and I didn't feel that. And until that returns, what are we talking about to a certain degree? He hasn't had what he needed, and I think at this point it almost feels like he was getting better reps at LSU than he was able to get during this year. Now, he has to have, and it's also style of ball, everybody. The style of football that he plays, coupled with some other things, it just doesn't look good for what you're asking him to do. So I think it was a good plan.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean asking him to do?
What we're asking him to do at the quarterback position, how he plays, their style of football, naturally he's going to move around. He's like Superman. And
right, but the offense they're running is about as LSU prospect coming out friendly as it gets. Like unfairly, you had Canton Taylor Britt, remember last year, call it the college offense. Yep. It is a very collegiate offense. Now, that's taken as a pejorative. I don't think it should be. Super effective. They're just outside of the top 10 in yards per play this year. They were elite last year. There's tons of teams that live in the shotgun. But for me, they should have done a lot more this year than they have to make his life easier and help him out with some layup throws in the middle of the field. But it would have made him uncomfortable initially. It would have, like the Bears and Ben Johnson are doing with Caleb Williams, they would have asked for him to get comfortable being uncomfortable. I think what Cliff has done, and maybe the reason you hire Cliff, honestly, you probably know you're going and getting Jaden Daniels. Remember, they go and get Marcus Mariota before all that.
Yep.
I think it all was a tell that this is what they wanted to run, but this is a lot like what he did at LSU. It's not a ton of in-breaking stuff in the middle of the field. It is a lot of throws outside the numbers. It is a lot of shotgun with the occasional pistol, some quarterback run stuff, not a lot of it. But I don't know. I guess I would disagree with the caller that, like, the style has put him in harm's way. What I would say, though, is I want more of an NFL traditional offense next year. This can be what they major in. It should be probably. But they need to minor more in under center, West Coast, Shanahan-esque principles to help him. They're asking him to do the hardest thing that you could possibly do, which is the straight drop back game. It's just not fair to a young quarterback that's how you've got to live all the time.
Yeah, even the guy that's going to be the MVP, in all likelihood, Matt Stafford, Look how many times there's some kind of run action, some kind of misdirection, some kind of bootleg, some kind of, hey, this is muddy here, but the real look is somewhere else, the eye candy, et cetera, that you don't see on a play-in, play-out basis here in Washington. But maybe the only thing I'd sort of ask rhetorically is, there was a time last year during the magical run where he was Superman, and I'm sitting there going, hey, this is fun. This is awesome. I'm not complaining. I'm only raising my hand very, very gently after everyone's left the class going, Professor, is this sustainable? This is probably not fair to ask of somebody to do this all the time for a long time, especially a rookie. You go to the NFC title game, no one wants to hear any questions. That's fine. But maybe some of that catches up, right, where you maybe need some more counter punches in there. And again, I think one of them could be what you're talking about, right, as a way to make things a little bit easier at times in this offense.
800-636-1067 is the number Scott called. Listening on the Odyssey app in Alabama. You can listen all over the DMV on 106.7, in Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1, and coast to coast via Odyssey like Scott. What's up, dude? How are you?
Hey, Grant and Danny. Great to talk to you guys.
You too, buddy.
You as well.
Born out in the Shenandoah Valley, so I've been invested in the Redskins my whole damn life. Pretty disappointed with the year. But reason I called in is an NFL question. I hear all the time about game balls and kicking balls. So what the heck is the difference? And getting kind of tired of seeing 55-yard plus field goals every game.
Well, you don't see them from Washington very often. I can tell you that. The rules changed this year. I mean, this is way off topic from what we're talking about.
I was going to say, we got a Jaden Daniels convo going. He's like, I got to do this kicking ball question right now. God bless you. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, but this year you're allowed to actually treat the kicking balls for an extended period of time. Before, like used to be, they take them out of the bag right at the start of the game. They walk them out there and you kick them. But what they call K-balls, the kicking footballs in the NFL are specialized. They're harder. They're newer balls. They're prepped differently than regular scrimmage footballs. They allow for better compression and distance off the foot, while regular balls are softer for better grip and catching by quarterbacks and receivers. But this year they've changed the rules a little bit so that you can wear in the K-balls so that they actually play a little bit more friendly to kickers, which is why the field goals, when you're not a Commander's kicker, are able to be made.
30 teams or so have access to it.
From longer distances. They turned down another 54-yarder yesterday, I think it was.
The Giants don't have access to it, and Washington doesn't have access to it.
But nobody told their interim head coach, Mike Kafka. I mean, he still basically acts as though he is coaching a team with a good kicker. He thinks Younghoe Koo is Atlanta's kicker from 5 years ago. He doesn't know all the stuff that's happened
Doesn't
since.
seem to be.
Let's go to Ian in Vienna on the Fan. What's up, Ian?
Off topic, Grant, one of your greatest predictions would have been, and is, and you should take credit for it, is Drake May over Jaden Daniels and Ben Johnson over Dan Quinn. So I want to give you credit where credit is due. Those
You're trying to get me in
better.
trouble? Those days are behind us, okay? That is
Ian, he's smiling and nodding right now.
No,
you can't see him.
That's not true. They drafted a quality quarterback. They got their franchise QB. Hopefully he stays healthy. Dan Quinn had a good first season. What else you got, Ian?
Yeah. No. So listen, when I'm right, I want to take credit. When you're right, I'll give you credit. So to answer the question, number one, I don't think this came from Dan Quinn. I think this came from Adam Peters. And this notion that fans have that we should never the ownership is a one-way street where we tell the owner how it is and we're the football people. That's just not realistic in today's NFL. Owners just have a greater stake in everything. We've seen that all across the league. It is what it is. Obviously, there's PTSD from the Snyder era, but I think Harris, Peters made this decision over Quinn. But the bigger concern is, and I'm a fire everybody guy. I would fire Quinn. I'd fire Peters. I would fire.
I mean,
yeah, I would.
So what about the get out of jail free card from the NFC Championship game?
Did he turn it already?
Yeah, and we talked about this last year. There was a lot of flukish things that happened.
True.
Again, I say this on multiple radio stations. If your whole argument for why you have bad ratings this year is look at last year, that doesn't work with your boss. You have to update your resume every year. You can't point to last year and say, look at what we did. Bill Belichick won 6 Super Bowls and still got fired. So
he totally did. The only thing I'll say, and I appreciate the phone call, thank you. The only problem with that is there is no precedent, really, for it being that good one year and then the next year being fired. Now, it's also very rare you go 12-5 to 4-13. And it is absolutely reasonable to have the conversation should they, should Dan Quinn be on a warming seat? Or would it be crazy if they fired him? Like, I think those are reasonable enough combos. But while he's on team fire everybody, I'm on team you can't fire a guy who's been around for 2 years, whose 2 seasons are NFC title game and disaster. Like, to me, they cancel each other out. And we see what's what next year. And I mean that for Quinn, and I mean that for Peters, and I mean that for Daniels. Like, this, I feel like we say this a lot. This is going to be one of the biggest years in team history. But the first 4
You
games
really
next
do
year,
have a crossroads moment here.
I mean, you had one of the greatest years by a regime ever. You had one of the worst years that anybody's had here at any point.
Yeah.
If they start 3-0 next year, back on. Hey, we're back up. Let everybody know, right? Stringer Bell style. But if they go 1-2, 1-3, 1-4, I mean, now you're talking about. I would be in the bringing it up. Is it time to make a change? Is this guy now the first one likely to get fired on Bet Online or whatever? That's where we'd be.
Yeah, I mean, I take the most recent sample with slightly more weight, right? The first thing that happened, and then you got decisions to sustain that, to continue that, et cetera. And then you look at those decisions independently, the vast majority bad and wrong. Some very good. Laramie Tunsil, for example. I think Deebo Samuel's a net win for a 5th rounder, a guy that's been good at times, less productive at times, but even still, that's good. I'll go 5th rounder for that every time. But there's also a lot of bad. You guys already know who they are. So the most recent sample is going to drag him under 500 here. He's 16-15 overall as the head coach in Washington. Now, if these years were reversed, you'd go, oh my God, this guy's a genius. He established the winning ways. They played hard down the stretch for him in year 1, despite being under-talented. And they're on their way to the NFC title game this year. They're building something special. It's now, what did we really just see the first year? How much was it just BS and luck? Because this is a disaster. You're 100% right. This offseason and then beginning of next year, watching like a hawk.
What's your level of confidence once Daniels gets past all this and gets healthy and whatever 100% means this offseason, he's 100%, that this was just a fluke season and not what is going to be moving forward? 800-636-1067. Like, is there people out there? Do you feel like maybe this was just one of those years? It happens. It's fluky. He got it behind him, and now he can go be durable for the next several seasons. He did play in 55 out of 57 college games. He didn't miss a game last year, albeit he probably should have missed about a month with a broken rib. G&D on the Fan.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, Jaden Daniels is going to be shut down for the final 3 games. He still has not been cleared for contact. He's not expected to be medically ruled. It was expected to be medically ruled out for Saturday's game against Philadelphia and then a short week against Dallas. So the Commanders decided to shut down Jaden Daniels for the final 3 games. The decision was made today. The Commanders snapped an 8-game losing streak yesterday as they beat the Giants 29-21. Their record now 4-10 on the season. Other injuries, big ones yesterday in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes tore his ACL. He's going to be done for the year. The Chiefs were also eliminated from the playoffs. See if it affects next season for Mahomes. And Packers edge rusher Micah Parsons tore his ACL. He is done for the year. Just get tagged to handle food for a holiday get-together? Let Paisanos help. Use promo code CREW20 and get 20% off when ordering for your crew. Perfect for an office holiday lunch, game day, or big family gathering. Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
And it's about in the same spot, and so that's why he hasn't been cleared, to go back to it. And we also want those reps, if he was, to be where he could fully express himself and play in his own, style that he does things. So when he's not, that affected a lot of the decisions too, Howard. So we're going to do our best to simulate as much as we can in practice and just try to do the best that we can with that spot. But, yeah, he's in the same space medically. We're not cleared to go back. But structurally, there hasn't been any setbacks.
That was Dan Quinn today, meeting with reporters. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. The question I've got for listeners on the phones right now at 800-636-1067 with Daniels shut down for the final 3 games. What's your confidence that this is a fluky, worst-case scenario, sum of all fears season, and this is not going to be the norm? I don't mean that he gets hurt in every single game. 3 straight games he's left with an injury here. But I mean that this won't be a reoccurring issue. Next year is year 3.
Mm-hmm.
That is a massive season. I believe that is the year after which they can extend him. And with a quarterback like Daniels, you want to do that as soon as possible. See the Josh Allen, Justin Herbert, those types of negotiations, right? After year 1, it looked like it was an all-time no-brainer. He's going to get a couple $100 million the second after his 3rd year. If next year looks something like this, I don't mean that he plays 7 games, although I guess that could be what we're talking about. But if he deals with a couple of nagging injuries and he's not quite at 100%, he doesn't get to practice a whole lot. Like now it's 2 out of 3. Now that's the norm. Now that's the conversation. We're not there yet. Almost like the team, right? We're talking about the team having this incredible year, then this terrible year, and I'm saying they cancel each other out. Daniels didn't play badly enough this year. I thought he was pretty solid. But if he had a terrible year, it could have canceled out last year or whatever. This is not a canceling out situation, but a health conversation, a durability conversation to me. My biggest fear about him out of the draft, like everybody else's, was durability and health. Year 1, we pretty much put that to bed. Going into year 2, we didn't talk about it a whole lot. It was all that happened with him all year long. So it canceled each other out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So what I want people to answer at 800-636-1067, do we think this will be the fluky one-off year where it was bad luck? It wasn't like constantly this one injury that kept showing back up. It's a hamstring, fluky in the pocket. It's a elbow on a quirky, crazy thing where he puts his plant arm down and his elbow gets dislocated. It's a knee on another play with the Packers. There was nothing that lingered for 11 weeks. It was a bunch of things that were a few weeks at a time. How sure are we, how confident are we that next year he can be durable and we're not dealing with this type of thing all season?
Yeah, I'm not confident at all. I'm really, really nervous that this is the beginning of something. It's my biggest reason behind being totally fine, unfortunately, with shutting him down, is because I've got a very recent sample where he plays and leaves the game with an injury. So I don't feel very good. I don't feel like there's an adjustment from him. I don't feel like there's a requisite adjustment from coaching staff and things that are designed. I don't feel like everybody's taking this problem as seriously as they should. Now, a shutdown sort of lets you know that, hey, we're concerned about the results, but maybe not the process just yet. So I am really worried that this is the thing that we're in for, and I think we're fortunate to this point. You haven't had the catastrophic one. You narrowly avoided it on the Seattle game. You narrowly avoided it with some of the hits that he popped right back up from. You've narrowly avoided it a couple different times. Some of it's football, yes, but other parts of it is he gets hit too much, and a lot of that's on him to figure out a way not to at certain points. Some of it's inevitable. Some of it is the position. I understand that, but I'm really, really worried that this is kind of the new world we're living in.
Let's go to Andreas in Rockville on Grant and Danny. Appreciate the call. What's your answer to that question? Do you feel like this is some of all fears fluky season or the beginning of an injury-prone run here?
So, first off, I don't agree with them benching him. I think he should play if he's cleared. It's weird that he was cleared to go back in the game. I'm sure you guys have covered all that. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, you mean how 9 days ago he was able to go back in the game, but 9
then he
days
hasn't been cleared since?
later he isn't allowed to practice?
What do you mean that's weird? What's weird about that?
Structurally, he's okay, but, we'll leave that to another day. I think next year, I think they're going to be fine. I think this is not something that's going to linger and keep happening every year. I think Dan Quinn is a fine coach. He's not the best, but he's good enough to win. He's shown that. He took this team as far as they went last year. He's gone to the Super Bowl. He's coached great defenses in the league for many years. I don't have any doubts about him or Kingsbury for that matter. I just think they need a reset. I think this is a crazy fluky year with injuries. I know every team says that they have injured players, but I don't know if anybody had as many injuries to key players and also has as little depth as we do.
Well, that's the second part's the big
the
problem.
second part, because
It's a
plenty
good
of teams
phone
have been
call.
banged up.
The man games missed for Washington are right up there with anybody, but the Packers are missing stars. Yesterday, Micah Parsons goes down. Christian Watson goes down. They're without a Pro Bowl center. They've been without their all-pro caliber tight end who's torching people left and right before the injury. I mean, that is a contending team that has dealt with one massive injury and loss after another. They've played games this year without Josh Jacobs, their bell cow running back, and they've won them. San Francisco has had one massive injury after another. Fred Warner at linebacker, and we could run through. At one point, they were down their top 4 wide receivers and a starting quarterback, and they were playing games and winning. There are other teams. Detroit, now it's caught up to them defensively in a big way, but they've been dealing with massive injuries. They've found ways to win. The Bears' defense early in the year, they were missing 4 starters.
San
at one point.
Francisco, Tampa. Now, Tampa's gone sideways, but it's a 500 club.
I mentioned San Francisco.
Yeah, we
but
did
yeah,
say San Francisco.
but like the depth, Danny, is the point.
Mhm.
They weren't positioned because of the Rivera era, because of how early we are in this rebuild. And then also, let's give some blame where it's due, because of some of the lack of hits in the draft and some of the free agents in year 2 that didn't go as well as year 1. Like, they were not positioned to deal with that as well. You're right about that. And we've covered that, by the way. But the game where they were the healthiest they've been on offense going into the game all season, they got shut out.
Yeah.
So I can't just do the injury excuse. I will do some of that for sure. But the entire week leading up to the Minnesota game, sans Eckler, they had everybody else, and we're going to get a shot to see this thing hum for the first time, and then they got shut out. Ertz eventually leaves the game with an ACL. Daniels leaves the game with the elbow. But otherwise, it's a healthy group, and they lost 31-0. It was the worst they looked on offense all year. Let's go to Daniel in Woodbridge. What's up, Daniel? How are you?
Doing well, guys. Thanks for having me on. I love the show.
Appreciate you.
I got to think shutting him down is the right thing to do. I know that's a hard decision, but I think that's where having a good GM comes in. I mean, I want Dan Quinn to try to win every game because he's my head coach. And so he's got to play everybody that's available to him. But I want my general manager to say, what's the next year look like, the next 3 years? And so I'm all for the decision. I love watching JD5 play, but I think it's got to be time to shut him down and reassess and let Mariota play and then see what happens next year. I'm like you guys. It's crazy to go NFC Championship and then basically de facto worst team in the league. But I do agree with a lot of the callers talking about the injuries, and I think it's just time to let him have a good offseason, get a good plan for Daniels, and say, look, we're going to start at square one next year, and we're going to be good again, and just have that mindset.
Thanks,
I
buddy.
hope so, bud.
Let's go to John, Maryland. Do you have faith that he can stay healthy next season when he gets back to 100%?
John?
Hey, this Jay.
Oh, hey, Jay.
Jay in Maryland.
Hey,
Sorry.
Jay.
What's up,
Yeah,
Jay?
yeah. Hey, what's going on? Hey, thanks for y'all for taking my call. I think I agree with shutting them down. Now, I'll say this. For me, I've been looking at college. Of course, we look at a lot of college. So I've noticed the guy out of Washington. No controversy or anything like that. Damon Williams. He would be an excellent young backup in case they don't want to re-sign Mariota. We could probably get him late in fifth,
Jay, we're
round.
going to do draft talk for a while. We don't need to get into the prospects yet, but I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I guess to that point, do you trust that Daniels, when he gets well, the question is this just a run of a couple of like stomach bugs that he's had in a short time, or is he going to be sick constantly?
No, I don't think it's going to be a constant thing. I just want some assurance behind him just in case. I mean, quite frankly, I'm tired of saying Mariota. He's done a solid job, but we need somebody that can that's younger, more sproutier, somebody that we can just build with under Jaden.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, dude.
Mariota, for the most part, has played really well. He's definitely turned the ball over too much here recently.
Of late, all of a sudden, right?
Last year, he did not. Early on this year, he did not. But now there's like starting really when he came off the bench against the Cowboys with the pick six. But there's also been some bad fumbles. The fumble against the Giants yesterday was really gross. Been a couple of really bad interceptions. Most of the time when he comes in off the bench, like that Vikings game to Harrison Smith. But that's a big difference to me between feeling good about him as my QB2, where we've all said, let's just re-sign him and keep him around, which I still feel like
the most recent sample hasn't been as kind, to your point. There's a bigger sample that says, yeah, this is exactly what you're looking for. Steady hand, Jaden likes him, good in the room, can come in and run your offense just fine, and needs to start a game or two, or it looks like 10 this year. You'll be okay. Not it's a lower ceiling, but you'll be all right. Of late, it hasn't been as good. I'm with you.
But I think you just hit on what happened. I think we have seen him too much. This is the ultimate 2, 3, 4 games.
Yeah.
Sure, no problem. He'll come in. The more you play, the more you get exposed. The more a backup plays, the more they're going to look like a backup.
Yep.
And I think we've gone past the line of demarcation. Mariota, to me, is the awesome reliever. Good out of the bullpen. In a pinch, you saw it last year when they hung 40 a few times when he comes in and plays against Chicago. Or, I guess it was Carolina that he came in and played. The Dallas second half. Like, brings the energy, runs the offense, good fit with Cliff. I would absolutely bring him back. But if you're going to play him 10 or more times, well, you're now basically just a starter. And guess what? He's not a good starter, or else he would be a starter. He would have gotten a job this offseason. Other teams would try to bring him in. So he's just, I think, falling victim to getting exposed. It's just a little too much of him. Anybody could come in here who's in radio and do a 1-hour show with a bunch of audio or, clips to play or something and 10 weeks to prepare for the show. But when you got to do 4.5 hours every single day for a month, you're probably at some point going to get exposed a little bit. I think that's what's happened for Mariota.
I think it's a good assessment. There's nothing wrong with having him as your backup. In fact, I think it's a plus. If you go around the league comparing backups, I'd probably take him well over half the league. I haven't done a formal survey of that yet, but it feels about right. But again, I think that's the point we've always made, whether it was Sam Howell, whether it was Taylor Heineke or any of these other guys, a larger sample isn't kind to somebody that's in the backup tier. The small burst where they prepared for the other guy, you can look real nice. You can look really, really good. The bigger that sample gets, though, the closer together that, oh, that's right, he's a backup, the closer you get to that line.
Commanders shut Jaden Daniels down, told him today that they would be. How did he respond? Let's get into that next on The Fan.
What's up, guys? G&D. That's Grant and Danny to you for Window Nation. If you need to replace your windows, but you put it off forever because of cost, do we have a good deal for you. If you waited until now, you could take advantage of Window Nation's end-of-year sale. 50% off all window styles. You could get 0% interest. That's 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace those old builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation. I've done it, and so has GP.
Yeah, many times, actually. You and I, a couple of times each in homes over the years. Window Nation measures 3 times to ensure your windows fit perfectly. They did that at my house and Danny's house. Their installation crews finish the job in 1 day or less so that you can enjoy the rest of the winter, the summer without any disruption. Over 45,000 5-star reviews for good reason. Window Nation's installed over 3 million windows across the country. Hurry, this sale is ending soon.
Window Nation offers a lifetime warranty on all their windows so you can relax knowing your home is protected far into the future. Fast free estimate now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
this guy's a competitor, JP. That's what always stands out about him. I think the fact that wanted no part of IR to practice, be there with the guys, doing that. I think that speaks of the teammate. That was important to him, to show that support and wanting to do it as well. So that told us a lot, also about it, because it would have been the easy way to say whatever, and that's not how he is at all. So I like the fact that he's competitive. I like the fact that he wants this time, and so that's an important piece to it.
That's Dan Quinn on Jayden Daniels, who got the news today they were shutting him down. He certainly didn't make it sound like he was counseled in any way on his interest in playing, nor should he have been. This should have been up to doctors, and it sounds like even before the doctors were able to decide his fate, the team just said, yeah, we're good. We've seen enough. We're not doing this anymore. If you can't start practicing today for Saturday, then there's only 2 games left after that. We got a short week without a lot of practice time. We're just going to end your season right here and right now. Second year that couldn't have gone any worse.
Seriously,
for
in
him or the
every
team.
way, yeah.
It just is as good as last year was, as positive as the vibes were, when we're talking trajectory for the Hall of Fame and MVP candidate and the obvious Rookie of the Year. We're chasing them all over New Orleans at Super Bowl week so that we could get the 43-second conversation with him, even though he did 8,000 interviews with every national outlet there was. Man, how things have changed 1 year later, and here we are, Danny, talking about a uber disappointing second year, and all those injury questions from the draft that went away are back in a big way.
In a major way. Now, just for me, my own, the way I am as a fan, I understand I'm unique and different in a lot of ways. I'm the guy that was squeamish when Alex Smith came back. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just trying to play football. Do what you want, man. It's your life. But for me, it was hard to watch him. I err on the side of panic and fear. I went through this with Griffin as a fan. I'm going through it now with Jayden Daniels, where I don't feel like he's going to be able to get through games healthy. Just whether it's that one hit or the one thing in the pocket or the one moment. I understand you can't play scared. I'm not asking him to play scared. I'm saying I'm scared. So for me and my fandom and my edification and my feeling good about things, I need an enormous sample of him healthy before I trust it again. Last year, I kind of went, this isn't a great process with him, getting his bell rung and his helmet turned sideways against the Giants and getting hit a couple times really hard against Atlanta off the top of your head and a couple other moments over the course of the season where I'm going, oh my God, is he going to be okay? And he pops right back up. I was able to let it go. I need a huge sample of that. That's multiple seasons. He doesn't owe me anything. I'm just talking about for me as a fan. So yeah I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'm concerned too because of the frame. I don't know that I need I'm not going to put it the way you did where after a year or two, I'll feel better or whatever. But as the resident guy on the show that wanted him to play Sunday and wants him to play the following Sunday, you got to play football. There's always going to be a risk of injury. You drafted a dual threat running quarterback who is going to have a play style that's going to put him at risk. And there's going to be weeks where he can't play or where he's questionable, and that's just part of it. But when he's available, he's got to play. And when he's not available, your backup's going to play. It's kind of the way it is for me. You can't draft if you date the girl who likes to camp in tents and play pickleball and climb mountains, you can't be upset when she wants to go away and sleep outside overnight for a weekend. That's what you decided to opt into. They drafted the dual threat 1,000-yard rushing quarterback who runs all over the place and takes some pretty crazy hits. It's going to happen from time to time. It's not even a Daniels thing, in my opinion. It's a quarterback who runs a lot thing. It happens with Allen. It happens with Herbert. It happens with May. It happens with Jackson. It happens with fill in the blank. And it's going to happen with this guy, too. Let's go to Disco in Maryland. What's up, Disco? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing tonight?
Good, buddy.
Hey, 2 things. I think there's one thing that we're underestimating. I don't think I think we're learning more about Adam Peters. And for so many years and so many seasons, we have not had a true general manager and a coach with a line in the middle and a true relationship where the coach has input and the GM has input and possibly veto power. So I think and I don't think that that's a bad thing. I just think that that's something that we're not used to. Mm-hmm. The second thing with Jayden Daniels is it makes sense, but
Danny, I agree with you, man. Something in my gut is telling me could this lead to be a thing? And what I mean by that is, one, how do you get to determine who rests from here and now? And then going into next season, how are they going to handle the offseason? Is every single play call going to be scrutinized if Jayden Daniels gets a hangnail? Or it just leads to more questions. I just want him to play football. Grant, you're 100% right. He's a dual-threat quarterback that plays in the NFL. He may get hurt. He may get dinged up. But I just feel like this is going to lead to more questions and more controversy of what do we do? What do we call? Fire Cliff. Why is he running run pass option? Why isn't he under center? It's just creating noise that makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I smell what you're cooking.
This is my point. This is why I don't shut him down. This is why I don't give seats at the table to this. I'm 100% with you.
See, but I heard the same thing, and I go, this is why you have to, because like when you run that one play.